Okay, go.
Okay, welcome everyone to CB3's SLA committee meeting for Monday, December 8th. We're gonna go ahead and get started with a roll call. Actually, first we're gonna do a few ground rules. So we have a lot of items tonight. I think we're at 17. So we're gonna give everyone a chance to speak, whether you're in person or on Zoom, but we are going to strictly enforce the 2 minutes. And if you are here and you're opposed or support and you are echoing something someone else said, if you could maybe just keep it really brief and say, you know, I agree with everything else everyone said, we just want to add my support. Something like that is going to be extremely helpful so that we can kind of get through the items expeditiously. As we do have a lot of people here in the room and on Zoom, if you could all be respectful, no name calling, no disrespectful comments or muttering or anything like that. And we will go ahead and get started. I am going to take a few items out of order because I'm going to try to get rid of some of the items with the most people here first so we can clear out the room and the Zoom. There are a few items that have withdrawn this evening. Number 3, Cozy Cafe at 43 East First Street has withdrawn. Number 7, Ray's at 177 Christie Street has withdrawn. Number 18, Canyon, New York Foundation at 200 Broome Street has withdrawn. Number 19, Munchie's Pizzeria at 244 East 13th has withdrawn. We're here for one of those items. It will not be heard tonight. Please watch the calendar. They may come back at a later date. They have just withdrawn from the evening. And that being said, I think we're going to start with the roll call. CEO Ballinger here. Clint Smeltzer here. Guillermo Smith. Yeah. Michael Lavario, absent, and Megan Joy, absent. So we are actually going to start with the first item in order, which is item number 4. Okay, we're going to move to a motion to approve the minutes, which we never actually done.
No, it's just deemed approved with no changes.
So motion to approve the minutes.
Well, yes.
What?
Okay, motion passes.
Yes.
Okay, so that being said, we're going to start with item number 4, which is the Holiday Inn at 148 150 Delancey Street. So if the applicant is here in person for this item,
Yes.
You're okay. We're going to go ahead and promote. You said, please raise your Zoom hand if you are here. I see Stacy. I would get her promoted. Actually, Susan, are you doing a promotion?
Oh, so which ones are applicants?
Well, I know Stacy is their attorney. And if right now I'm only asking for the applicant for the Holiday Inn, so otherwise we'll take your hands in just a moment. So I know Stacy is their attorney.
Tell her she has to accept.
Stacy, you'll need to accept the promotion panelist whenever.
Okay, she's good.
Okay. And is Dana Feldman with you? Is Dana Feldman with you at all? She still has her hand raised on Zoom. That's why I wasn't sure if she's part of the applicant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Stacy.
Okay, great.
Okay, so Dana is not, so we're here with Stacy. Okay, so, and just for everyone, I skipped over this in the beginning in a little rush. The way that the items will go, I will give a brief summary of the application. I will turn it over to the applicant to then add or correct anything that I said. We'll then move to members of the public, first probably in person, then on Zoom. And then we'll give the applicant a chance to respond. We'll move to a commission vote and then move on to the next item. So I'm going to start with a brief summary of the Holiday Inn application. And okay, so SC Delancey LLC at 150 Delancey Restaurant Incorporated is doing business as the Holiday Inn, is seeking an alteration to their existing OP license to add a rooftop bar in premises located at 148 150 Delancey Street between Suffolk and Clinton. It's an application for an establishment, and I think it's listed as still certificate of occupancy. Is that still correct? Yes. After all these years? Okay. 12 tables, 25 seats, including a stand-up bar and booths, a full kitchen with food preparation served during all its operation, no television, small speakers playing music at background level. There are 11 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. They have been operating at this location since 2013. The applicant collectively owns and operates over a dozen establishments in New York, including several in Manhattan, neighbors 1, 3, and 4 and 5. 21 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. We did receive approximately 135 emails in opposition to this application, 135. In opposition, and they are proposing hours of operation of the rooftop by opening by 12 p.m., closing at 11 all days. And they will play on recorded music only, consisting of recorded will not have lighting, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, and cover fee is charged. We'll not construct public party buses. We'll have happy hours ending by 7. We'll ensure there's no wait lines, designated employee for ensuring no loitering noise or crowds. We'll post the stipulations by a sticker license, and we'll provide a number of residents to it. Okay, so that was a brief high-level summary. I'm gonna hand it over to either the applicant or their representative to go ahead and add to or correct any of the summary I just gave.
So who's the?
Okay.
I don't know.
It's right here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll start off. Okay, we had changed the information as far as the number of tables and seats. And we also, wrote back to, Suffolk Street Block Association, that we wouldn't have any tables on Suffolk Street, that all the tables, the bar will be up against the wall, it'll have soundproofing, totally soundproofed. And the tables, it'll be 11 tables with 4 seats each, 15 seats at the bar, and 2 booths with 5 seats each, and they'll be towards all on Delancey Street. And there'll be no happy hour. We put down happy hour, there'll be no happy hour. And like I said, it'll be soundproofed. And this has been in business for 12 years. And they actually have done good for the neighborhood. They actually cleaned up all the drug addicts and everything on Delancey Street and down on Suffolk that were hanging out. And they want to improve the area. They'll have a bar upstairs and it'll bring, decent people in. And also what they're gonna have is security up there. So if there's any issues with anybody, they have to go. They can't stay there. And let's see, I wrote to all the block associations. The only one that got back to me was, and I wrote twice to each one of them. And the only one that got back to me was Suffolk Street, and they had spoken about, the privacy issue. And the hotel is 8 stories plus the roof, and they don't face any buildings. All the buildings are four floors, so they're well above the buildings. And as I said, they're gonna put, soundproofing in. Milton, you want to add anything right now?
Yes.
Actually,
Actually,
my name is Milton.
so you're just gonna need to speak into one of the microphones so that the people can hear. So just take that and speak in the microphone.
Yeah, thanks. Good evening. Yeah, I just wanna add that, I've been in business for a long time, like 20 years. I manage Astoria in Brooklyn, so I know the rules, regulations of the city. So we're gonna bring to the neighborhood. I've been there just 1 year, and I'm already improving the neighborhood, like the state says, clean up the neighborhood, the drug dealers that were in the street, literally clean the street. So I think it's gonna be a good asset for the neighborhood. If everyone has agreed, we should have a good business in the neighborhood. So good people, that's what.
Also, we would like to negotiate with the block associations. Nobody, like I said, the only one that got back in touch with me was Suffolk. And I wrote twice. Nobody reached out to me. And, if there's an issue with something that they want to discuss, we'd be happy to discuss it with them and work towards trying to resolve this.
Just one more thing, I would like to add, that you are not the 3 guys from the Holiday Inn, we just rented to them, so that helps.
So you're not the owner, you're not representing Holiday Inn.
Yeah,
You're
I'm the general manager from the restaurant that I'm
the
renting.
restaurant, which is downstairs.
Yes, and we rent to.
So,
rent to.
so just a clarification of that for myself as well.
Yes.
So you have the restaurant that is on Delancey Street.
Yes,
Are you still operating the basement?
yes, we are,
You are. So you would operate the restaurant that's on the storefront in Delancey Street,
yes,
the basement area, and the rooftop area.
Yes.
Yeah, they're the restaurant, they're the second part of the application. It's 148, 150 Delancey, and the 150 Restaurant Inc. They're the management company,
Okay,
just to clarify.
so then I think we're gonna go ahead and, anything I should like to add at the moment?
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we're gonna go ahead and just move into, I know there's a lot of people here from the public to speak to this item. So I think, okay, who's here to speak to this item, number 4, the Holiday Inn in person? Okay, 1, 2, 3, okay, and then we'll get to Zoom shortly after that. So I guess, I'm just gonna kind of go sort of in order. I'm gonna start with Pamela Ito. Yeah, you wanna do it? And stand. If you wanna stand, just speak into the mic though, so, and it's, the green light is on, so we can hear you. Two.
Hi there, I'm Pamela Ito, I'm representing 98-100 Suffolk Street Cooperative. Our building actually touches the Holiday Inn, and though it might be 4 flights or 4 stories below, we will hear vibrations from the Holiday Inn. We have heard numerous, every time somebody pulls the fire alarm, we hear it in our apartments. And we've also heard the music from the bar below in the basement. Recently we saw big, huge signs for a nightclub going up until 3 o'clock in the morning. And I wasn't really sure about that because I don't remember that ever being like part of their license. Our main concern is that since our building touches theirs, that we're gonna have, you know, from basically noon until, into the night, every single day, that's their application, is that they'd like to be open 7 days a week, that it's gonna be bothering us, and I don't understand how a rooftop bar can really be sold. So that's our main concern, and then secondly, we have, our co-op is about 88 people, we have young children who are just starting kindergarten, we have a 97-year-old resident who climbs up to the 5th floor of her apartment every day, and we feel like this is the 3rd time that we're like entertaining this request from the Holiday Inn. I don't really know how it works with a subletter or someone who's not the hotel applying for a license. You guys could maybe explain that to all of us, but to me, it doesn't feel like the neighborhood's better because they've opened Hotel Cantina or Sundown or whatever it's called.
Okay, thank you, Pam. I guess we're just going to move to Daniel Tana.
Good evening, I'm Daniel Tana, I live around the corner on Rivington Street. And my wife and I walk by this building every morning and evening to go to work. And we also can hear things from several blocks away when they're on rooftops. So I don't believe there's a way to soundproof this. I don't believe that they have been a good neighbor. They've actually made the neighborhood worse by having their entry on Suffolk Street rather than on Delancey Street like they promised. There's more trash out there because of their trash. And I don't believe they're providing a service that by adding a rooftop to this already 2-bar establishment, adding another bar and more capacity with more sound coming off the rooftop. I want to echo Pam's mention about the community board originally gave it as a hotel license, and I don't know the legality of a third party renting that space and using that same license. As well as I don't believe it's appropriate for them. I'm glad they talked to the Suffolk Street Association or the Block Association, but changing things up when we all came out to speak on this tonight is not a good look. I don't, like, we come out to say what we read, what they told us when we wrote letters, and then having to negotiate at the community board meeting is not a good use of any of our time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Next we have, in person, we have Deanne Boyd.
I just want to say, I also live just around the corner, so I'll be directly impacted at that rooftop, just like we can hear every rooftop in any direction in Hell Square. But more importantly, we worked with Suffolk Block Association and a co-op. I'm doing a letter drive with them, and they had over like 97 letters from residents that live directly in that impact zone or within those Hell Square boundaries. For the majority of those letters, I think there's hard copies of them as well that Pam can submit. The main thing is that this is, there's a precedent kind of in our neighborhood that was set by the former chair, 2 chairs ago, with the Solo House, which is even slightly lower than them, but not by much, like I would say 3 levels. And he literally said this would be unconscionable to put this under people's homes, that you can literally touch the rooftop. You can hear the rooftop, you'll hear people eating their food, let alone play music or whatever else that they intend to do on that roof. This should just be denied outright. We cannot sustain what we already have with Mr. Herschel and 60 LES. The rooftops are unbearable, and there's so many complaints to say liquor authority to the precinct, to the board 3 about these rooftops that we already have. This would just be adding fuel to an already burning fire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deanne. We are going to move, I think that was it here in person, correct? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move to the Zoom. If you are here for this item on Zoom, please raise your Zoom hand.
You have one promoted already, Eric.
Okay, so Eric, we promoted you. If you want to go ahead and speak, we'll give you 2 minutes and let you know when you're nearing your time.
Sure, it's Reed. First, thank you so much. I want to start by taking offense at how people who are experiencing addiction and homelessness are being characterized by this applicant. As a longtime resident, cleaning up the neighborhood would mean reducing the number of liquor licenses, not the individuals struggling with hardships. We have direct experience with rooftop bars. We're on the 4th floor. The bar is well above us, and we are inundated with horrendous noise on a regular basis. We, as neighbors, suffer, and we've talked to hotel management, and hotel guests also suffer. We've come to these meetings in good faith for many years now, thinking that stipulations work. Stipulations do not work. I will no longer support negotiating on stipulations. Operators take advantage of these and they don't comply. They're motivated by profit, not kindness or goodwill or our quality of life. There is no community benefit to having yet another liquor license, let alone an open air nightclub. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, it looks like, Susan, have you promoted anyone else at the moment or just?
Yeah, they're all, I'm sorry, it should be showing now, right?
Well,
D, somebody named D.
Yes, hi, this is Briar Winters. I'm a resident of Rivington Street between Suffolk and Clinton, and I'm just going to keep this super, super quick. I really support the testimony already from Pam, from Yem, from Dan, from Irit. I really feel that this is just a completely inappropriate thing for our area, given the situation that we're in. One thing I want to highlight specifically is that there is a building on Rivington, 153 Rivington, that is essentially a frat house, and it's full of college students. They have rooftop parties on their private rooftop all the time already. And those parties echo throughout the entire vicinity. And it's something that I've even been in touch with people as far as like 3-4 blocks away, asking me, what is that sound? And so I think that, you know, it's just, it's a dire situation already. already. And it's also like on that particular rooftop, it's a safety issue as well, because that roof is not designed for parties, but you know, I digress. And you can look and see how many 311 calls we've made, you know, about that address. Anyway, all this to say that I just really do not support this application, and please deny it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Lynn, could you tell her that she should be letting the community board know about the rooftop parties?
Yes, for everyone here, because we're gonna end up repeating this many, many times. I know it's tedious, I know it feels like nothing's getting done, and oftentimes it takes a long time for things to get done, but you please let the community board know when these things are happening, or for example, the rooftop parties or other issues. It just helps keep us in the loop, and we can try to, I know it seems fruitless, but we can try to.
It's not fruitless.
It
Sure.
seems
Is
fruitless
that
when it
even the
takes
case?
years, so.
Sorry, is that even the case when it's not an establishment? When it's just a private rooftop, you want us to let you know as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for that. Okay, so next we're gonna move on to, who's next? Billy Crockett.
Hi, yes. I'm a resident. My name's Billy Crockett. I'm a resident at 98 Suffolk Street, on the third floor. And I want to just reiterate what folks have already said about the decreases to quality of life. I think living in New York, we're all willing to accept like a certain amount of noise that we have to contend with. I'm sure other folks have lived in places where there are rooftop bars and parties, and the actual decrease in quality of life is very noticeable. And us abutting right next to this building means it's going to be impossible for us to escape any noise. I'll also second that I highly doubt it's going to be possible to soundproof fully a rooftop bar. Last thing I'll say is, this building is also run by radiator heat, which means we have to keep our windows open, most of us, in the evenings to keep it cool. So like closing our windows to jut out any noise is going to be next to impossible. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we're gonna move to Peter Sloan.
Yeah, hi. I live at 106 Suffolk Street, and have for 20 plus years. And, I wanted to reiterate what everyone has said. I agree with everything everyone has said. And I did have to say, like, to hear that the hotel has addressed the issue of bad seeds hanging outside of their hotel is a joke. I feel like I walk by every single day, and I see drug dealers constantly. There's trash backed up on the sidewalk, and then there's scaffolding that's been up for years. So I have no faith in this ownership group, and I really highly suggest that this is turned down. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Who do I have next? I see Cameron Greider.
Hi, yes, I'm at 112 Suffolk Street in the back. I agree with the other people opposing this. Any sound from a rooftop or any party anywhere along those four streets echoes through that whole area in the back of those buildings. So the parties, as other people have mentioned, and it just makes it impossible, to get a good night's sleep, to get up in the morning. So this would be a disaster for our quality of life. I have experience building recording studios, so I know about soundproofing and how very difficult that is. The concept of soundproofing a rooftop bar is a contradiction in terms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cameron. Next, we have Dana Friedman. Dana, you can unmute yourself and go ahead and speak. Okay, Dana, if you can unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak. If not, we're gonna move on to the next person.
Oh,
There we go.
sorry, could you hear me now?
Yep.
Sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you all for your attention. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I live at 165 Suffolk, and transitory noise is part of living in New York City, but sustained noise 11 to 12 hours a day is not. part of, life anywhere, really. People, and well, we know people will spill out onto Suffolk and create more trash and smoking and late night noise and congestion. And that really has nothing to do with what goes on in the rooftop. Everyone else has addressed that already. Um, but in addition, we're gonna have problems right on the street. We don't need any more of that. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Next we have Jim Rogers.
Hi, I'm Jim. I live at 98 Suffolk Street in apartment 2B, so I'm right below Billy. So I concur with everything he said about the noise, and especially we have to leave our windows open as mine are right now, even whenever it feels like 12 degrees because of the heat. And I can tell you, even just with windows open right now, I can hear conversations. I can hear people's TVs across the alleyway. And that's just normal stuff. And like we were saying, we're used to it. People live, we understand that kind of thing. And this is just normal living, right? And it's an alleyway surrounded by 3 buildings, and the rooftop would be directly above our alley. And it's a joke to say they're going to move their tables to the other side, because people will not be just sitting at tables. They'll walk over to the other side. They'll smoke. They'll throw stuff down. All of that's going to happen. And when it's going to echo down, and again, the soundproofing is a complete joke, and it's going to echo through the alley. So if I'm already hearing, Netflix playing, 2 stories up on a normal Monday night, having music blaring at the top, I go to bed at 9 o'clock at night, usually 9 to 9:30. If it's going to 11, I got my windows open, I'm already hearing all of this. I already use sound machines and everything because we're used to traffic noise and things like that. But it's just going to be a nightmare. I also work from home. I'm here all day. And so in the daytime, again, my windows sometimes are open as well. And I'm going to be hearing this when I'm on conference calls with Zoom. So if anyone's on Zoom with conference calls, it can be very irritating and impact your business if people are hearing that kind of stuff. And the last thing I'll say is I'm very confused that the representative is not officially with the Holiday Inn, but a subsidiary of that. And to say that they've been in the neighborhood all of these years. I've lived here, 20 years, 18, 20 years in this area, in this apartment, I mean, and to say that you've been given back to the community when those restaurants just opened not too long ago. So again, I don't understand the connection there. And I think actually the Holiday Inn should be here as well, representing that they're going to have this person do it. And if the Holiday Inn was there, you'd also notice their courtyard that we have to look at when we walk up our stairs at 98 has been under there's tarps and there's trash. It's disgusting out there. And we have to look at that every day. So they've done nothing good for this neighborhood at all, except, waste our time when we have to come to these meetings. But I appreciate your time, and hopefully you can deny this.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Next we have JK.
Hi, my name is Jade. I live at 98 100 Suffolk Street. I've been in the neighborhood for 16 years and Suffolk for 4. And I could easily say emphasis on the trash that has increased, the drug addicts and just people running around has increased. And recently I've also gotten grabbed on Suffolk Street. I've had people run out of the hotel to talk to me. And just emphasis also on people always sitting outside my doorstep and smoking and drinking and blocking the trash cans and just taking up space outside of the hotel. It pours out. It's not just in the hotel. This is not like a contained situation we're talking about. Even with Sundown Cantina, there's been fights outside. I frequently have to worry about walking home, who's going to be outside and who I'm going to run into and if I'm going to get into the crossfire of any of that. And yeah, and there's also been feces on my doorstep, pee, and also blood, and I'm kind of tired of seeing all of this. It's definitely increased over the years. So I'm in opposition 100%.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jade. Next we have Kristen Ellington.
Hi, everyone. This is Kristen Ellington. I have lived on Suffolk Street for 34 years, a lot of experience with a lot of changes that have happened. I am opposed to this rooftop bar. I agree with everything that's been said on the opposition side. I don't need to repeat it. I'm in full agreement. And I will just say that This is not for the community. This is for a corporation to make money and bring people who don't live in our neighborhood into our neighborhood to party and cause trouble. And it's just not necessary. There's plenty of restaurants and bars people can go to. It's, you know, if anything, they should be investing in our community. They should be creating spaces where people can enjoy themselves and get to go know their neighbors and build community that isn't just all around alcohol. When I moved here when I was 22, there was about 5 bars, and you know what? It was plenty. It was plenty, and it's completely ridiculous to think that you can sound acoustically control sound through the air. It's not going to happen. So please do what's right for our community. Please do what's right for all of us here online and in the room, and do not allow this to go through. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. Next, we have Lance Meixner.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lance Meixner. I live on the top floor of the building that directly touches the Holiday Inn. I'm against turning the rooftop into a bar, predominantly for noise concerns. I think we've all lived through outdoor dining during COVID, and we all realize that the noise cannot be soundproofed through the air. I think we've all said that earlier. I also don't have much belief in the Holiday Inn and actually just fixing their building. It's been under construction for several years with stop work orders. I call the police about twice a month on drug dealers that do active drug deals in front of the Holiday Inn. So I do not think they have cleaned up the drug dealing activity as well. And so no, with all that being said, I am not for the Holiday Inn turning that into a rooftop bar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to Michelle Campo.
Hi. I strongly support everybody who has spoken already. And frankly, when I saw this application, I thought, how arrogant. I couldn't even believe I was seeing this. Now you can't have a rooftop and was said that is going to be soundproofed. You cannot soundproof air. And if you live, if you're around a courtyard with buildings that are higher than, or even the same size as this thing, it amplifies. It's annoying. It's irritating. It should never be. It should never have been applied for, especially all I'm hearing about how poorly run this hotel is. I mean, it's really outrageous. So the Bowery Block Association, despite the name, we have members who are up and down Delancey Street. So I am speaking for them as well as for all in opposition to this unbelievable application. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And last at the moment that I see is Nadine Dean Hubbs.
Thank you. Yeah, I second everything that has been said by my neighbors. I strongly oppose the rooftop bar alteration at 150 Delancey Street. And as Michelle was just saying, it's really a preposterous proposition from the get-go. There's no way you can soundproof this. And when Stacy said that they were only going to be on the Delancey side and not at all on the Suffolk, that's totally irrelevant. It's our north wall that abuts their south wall. I'm at 98 Suffolk Street. It is not the west side. I mean, Delancey's on the west, so that's an irrelevant point. And as everyone has been saying, you can't stop the sound or the smoke or the trash that people toss or whatever from circulating and going through the air. There are people working all day and this bar would be open all day. There are people going to bed at night and it would still be cranking out noise. This is a residential neighborhood and residential street. And we've opposed this twice already, and we shouldn't have to oppose it now or ever again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nadine. I do see, I think I said she was the last person, but I do see one other person that we had promoted a while ago, Allie X. If you want to unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, sorry, we're not speaking on this. We actually have a restaurant concept that we're on the docket for tonight.
No problem, I'll move you back. Okay, So before we move on, is there anyone else on Zoom or in person that wanted to speak to this item? Okay. Don't see any other hands, so we're gonna go ahead and move on. Back again. Okay, so. I think. I have a few questions and things, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and give the applicants a chance to respond to what everything they've heard. And we'll start with that. So if you just wanna grab a microphone. Then. You can, if you have any responses to any of the. Anything you've heard so far.
Yeah, first of all, the entrance going to be 150 Delancey on so for the rooftop, we have two entrances over the restaurants there. And there is no smoke in the rooftop. New York City, there is no smoke. There's going to be smoke. We do are cleaning the streets. There is no dog dealers anymore in front of the store. Before, when we just opened the restaurant, it was full of dog dealers in there. You want me to close the restaurant and go and come back to the dog dealer over there? Fine. We're trying to improve the neighborhood, try to do our best. And I think everybody got the wrong idea about the rooftop. It's not gonna be a nightclub, not gonna be a bar, it's a restaurant. It's gonna be a restaurant, quiet restaurant for the people from the Holiday Inn, the tourists. Most of the people is like my age. They wanna relax, have good food, nice cocktail, and watch sunset. That's what I want.
Okay, I'd like to just add to that. Everybody was saying that there's no way you could soundproof it. Yeah, there is a way. They're going to cover up the bar area and they're gonna have soundproofing along Suffolk and the back of the bar area will be soundproofed. Okay, so yes, there'll be some open tables, of course, but most of the area is gonna be soundproof. He had an architect look over the area. Somebody else mentioned that you can't do it on the rooftop. Well, they had an architect who came by and he, reviewed everything. And yes, it can support a rooftop area. Excuse me 1 second. Let me just see here. The building, as I said before, is higher than all the other buildings around. Now, they're saying that there's vibration from the current hotel. Has anybody mentioned that before? I mean, if that was something that was an issue about the vibration, nobody said anything before because they would have looked into it and soundproofed it if necessary, but nobody ever mentioned vibrations before. So I don't know where that's coming from. As far as the trash is concerned, I'm not sure where they're talking about where there's trash. So if somebody can clarify that, that would be great. Also, this is the management company. They're representing the hotel because they're the management company. They came in there not too long ago and they took over the restaurants, the restaurant in the basement and the restaurant on the first floor. So they can certainly represent the hotel. They're going to be the ones running everything in the restaurant. They're the management company. As I said before, nobody got back to us except Suffolk Street Block Association. And then they mentioned something about a stipulation not working. I don't know where that's come from either. They've been abiding by any stipulation that they have. They haven't stayed open later than they're supposed to. So stipulations do work. Also, the rooftop is not a nightclub. It's going to be a restaurant with a bar area. They're not gonna have parties up there. It's not a party place. Also, somebody mentioned about a frat house. I don't know where that comes into play. They're not a licensed premises. They're a bunch of college kids or whatever having parties on the rooftop. They're not controlled by anything. There's no, who's going to control them unless you call the police on them? So nobody's controlling them. This is going to be a licensed premises. That's going to have certain controls over it. You got the liquor authority, you got the police, you got a lot of other things involved in this. So it's not just a frat house having a party on the rooftop. Also, let's see. Again, with the trash, some people mentioned that. And somebody said you can't soundproof a rooftop area. Well, Yes, you can. You put soundproofing over the bar area, you put soundproofing over on Suffolk Street. It could be soundproofed, you have a roof on it, it's soundproofed. So it's not gonna be, the whole area is gonna be open. It's the tables that are gonna be open, but not where the bar area is or where Suffolk Street is. Let's see. And also the entrance is gonna be on Delancey Street, and people aren't gonna come out of this, they're gonna enter through Delancey, come out through Delancey, so there's not gonna be an issue on Suffolk Street. Also, another person mentioned something about that they're sitting on her stoop, and that there's feces and blood and urine, and there's fights. I mean, does she know that in fact, the people are coming from Cantina? I mean, you could just say that they could be coming from anywhere. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's coming from their location. Also, let's see. I'm sorry, I'm looking through my notes. There was some, okay. My client has told me that, the area has improved. Does anybody call the police when they see drug deals going down? If there are drug deals going down? You know, I'm just, these are just questions that I'm asking because these people all said that, well, not everyone, some said it. And I'd like to know if they're doing anything about it. My client said he did something about it, but no, everybody else is just saying that is there and nobody's mentioning that they called the police or anything to try to prevent this or stop this from happening. So I don't know. When do these issues happen? Do they happen all day long? Do they happen after midnight? When do they happen? The issues with the drug dealers. And again, my client is representing 150 Restaurant Bar, 150 Restaurant Inc. He's the manager of that. He's managing those locations. And from what somebody said that there was noise coming from the basement. I'm not sure how that happens. If this place is down several stairs in the
So
basement.
I can answer the question, but
Yeah.
I'll let you finish. So if you could.
Yeah, no, you can answer some of the questions that I've been raising.
So one, I think Susan has a response, but I wanted to clarify a few things. I know you mentioned many of the people that were talking about things that weren't under the Holiday Inn control. What they were doing was explaining the situation in the current current conditions in the neighborhood.
Right.
Which is why they are opposed to adding another licensed establishment, specifically an outdoor rooftop establishment. So I think that's what they were trying to establish, was that, the neighborhood has enough issues as it is. And I don't think what was clearly established was that, I mean, it was mentioned, but, this area, this hotel is on the Delancey Street side.
Yeah.
Of basically a canyon. And sound travels extremely strangely in these spaces. And we have this all over the East Village, and we've experienced it where the people in the building next door are supporting an application. Someone 7 buildings down is getting sound bouncing into their window from a strange way. So it's not just the people that are directly adjacent, it's people that are half a block or at the other end of a block at times. So we are extremely cautious of outdoor spaces of any kind, and especially on a rooftop, because it is higher, it affects not only the people nearby, but sound can travel even further when it's at a higher level. So I think those were just a few of the comments just to address your issue. And for everyone's benefit, it is commonplace for a hotel to lease out their commercial spaces to a hospitality. That is generally what's done. So that is 90% of the time we hear from a hotel that all their hospitality, whether it's bars, restaurants, inside, outside, that's all usually run by an outside vendor. So that is standard of what we see. So just to help educate a few people here that's a commonplace. So I'm gonna turn it over. Susan had a few comments that she wanted to respond to.
Let me ask you first, isn't this the one that you said had the Latin night?
Yes, so that's okay. So I was gonna wait for this, but so could you? I apologize for this. I did mean to do this early ahead, but just Friday over the weekend, I happened to notice I was walking by that area and there's signs advertising Cantina Sundown has Friday nights until 3 a.m. They have, and they're advertising it as a nightclub. till 3 AM. I think Latin night was Friday and hip hop night was Saturday. I might have reversed those. I don't think that this was ever approved for a nightclub. The last thing that I had that was approved that I could find in our records and even with the state was that, and again, I didn't have time to foil this, was that it was approved for a full service restaurant with no DJs, live music, dancing, or any kind of nightclub. It was to be a full service restaurant in the basement and on the ground floor. I could find no record. It came to us in 2018, I think again, and it was denied. And as far as I know, I found no record on the SLA that it went any further, that it was overturned by the state. So could you explain how you're operating currently?
Is it dancing?
Yeah.
Is
We
it
do
turned
have-
on? You have to.
Yeah,
it's turned on.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have the license for a nightclub in the basement.
You do?
That's what we use, yes.
You have a nightclub.
Yeah, with DJ, but only in the basement. That's what in the first floor.
Interesting.
When was that granted, do you know?
Things we got a license.
No, I mean, it's never been to the community
No,
board.
before, I think before, because we just add our corporation in the license.
Actually, I think your microphone is cutting out. I see it flashing.
Here, here's the
Or
number.
take one of the other ones, just so that people on Zoom can hear you. But my question is, if, I know you're saying it was before you, but do you know that it was approved for a nightclub by the state?
In the liquor license says that.
Says nightclub?
The liquor license says nightclub.
DJ until 3 AM. That's what we're using Friday and Saturday.
You have dancing? Is there dancing?
Dancing, yes.
So
You would never apply for dancing, I'm sorry.
nothing has ever came to us.
You're
for
not.
When the
applying.
license that we have, that's the license that we have.
No, you don't, you've never applied to us for
But that's the
dancing.
liquor license.
It doesn't say dancing.
But we can pass with the liquor license and can see.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to.
But dancing, excuse me.
No, excuse me.
Yes, okay.
There's absolutely no question. We went through the folder today. There's never, even on your renewal forms, you don't check off dancing, so there is no dancing allowed. But that's a different change of method of operation. I want to go back a few things. First of all, I think the issue here is what DM referred to. The SLA has already set precedent for refusing this rooftop license because it's right outside people's bedroom windows. That's from the SLA. That was their decision. So that happened before. I would like to stop the talk about drugs and that kind of stuff. The restaurant did not clean up drugs in the area. And if creating a new bar would clean up drugs, we would have negative drugs on the Lower East Side. Excuse me. However, Stacy, don't think that we're not dealing with the problem and that people have, it is not a restaurant problem. The drugs have nothing to do with the restaurant. There is major drug dealing on Delancey Street, it has nothing to do with the hotel. It is certainly being worked on. It is not cleaned up, but I think we should just take all of that out of this issue because it is something that exists very unfortunately in our community. I think the issue is the precedent the SLA set before for this request.
Okay, also. Dancing, we could, that is no problem. I mean, dancing is minor. We could always put in for a change of method of operation.
However, but what it is,
It is a
Stacy,
problem.
it's pointing toward the fact that the applicant who has been operating the establishment is there's some question about this, but I think our understanding is that he hasn't been following the stipulations that were approved before, whether it was by us, which was denied, or whether it was by the state. Because even as we said, on your renewals, dancing is not checked off on the state 30-day notice. And that is something that the state is very specific about. So if he has dancing, which he's actually admitted to while he's here, then he's in violation of not only that we didn't have stipulations, but he's in violation of his state liquor license. And to us, that's also another indication, and I'm not saying you're a bad operator, I'm just saying it's an indication of more problems.
Well, as you know, dancing has not been, since they did away with the cabaret licenses. I'm not saying he's right, but they did away with the cabaret license,
You
saying
have to
that,
apply for it. You have to apply for a change of
It's
operation.
not an automatic
Right,
thing. It still
right,
has to be on your liquor license with the state. They are more concerned about that than we are.
So you're not following your license. The license is not being adhered to.
okay, he was on, I don't wanna say that. He recently came in to take over the place, not that long ago, he got approved for the corporate change. Well, actually an endorsement. He got approved for the endorsement. So it's possibly what he thought, that there was dancing there. I'd have to look into that really to see, and we could always put it in a change of method of operation. But you're right. If he didn't, if it's not on there, he should do a change of method of operation. I agree with that. But if he has the nightclub and the 3 a.m. on his license, then he's entitled to do that. You're right about the dancing, though. We
I
we
just
could
don't
change
think
it.
that's ever been approved, which is what this was my negligence for not doing this sooner, but I will follow up with the state and get that as quickly as possible. It's not gonna help us now, though, so.
Yeah, you're right. It's not gonna help us now. It's really, yeah.
Yes, so I think, anything else you wanted to respond to, or Stacy, or? Okay,
Well, I do want to say one thing. You said a canyon effect? Somebody said a canyon effect.
I used the word canyon effect.
Yeah, okay, so there's no space between the two buildings.
No, it's between, it runs north and south from Rivington to Delancey. It's for lack of a better word, courtyard, canyon, sound canyon is what we often refer to the mini village. And sound travels very straight, bounces back and forth and travels straight. So I use the word canyon, but it's, for lack of a better word, it's an interior courtyard between.
Where is the interior courtyard? I don't know where that is.
It runs north and south between the buildings that front on Clinton and the buildings that front on Suffolk Street. And it's closed on each end by the buildings that are on Delancey and on Rivington. There is an open space behind all the buildings that basically forms a canyon, so.
Okay, you're talking about the backyard, the back area.
Yes. Okay, so yes, that's what I was referring to.
Okay, but sound generally travels up.
No, it does not. Trust me on that, Stacy.
If you're higher than what's around you,
Nope.
then,
So, okay.
okay, that's a matter of,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so, we're gonna move to a committee discussion now. Just another thing that I'd like to clarify that I know it's brought up, I think a couple people mentioned it, but this was denied twice in 2016 and 2018. The outdoor space on the rooftop was denied by the community board and supported by the state at that point, so. I think precedent has been set, not just with this application, but with other similar applications that were on a rooftop in the same area within a 4-block radius.
Well, okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say, because of that, because of the residents that we heard, the 135 email, the non-compliance, I just think that between us, we don't have to spend too much time. I think the facts are very clear and the precedent and what we, the guidelines. So I hope that, we move swiftly in moving the direction that we all kind of, gravitating towards to.
Well, can I just say one thing before you?
No,
No, because this is not, it's internal deliberations between the members.
I muted.
So are they in fact are they in fact not abiding by their stipulations for hours of operation?
I think so. I'm gonna be honest. I think from what I could find, it was ever approved by the SLA. It was never approved. I could not find, I think that it was ever approved for him, but I'm only 50-50 on that because I did not get the foil from the state.
Right, 3 a.m. on their Instagram.
3 a.m. on Instagram. They have a sign, which I have a picture of, on Delancey Street that talks about their nightclub nights on Friday and Saturday.
And they specifically say nightclub.
They say, the picture says night.
Back then you needed a cabaret license and.
Back then you would need a cabaret license, exactly. I know they never had a cabaret.
Further to my point.
But they've not applied for dancing.
We
got it, yeah.
So I don't know, I'm not saying they're in violation of everything, they might be okay with hours, they might, But there is something that I don't think was ever approved for an additional nightclub, and I understand that may have been before your time. Yeah, I understand it was probably before your time and you were maybe told something different, but. So yeah, so to answer your question, Stephen, they're in violation of something. I'm pretty confident on that. So, yeah, I mean, I would like to make a motion that, you know, we move to deny this outright. Based on, as you mentioned, the substantial, you know, 135 emails is substantial for what we usually get for an application.
What we heard today.
Plus the people that spoke today, plus with the potential, I'm gonna use the word potential violations. that
Exactly,
we're
even if
looking
it's
to,
not, yeah.
Plus the fact that it's been denied twice before with different, it wasn't this operator, but it was the same basic concept. Plus the oversaturation of bars and nightlife establishments in that area, the rooftops in that area, the Delancey down the street by the bridge is a problem. The DL, the Hotel Chantel, we have more than enough nightlife or daytime rooftop spaces that are problems in our area. So based on all of that, I would make a motion to deny this application. Is there a second?
Second, yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move to a vote then. So Steve Ballinger,
Yes.
Ms. Meltzer, yes. Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes, so this item is denied. Stacy won't be receiving stipulations, as you know, but you also have the right then to continue on to the state if you choose. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay, so thank you everyone that was here for that item. Okay, next we are going to move on to. I do think I think we're gonna take a couple other items out of order because I do know. I think there are going to be some people here for. Who is here for 152 Ludlow? Please raise your hand.
As applicants.
And yeah,
Just first, let me know sort of.
hold on. I see several people online. I'm looking.
What number is that?
It is item number. Actually, I think it's the one of the last one. It's
152.
14, it's 14.
Yeah.
But I do want to say, just want to check if the attorney is here. Yes, Frank is here. And is the applicant here for number 14? Either person or raise your Zoom hand, please. Yes, Michael B, I'm assuming is the applicant. So. Okay, so we are going to move on to number 14 because I do know there are quite a few people here for that item.
Is that Frank?
That is Frank, so. Promote Frank, and then Michael B, I think had his hand raised, I assume that's the applicant. Well, no, you promoted Michael B, I see Michael B has his hand raised.
Oh, that's a different.
I think you promoted B, not Michael B.
Okay,
Sorry,
trying again.
Michael B, I think is the applicant.
All he has to, accept it. Okay.
Okay. So I see we have Frank, I see we have Michael, the applicant. So as you heard earlier, or if not, I'm gonna go ahead and give a brief summary. And then I will hand it over to you. Small Town Creative LLC doing business as Kind Regards is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 152 Ludlow Street between Stanton and Rivington. An application for a tavern with 74 people, 38 tables and 96 seats with a 20-foot bar on the first floor and a 22-foot bar in each cellar. Less than a full service kitchen serving new American food during all hours of operation, no television. There are 56 full on premises licenses within 500 feet. The applicant has operated this establishment since 2005, originally operating in cake shops in 2017. After a corporate change, it was rebranded as Kind Regards and began operating as a nightclub We also have no record of any method of operation being filed with us or the state to address the changes into a nightclub and the method of operation that accompanies that. The applicant also operates two other establishments in CG3, 85 Orchard Street and Kafana at 116 Avenue C. 85 Orchard Street, just as a reference. So to skip back, at the current location at Kind Regards at 152 Ludlow, there were 115 311 complaints at this location since 2023. So just in the last 2 years, there's been 153 311 complaints. 87 of those were non-crime corrected, which means the police showed up and took action. Was not a citation, it just means they showed up and found a problem. At the applicant's other two operations or establishments in CB3, at 85 Orchard Street, within the past 2 years, there were 107 calls and 85 of them were non-crime corrected. At Kafana on Avenue C, there were 232 311 calls and 88 were non-crime corrected. We did receive a letter of opposition from the Lower East Side dwellers. I know they're here to speak. I'll let them give you a brief summary of that. In opposition, and the applicant did submit 107 residents within 2 blocks of location sign a petition in favor of the application. I think we're going to go ahead and move to the applicant for a brief summary to add or correct anything that I may have said, and then we'll move to the public. Michael or Frank, if you would like to go ahead and unmute yourself, you could go ahead and give your summary.
Yep. Hey, I'm here, guys. Thanks for
And actually, just as giving a summary, and then if you just want to give us a few points about what you're intending to do.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm seeking a new license with the same conditions as my current in order to make some internal changes to the company, which will facilitate me essentially rebranding and making some changes to the property in an attempt to, restore a little more of a mature guest and a different type of guest on the property.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Frank, is there anything you'd like to add?
Not at this time, Clint. Thank you, though.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move to the members of the public that are here. Other one. This is on the 14th. I know I have a couple people up here. Okay, so I'm gonna first go ahead and start with, I think the first one I have is Patrick Walsh.
I prefer being one.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and Deanne is going to start. Just want to grab on the mic.
Okay, so a couple things. The petition, we just want to get that out in the open. That petition just said kind regards. It did not list that they would have DJs, 4 a.m. or anything. So people signed and most of them weren't even in the area a minute ago. So we just have to not even, those petitions are a joke. But more importantly, we did meet with Michael. We did have a very long conversation with him on a Zoom call with many residents. Some that couldn't be here tonight, I don't know if they're online, but about 10 people, I believe it was. And we heard what he had to say. The idea that he's going to mature this area, the market doesn't stand for that. The area is a young place. It's not going to change anytime soon. But more importantly, what we could not get an understanding of is, and maybe this is something you could explore with them, is when did the cake shop become kind regards? When did the stipulations that are with the state liquor authority for a cafe on the first floor with background music on all levels for an occupancy of 74 people with I believe live music only in the cellar, that is what the state liquor authority has. When did it become a nightclub in 2017? With the DJ, with dancing, with live music, with wait lines, with security. Somehow we got a club that nobody knew about, and from 2017 onward, when that corporate change happened. More importantly, when we spoke with him, Michael Bray was very upfront. He explained to us that they don't have a PA. They did apply for one, but they do have an occupancy of 200 people nightly in that space. We tried to understand that. We thought further with the Department of Buildings, which I'm going to have David, who has more of an architectural background, to speak. There's no 3 egresses. This is a very interesting space. What's interesting is what they submitted to you in the plans compared to what is at the Department of Buildings. Their staircase shows going down, that they changed, altered with the Department of Buildings, it goes up. The one that goes down is actually for, what they're showing is going down, is for the residential building for the townhouse to get in. That has nothing to do with the cellar to their basement. They have very interesting, looks like they're sharing an egress with 151 Essex as an emergency exit in the cellar. We don't believe that can be legal. The pathway is way too long, and it doesn't have to be over 200 people trying to exit from 151 and 152 Ludlow in a fire in a cellar. That seems like a death trap. We want that on record. If anyone can search that and find this out, but that could be a potential death trap in that cellar. Also, ADA is not compliant. There's no way in the plans with Department of Building, there are 3 wheelchairs allotted down there. They're showing that they can. We do not know how a wheelchair can get down there, but more importantly, how a wheelchair gets out, because the elevator that's related to 151 Essex cannot be used in a fire. So that would mean the disability would be trapped in that building. So we have very big concerns about this, how we got an illegal nightclub, and we're happy for Michael to explain these plans between the OB and what he submitted and the direction of the staircase and where his 3 exits are. And why there was no PA approved at all at this location, though there's been some disapproved. And we would like clarification. We're not accusing of anything. We just want clarity. Because we also, we're laymen, but this is what we see. And we got stuck with the nightclub that nobody ever wanted or got to even weigh in at the community board level. We believe something happened when they submitted the renewal notice, that they started adding all of these changes that were not part of the original application. So if anyone can, on their side, clarify, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deanne.
And I'll have David speak more to that.
Okay, so I guess just logically then, because I had him on top anyways, we'll go to David Troutman.
Okay. So you have the same packet that I have.
Just make sure you're speaking in there, so people on Zoom can hear you.
And this is the doorway, and you can see quite clearly it says on it goes up to the townhouses. It doesn't say up, but it says it goes to the townhouses. But then when you turn the page to the first floor plan that's been submitted with the community board, you'll see right here it says it goes down. The DN refers to down, and here there's a message that says cellar exit. But if you look through this, you don't really see how there's any direct access to the cellar without going all the way over here toward this courtyard area, closer to Essex Street, and then coming back. Jim possibly has a letter from the Department of Building says that only the residents and not a commercial space can use this courtyard. So when people do come up from the basement, they come to this area where this red asterisk is, right at that top landing, which is basically right outside the bar area. So you still have to go back to that courtyard to get there. So if that is correct and that this is not an egress for the basement, that means that the basement on the next large page has only one egress. All the way back here is going up another set of stairs on Essex Street. And you'll see this highlighted line that I have here. That's the exit, the egress path. And there's a primary path, which would have been this on the front, and a secondary path, which is one on the back. But now if we're disallowing this front one, then the secondary path, as you can see down here, it says the secondary path becomes the primary path. And as you can see down here where I have this red arrow pointing up, 85 feet is all that's allowed for a primary path. I think you got the idea, and all the other information is in there.
Okay. Thank you, David. Next, I will go to Daniel Tanow.
Good evening again. I'm Daniel Tanow, resident of around the corner, like on the same block of Rivington Street, around the corner from Ludlow, where this location is. I actually used to go to cake shops when it was cake shop. There was good acoustic music. It was a cafe during the day where you could actually go and sit and do whatever you're doing. I even went to Kind Regards when it first switched for a teacher happy hour. There were oysters, good cocktails, and
slightly older crowd. It was nice, but by even 7:30 that night, it had started to turn into a nightclub. So this is 2017, I'm guessing, because that's when the name changed. And this location, I'm talking tonight about it can increase its capacity. I mean, others have already called into question if it's even allowed to, or if they ever applied for larger capacity. But the conditions outside this location are preposterous. We met with, I was one of the people that met with the operator over a Zoom call, and it just from the street level, I walk past this almost daily. The ice cream shop I go to is right north of there. And so walking back and forth, I can't walk on the sidewalk, and some nights I can't even walk in the street in front of this building because they have wait lines that go out into the street. So I would suggest to deny this based on just not ability to control the crowds.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Now I have Patrick Walsh, if you're ready. Yeah.
This is Patrick Walsh. I live on the corner of Stanton and Ludlow, which is, I don't know, maybe 30 yards away from, or 40 yards away from Kind Regards, which is 20 paces away from the infamous pianos. Before I go on, I want to make 2 points. One, on their website, it says they have a capacity of 200 people. Two, that I agree completely and passionately with everything that has been said. But I want to speak as someone who has had to deal with this place for years now. And let me just say, if I had $1 for every hour of sleep I and my family that was stolen from myself or my family, I would be in a much, much higher tax bracket. It is disgraceful. It's not only the noise from their obnoxious sound machines, it's, as this gentleman was saying, the people milling outside from like 11 o'clock to 4 or 5 or whenever. I was always curious how it happened that a nightclub could open next to another nightclub 20 paces away, surrounded by hundreds and hundreds of residents. The idea of a mature audience, mature clientele is farcical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Okay, I think that's it here in person, correct? Anyone else? Okay, so then we're gonna go ahead and move on to Zoom. If you could raise your Zoom hand if you are here to speak for or against this item. So when you are promoted, you'll just need to, when I call on you, just unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak. So I see popping up, okay, first I see David Maconius.
I'm sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, you can, go ahead.
Okay, I live at 101 Stanton Street, that's the corner of Ludlow. We deal with noise from this place most nights, certainly weekend nights. Cake shop, we never had issues. It was an entirely different thing. They had bands downstairs in the basement. You'd go, I could buy records there, this sort of thing. It was an entirely different place. Kind Regards coming along in 2017 created instant problems. There was no opportunity for the community to have a say about that change. And now it's frankly a second pianos. I want to say I entirely support everything Patrick Walsh DM Boyd and David Troutman have said, the good neighbors with great concern about the neighborhood. Many of us have seen this same evidence that was brought up today with the plans submitted to the Department of Buildings and other entities. And we're all very concerned because, what's spelled out before you, let's make it plain, is a beyond a fire hazard, a nightmarish hellhole for residents of that building to end up in, uh, should there be a fire and this plan approved with stairs that actually go up being changed to going down. They exist at 151 Essex for 213 people, and it already has a passage out of the Essex.
Michael, if you can start to wrap up your comment, your 2 minutes is up, but you can go ahead and finish your thoughts.
I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much too. Okay, next you're gonna go ahead and call on, I think, someone just listed as B.
Yes, hi, this is Briar again. I am on Rivington Street. And again, I just want to reiterate the conditions that we're living in are just so serious in terms of the disruption and the safety issues, sanitation issues. It just really, it doesn't, I can't imagine how there could be a public benefit to approving something like this. And my main concern also with this is if they've been operating in violation of their license, or if there was some sort of trick, happening behind the scenes about, going behind the back of the community to get something approved that should never have been approved. That is a slap in the face of good operators, people in this community who follow the rules. And it sets a terrible precedent if we allow that and if we reward that with a renewal as well. So I just want to reiterate that. And, we're constantly dealing with so much down here, and it would be really unfortunate, I think, to approve something like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to, it looks like, Jeannie Mullen.
Yeah, hi, how are you? I also live at 101 Stanton, so my kitchen and bedroom are directly across from Kind Regards. Not to belabor this anymore, completely agree with denying this. The noise, the sound system, the DJ, the crowd, the outside crowd, it acts so egregiously that I can't think of any good reason why anybody would want to give them another license. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeannie. And I think looks like Rainer next.
Yes, hi, this is Rainer. I live on 141 Essex Street. Our backyard, our back window facing the backyard. And I agree with everything that everybody said. And I'm also very concerned about the building situation and the basement and the escape exits in case of a fire. And I'm also concerned about the noise that happens outside, because even though we are not facing Ludlow Street, we can hear the crowds yelling and the cars honking all night long. So I agree with everything, and I think this should not be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so that okay, I'm gonna give one more shout out. Anyone here in the room or anyone on Zoom, please raise your Zoom hand if you want to speak. If not, we're going to move on from the public session.
I'll just add that I oppose as well.
Yeah.
I'll just add that I oppose, and I just want to remind folks that it's actually just a couple, 2 or a block and a half away from Anna Silver, PS 20.
And this location used to be open during the day and now it's not, and so. We're just teaching our kids that our neighborhood's just like not open at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're more busy at 3 a.m. than we are 3 p.m.
Okay, thank you. And? Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and move back to the applicant and his attorney. And give them a chance to respond to what they heard, and then I have a few questions as well, but.
Hey guys, thanks for your notes. I just want to address first address the DOB issues that were brought to light. It is a complicated situation. First of all, the filings are contained in a job bin that's on 149 Essex, not 152 Ludlow Street. And the CFO is there. It's two separate use groups that both have legal egress that's shared by commercial and residential. It's mapped out in both those plans. And the egress is legal, as is the ADA conditions of the building. Also, to address fire concerns, we're not required, being that it's not a PA space, to be sprinklered and monitored, but we are. That as was done in preparation to combine the two spaces into one to obtain PA to be more transparent and compliant. And that's been submitted with the DOB. It should be on their website, if not today, this week. We're trying to combine those two spaces, but they are currently legal for the purposes. I want to address, you know, I worked at Cake Shop. That's how I became in possession of the property. I worked at Cake Shop as early as, I think, 2007 is where I met Nick Boder and became involved in the property. We're not currently open during the day. One of the reasons Cake Shop suffered so much financially was because of the cost of those operations from a labor and goods perspective, and we did do that for a couple of years. We found it very difficult. I want to address also, like Raina's concerned, at 141 Essex, looking out into that courtyard. We have had some recent 311 calls about the noise from that top floor. And given the opportunity to make some changes at the property, reducing the sound system and taking away any entertainment whatsoever on that first floor, be operating hors d'oeuvres and cocktails only. That's the whole purpose of the front floor, so the top floor. So that'll be addressed. Oh, one more thing. I just want to say, so I'm just a little confused about there isn't any plan to change the direction of the staircase. In the plans that we set, we're not putting in a new staircase. But as I said, we're just combining those two occupancies, and they share egress with all the properties at 149 Essex.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Just wanted to add that this is good. This is good. This is important that Michael hears these issues, and obviously I'm hearing them too. This new application will give us the opportunity to correct these issues. We could just as soon continue with the existing license. We don't want to do that. We want to make our neighbors happy. We do not want this type of reaction to our applications. So I'm glad we got to hear this. I'm sure you are too, Michael, though you don't look it.
Okay, so anything else, Frank, before I have a few questions? I think that I will be honest, I was confused about several things on this application. I mean, I guess one of the first things, just in my initial review, the legal occupancy was, and I think you may have addressed this kind of already, Michael. I think you said you are combining them, but on the questionnaire, for us at least, you listed your legal occupancy at 74. When I went back to the previous records that we had, That was, in the past, it was always listed as 74 for both floors. But currently you have listed as your occupancy of 74. However, I think just even listing the seating and employees, I think came to 96.
It's the SLA.
Yeah, and on even on your SLA 30-day notice, it's listed as an occupancy of 74, with 29 tables and 96 seats. So I was questioning that, and then that I don't think accounts for standing or any employees or anything else. So that was, I think, one of the first things I questioned. But the main thing that I was confused about, and I went back through our records, we also have a FOIL from the SLA, so we have the full SLA file as well. I can't find any record of the method of operation being changed from Cake Shop. So if you have that or know of that, I would love to have that information. Just I couldn't find anything in our files or with the SLA in their entire FOIL document. So
So
Susan had something to add, I think, with that.
yeah, I just looked through, it's like over 100 pages, so it's hard to go through quickly. But what I'm seeing is that on the notice to us, it doesn't say dancing, which is part of the change, but on the application to the SLA, it does say it. So it looks like what was applied to the SLA is not the same as what was applied to us. Here, this is.
Okay, so I mean, so that's.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I need clarification. Susan, what did you say?
She was going through, I think Susan was just now looking through the FOIL document that we had requested from the SLA, and she said the one thing that she found was on the notice that was sent to us, dancing was not checked. However, in the FOIL documents from the SLA, dancing was checked off.
No, FOIL of what though, Clint?
FOIL of the entire file from the SLA. The SLA sent us their entire file on 152 Lugos.
I'm trying to understand exactly where it said dancing.
On the application to the SLA.
On the application.
The one that was just filed?
No, an old one.
This was an older one back in 2017. It seems like I think this was,
I'm gonna guess that was an advanced 30-day notice with the renewal.
No, it was an application to the SLA.
it's the application of the SLA. It's not the 30-day. The 30-day notice we had at that same time did not have dancing checked off.
And this was Kate who did it?
You did.
What?
Was
it Kate who did it, or was it?
He's
In
asking.
regards.
Because, well, so that's actually the second part of my question.
Changed it all of a sudden.
When did Owlings actually apply for the method of operation change?
I don't know that there is a method of operation change other than a DJ being added to the space.
When did they apply for dancing?
When did they apply for dancing? When did they apply for the DJ? When the security, the lines, all of that changed from the original method of operation of Cake Shop. It was to be an artistic live music venue with music only in the basement. It hasn't been operating that way for several years.
It started in 2007.
In like 2017, basically. And that's when we see some things, the renewal around that time did check off. That's what Susan just pointed out. And I think it was one thing that I saw when I flipped through the massive amount of pages we had. It seems like it was changed without ever officially being changed to Fed.
Between the community boards.
I have to say, I don't know anything about that. It's before my time.
Yeah, I know that was not you at that point, so I don't know. I was hoping maybe, I didn't know if Michael had any.
Clint, there are many things that are before my time, but that's one of them. That's Susan.
No.
Susan was still here, but.
He filed it.
But so I guess,
This was before
Michael,
my
do you have any knowledge or anything when, if or when it was ever applied to change some of those things from Cake Shop to Kind Regards, and the things that the Kind Regards was doing since roughly 2017, 2018, that was not part of the original method of Cake Shop?
I'm sorry, could you just restate the question?
Yeah, so Cake Shop originally was not approved for DJs, dancing, lines, security, any of that stuff. That started around 2017 was when, around the time it changed to Kind Regards. It doesn't seem like the method of operation did change, but we can't find any record in our files or in the entire file document that we got from the SLA that was ever approved by us or by the SLA.
We weren't notified.
And we weren't notified of that change. I think it seems like it may have been changed on some renewal documents that went to the SLA, but the document that we had from that same time, the 30-day notice did not check off, for example, dancing and DJs.
It was quite some time ago, but I believe on the renewal docs that went to the SLA, the security was mentioned because Cake Shop did have one or sometimes two security. As far as the DJs are concerned, it was assumed that a performer can be someone with a guitar, someone with a keyboard, someone with a turntable, someone with a microphone. And our original conditions do note performers frequently.
I don't understand.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, just, I guess for your information, a performer, live music, I think was what you were originally approved for at Cake Shop. A DJ is a whole separate thing, and it's a separate category for the SLA, so that is a very different thing. And it also then brings a very different crowd and changes the entire method of operation from a artistic live music venue, which is what Cake Shop was described at, into more of a nightclub. And
we have over 200 people.
I think if we interviewed the performers and DJs, they would definitely defend themselves as artists
I'm
and live performers.
I think we also have to note, Clinton, I'm not arguing with you, believe me. But in 2016, the authority even asked about DJs. They asked about live or recorded music. That was it. And DJs are recorded music.
It said no DJs.
Yes.
It's talking about the advanced 30-day notice again.
I said no DJ.
Yes, and it definitely said,
No DJ.
the one thing that did say in both files that we had was no DJs, there was to be no music or DJs on the ground level, the first floor, which.
That's from the advanced 30-day notices. I don't know who was filling them out, Michael. But they're not, I don't know.
What?
So,
This doesn't know.
well, because that was.
I'm saying it was from the advanced 30-day notices on the renewals, I'm sure of it.
So he should foil it and get.
Yes.
So.
Okay, so that, I guess, could you speak a little bit though to, I mean, I know you said you've applied to the DOB, but I think currently you're still operating under 74 people with your C of O. And I know on your website, it specifically lists 216.
On the
I think you've been operating with both floors, which with a lot more than 74 people.
Yeah, we'll have to edit the website because that is a mistake. At the lower floor, the basement, is somewhere around 120, and upstairs is 74. And the street level is 74.
Okay, so did you say, and I'm trying to remember what you said you did apply for. I think you said you applied to the DOB. Have you applied for a PA, a public assembly permit?
I'd have to check with my expediter, but we have a public assembly plans that have been prepared. And last I spoke to him last week, he said, we can submit them. That they'll get approved.
But so you're planning on submitting, but you've been operating for 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah. Well, we have legal egress. We have legal occupancy.
You may have had the legal egress, but you've never applied for the PA up until this point. Is it what it sounded like? So
correct.
And I'm not even going to get into the fact of whether or not it's legal, but even if you had it, you still never applied for a public assembly permit, and you've been operating well over 200 people.
We've been doing legal work to combine the two occupancies since I took over management of the property. It's a really complicated building. Our street level and basement, I believe, were built in the 20s. The top floors were built in the 90s. They share egress with the building at 149 that was built in the 90s also. They share underground egress as well as noted the egress in the courtyard. So it is a really complicated situation. It's a really complicated DOB situation that we've been working on for some time. We feel like we finally have a solution. Those are the plans I submitted to the community board. And if I can make these changes to our license, then I'm able to move forward and complete these architectural changes.
So I don't
Okay, I
understand.
think Susan had a question.
No, I'm not gonna ask you. I don't understand. He's talking about egress situations, which is different than the occupancy. And the difference between 74 under and 200 is a huge difference.
Yes, apologies,
Yes,
Susan, I
let-
was,
Just let her finish first and
Yeah,
you can
I
respond.
mean, it's a rather flagrant violation in the law. So I think what they're trying to do is now legalize what they've been,
Yes,
because they've been caught doing it illegally for all these years. And would the community board have supported this? We supported a restaurant, I just looked at it, it was a restaurant with live acoustic bands. Is what we supported with under 74. So would the community board be supporting what they want to legalize that they've been doing legally all these years? That's a question for the committee.
so that was, I guess that Susan asked the question, I guess, I don't know if her mic was on, but I think she asked the question of that, you know, you were approved for a restaurant with live acoustic music. Because it never did come in front of the community board to make any of these method of operation changes that you've been operating under for about 8-9 years. She was asking the question more of the committee was if the community board would have ever approved those changes to the method of operation. And now you're coming to the community board wanting to legalize the method of operation you've been operating under, but you were never approved for in the beginning. And this has been going on for many years. So it's not something that just happened. It's that you've been doing this for 8 years, 9 years or so since everything changed over to Kind Regards. And that's in conjunction with, you know, when you were approved by the community board for live acoustic music. I understand you said that the DJs would consider them artistic performers, but that's not live acoustic music. So that's still in violation of what the community board approved. Now, had you come back in 2017 and applied for some of these things, I don't know what would have happened back then. If you would have been approved for some of them, or you would not have been, but the fact is you didn't. So I think that's.
Can I make a suggestion, Clint?
Sure.
I think Michael should take the opportunity to legalize the space currently. Potentially have further conversations with the neighbors. And I don't even think we should postpone. I think we just withdraw it at this point.
So you're
Pull it out because it's.
I mean, thank you for that, Frank. It's very complicated, and Michael, I agree. I'm sure there's a lot of complicated things with the GOP. I know, I'm not sure. There are a lot of complicated things.
Just like in good faith from Frank, if he wants to talk to us that moving forward, Kind Regards will only be occupying 74 people or less without a PA. So come this weekend, we don't have 200 people hanging outside in the wait line for a DJ on both floors that's being advertised. We have a good faith effort in this.
So I don't know if you're, she wasn't using a speaker and I'm sorry for going out of line, but you know, GM said that if that's the case, that you're operating legally, they would like a show of good faith from the applicant, that they won't be having lines with more than 200 people in line when the occupancy is only at the moment legally, even if it's been applied for, it's still only legally 74, that it would be a start of good faith to show that. That's something that I will pass off because that's between what you're doing outside of us. If you're going to withdraw, that's fine, but I think that's something that you can discuss, you can meet with them, or you can decide if you want to follow the rules right now until you come back again, or continue breaking the rules. That's.
Are they required to follow the rules under the OB?
Yeah, it's
Well,
not.
I don't understand, it's negotiable.
Yeah.
I
They
think
must.
Yes, so I guess the
people will
point,
die in that building.
yes,
And
so I guess the point is, technically, you're withdrawing now from us, so that, but you really should be, you must follow the rules, not only the DOB, but what you were approved for originally, so.
It's on the license, yeah.
So that's where, but I guess, so Frank, you did say if you are withdrawing, if you could just send a letter to. An email to the office officially withdrawing, and that you would not go to the SLA without submitting another 30 days.
Actually, no, in this case, I can't do that, Clint. But what I can do is withdraw the application from the liquid authority.
What?
What do you mean you can't submit to the office?
I can't submit a letter saying I'm not gonna file the app. You know the application's been filed already.
We literally had filed SLA, it's sitting in,
Oh.
it's done.
Let us say that he's
So
withdrawing.
what I'm going to do, Clint, what I'm going to do is withdraw the app and I'll give you proof of that.
Okay, so that's fine.
Email the office.
Yes,
and-
so just email the office and let them know that you've withdrawn it from the state.
I will.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Okay, so. We're done with that item, you've withdrawn, so for anyone here on Zoom or in attendance, keep watching the calendar, this most likely will come back to something in the future. We're gonna move on to a couple other items here. We're gonna take a couple out of items just because I know there's another item that is also with Frank, so we'll just leave you on, Frank. We're gonna move on to item number 21. Which is DJF Collective at 422 East 9th Street. Is the applicant here for that item? Yep, you wanna? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Number 21.
Am I supposed to be promoting anyone?
Yes, yeah, the applicants, it's Daniel for barriers, for.
Rainer,
Great.
Rainer.
So we got the applicants on, Frank's on. Okay, so give me just, sorry, a minute to flip over to the summary. Okay, so just for everyone's benefit, this applicant actually came to us back in October. They were applying for the same location with essentially the same method of operation. They were applying for a full liquor license with later hours. They're applying for flying beer license in the premises located at 422 East 9th Street. It's an application for up to 74 people, 13 tables, 46 seats, including one stand-up bar, less than a full-service kitchen, but serving food during all its operation, no television, small speakers playing music at background level. There are 29 on-premise licenses within 500 feet. The location is currently unlicensed from 2010 until 2022. It was a craft beer establishment with a beer and wine license. The business was primarily retail off premises, closing at 10 p.m. on weekends and 7 p.m. during the week. After that establishment closed in 2022, it was an illegal cannabis shop, which was subsequently closed. The applicants do not have hospitality experience in New York. However, they have worked in the hospitality industry in New Hampshire collectively for over 12 years. 75 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. We did receive a letter and petitions in opposition from the 9th Street Block Association. Due to no public benefit of adding a later, even though it's a beer one, it's still later hours, that it's an extension, it would increase the impact of what the previous business was there on a residential street. And again, just the change they are proposing 12 during the weekend and 2 a.m. on the weekends. Everything else there, it's a cafe menu with food served during all its operation. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move it over to Frank and the applicants to see if there's anything they'd like to add, correct, or give a statement of what they're changing. Frank, you're talking, sorry.
Apologies. As I was saying, Clint, you said the hours, there's Sunday to Wednesday, 10 to midnight, Thursday, 10 to 1, Friday and Saturday, 10 to 2.
Oh, sorry about that. I missed the step on Thursday. So it's 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. on Thursday, 2 a.m. is Friday and Saturday. I said Friday and Saturday 2 a.m. So thank you for that.
No problem. I don't really have too much to add to that. Do you guys? You're muted.
No, I think we can leave it as is, at least for now. Happy to describe the business further, but maybe that should come later.
I think they've heard.
Okay, so then I think we're gonna move, I know I have a couple people here in person, we'll see if there's anyone online. I think we're gonna go ahead and move to Kate Pulse. That's right.
Well, we are still not happy about having another SLA license of any sort in the middle of our golf block. We appreciate your hearing our concerns and adjusting our application to limit it to just beer and wine from your October meeting. However, we are still adamantly opposed to any night closing after midnight. This will severely impact the residents who live here permanently, such as the ones who signed our petition against these late hours, as opposed to mostly transient restaurants who signed the applicant's petitions. Because they basically move on after just a year or two because of the exorbitant rents that their landlord of those buildings, 420, 422, and 24 charges. As we mentioned in October, every other establishment on the block closes by midnight at the latest, even on the weekends. Daniel did suggest in October that he was happy to agree to this, though I expect he was meeting this if they got full liquor, if they were approved for full liquor. We would really appreciate if we would adjust and restrict our hours to match the rest of the block accordingly and close at midnight at the latest, including Friday and Saturday nights. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Okay, so I don't know anyone else here in person for this item. If not, we'll check on Zoom.
I'm promoting Laura
Okay,
and maybe Young.
okay, so Laura, we promoted you. If you want to go ahead and speak.
Yes, thank you. I just want to, I'll keep it brief. I just want to echo the 9A1 Block Association's position that, 2 a.m. mid-block on a residential side street is, it's just too late. It adds too much congestion and traffic and noise to a quiet residential street. The other businesses close by midnight. I don't see any reason why this should be an exception. I appreciate dropping down from full liquor to beer and wine, but then I'll also just mention that this location is licensed illegal cannabis operations. I mean, it's just not a friendly landlord situation. So it has an adverse history at the location. There's really plenty of reason to just hold to midnight and see how it goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laura. So Ping, we promoted you. I think, were you here for this item or I think you may have had your hand up for a previous item.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Ping.
Yes, I can hear you. Are you here for 9th Street?
No, sorry, I'm not. I'm here for the liquor license for 88 Restaurant Corp.
Okay.
Coming up.
So that's a different
Okay.
item. That
Okay,
one's coming up
sorry.
next. No,
Okay,
no problem.
I'll just
check.
put myself back on mute and turn my video
Okay,
off.
we'll promote you later when it comes up. We'll tell you when it's up for that time. So thank you. Okay, so I don't see anyone else with their hands up for this item. Actually, I see Michelle Hicks. So again, this is for, sorry, 422 East 9th Street. Which you're doing hand if you're here for that item and we are promoting you now. So I think Michelle still has her hand up.
Just accept.
So we promoted you, Michelle. You just have to accept and then we'll let you speak.
Okay. Oh, she can find.
Okay, so she declined. So I'm gonna guess she wasn't for 422 East 9th Street. I think we had promoted Ben. Ben, were you here for this item? And Andrew Ma.
I don't have them.
I mean, I see them as oh, sorry. Yep, I still see them listed as a panelist, but.
Daniel I know, but I'll change it down.
Well, no, Daniel is the applicant, so leave Daniel.
So that's it.
That's it. Okay, so these two, I don't know why those pictures are still there on my screen, but anyways. Okay, sorry about all that tech jargon. Okay, so. I'll go ahead and hand it, do you have anything to respond to what you heard from any of the residents at all, or?
I would just like to reiterate some of what we mentioned in October. I completely understand the concerns. I can appreciate that neighbors do not want, as I think Kate put in October, 9th Street to become St. Mark's. I want to reiterate that's not our intention. We're operating a cafe and bar model. We're trying to build a third place community space, sort of in the fashion of book club bar. We're working with organizations such as NYC Writers Circle, antisocialbookclub.com. We're going to be having cozy seating, displaying, rotating poetry, and chessboard. So we're not planning on building a raucous business. But all that being said, we're comfortable leaving our hours where they are.
Okay, committee members, do we have anyone have, either you have any questions or thoughts on this?
I went to the bathroom. Are they still asking for 2 AM on the weekend?
Yes.
Beer and wine.
So they're beer and wine, they're 12 to Sunday to Wednesday, 1 on Thursday, and 2 AM on Friday and Saturday is what they're asking for. And I don't know if you missed Kate, Kate was saying they appreciate the applicants working with them to do beer and wine and to lower the other items during the week, but they were, well.
Going back to your our guidelines of increase. So I think that again, I frame my decision based on that, so I'm a no on the 2 AM on the weekends. I could follow your guidance to see, but definitely I'm a no on 2 AM on the weekends. If you know, make a case based on that, so if one, I can support that, but no more than that.
Okay, thank you, Susan.
Yeah.
You don't have I'll repeat.
Say you repeat it.
Yeah.
Would you, reiterate what our new policy is regarding this?
Yes, so that's what Guillermo was just speaking about was, you know, a couple months ago, the community board voted on guidelines for new liquor licenses, specifically in which this is now technically an unlicensed location, because even though it was licensed for beer and wine, the state would consider this unlicensed because there's been an intervening use. So this is in a sense, not a licensed location, it's brand new. So our policy is whether it's a specifically unlicensed, but even if it is a license, we're very hesitant to increase the impact on the surrounding neighborhood with the liquor license. So in this case, the last legal liquor license, they were open till 7 during the week and 10 on the weekends, even though it was beer and wine. Increasing it to 1 on Thursday and 2 on Friday is a drastic increase. For that matter, even if we were, which we're not here yet, but even if we're willing to go to midnight, which is our standard, that's a drastic increase on what was previously this establishment or this location. So, you know, and I know you're shaking your head, Frank, they may have been approved for that, but what I'm talking about is how they operated.
So your head, because on the one hand you say it's not licensed, and then you compare it to the last licensed hours.
But no, I am comparing it to the last, even if we were, it is technically unlicensed, but even if we were gonna compare it to the last one, it's a drastic increase. That's.
But it's either unlicensed or licensed, whatever.
It is unlicensed, that's clear.
All right.
But it was previously licensed prior to that, and no one's arguing about that. But even if that license was currently existing and they were going right into it, that would still be, midnight would still be an impact, a drastic increase in impact from what they previously had.
I
So,
respect your position.
and on this, I mean, this is a very quiet residential side street. None of the other businesses are open after midnight. And I think there's very few businesses that are even restaurants or nightlife establishments on that block, which is what, you know, we're trying to not increase the impact on neighbors.
Right.
So,
I respect your position.
thank you.
I also just want to add that most of our bedrooms are on the street side. A lot of us have to sleep through garbage truck pickups and constant noise.
Okay, Susan, one more time.
Yeah, the other thing is the previous license was mostly retail. They had, it was a craft beer.
Yeah.
They had a few tables, but it was a retail establishment.
So again, I mean, I know, and to Frank's point, where you're saying it's unlicensed or it's licensed, it was licensed, but even if we are considering that, it was primarily retail, so. Okay, so that was just to go over, for the applicant's benefit too, I think we may have said this before when you were here, but again, if you were to choose another location.
Right.
We could be having a different conversation, it's just, look, you may be the right application, the wrong location is, we've said that many times before, so.
I hear that, fully acknowledged. I just want to add, just not trying to change anyone's opinion, but just for the residents' awareness, we are, I'll reiterate, we're planning on having a quiet crowd and we are soundproofing the location, but I'll leave that there.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like, I know from the everyone spoke, and Steven, do you have any comments or thoughts?
I think what the block association supported was, and correct me if I'm wrong, was administrative approval.
Well, it wouldn't actually, if they're here, if they're here and we were to do it to midnight, it wouldn't be added. We could do it now for the same.
Yeah, for the sake of the thing, like, we could approve them for admin.
Yes.
Steps.
Well,
But I think that's what the block.
Not preempt.
It wouldn't be
No,
added.
no, I know,
But
I'm
the 12
equivalent.
12 o'clock is what I'm hearing.
Midnight.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but is that what you support?
We don't support it, but we'll have to accept it. I mean, we don't support the application at all. We don't need a liquor licensed establishment at all on our block.
And
Anyway, I mean, we've already got 29, the SLA's law is 3, not 29, 3 within 500 feet.
yeah,
We
I'm,
already have
And
4 in our block.
The law is if there's more than 3, they have to have a hearing.
they
Not
have,
it.
not resident.
And unfortunate.
There's no public benefit.
with that said, Goodyear, which was the last licensed tenant, was 12 o'clock, I presume?
I think their hours were technically 12, but they closed at 10 on the weekends and 7 during the week.
Jeez.
And we would, if this application came to us with 12 o'clock beer and wine, we would administrative improvement.
It could have been administratively approved, they could also choose to come to us for the discussion. The benefit to them is if they came for an admin approval, they wouldn't be able to change for any kind of upgrade or change the method of operation for 2 years. Since if they were coming here and they were to decide they would want 12 AM, they wouldn't necessarily have to wait the 2 years with their admin approval process. That's.
Don't we approve them?
No, but if they wanted to make a change to the method of operation, they wouldn't necessarily have to wait 2 years if they wanted to come back for a change method of operation or an upgrade.
Yes.
Admin approval, they're locked in, so that's.
Correct.
The benefit that they would get by doing this as opposed to. The other, one other thing that I just wanna mention, and again, this, even though it may sound like it's a specific target to you. You don't have any experience in New York, you don't have any experience in our neighborhood, so we don't have anything to base. Your operations or your experience on, so that is also. Gives me a little bit of a pause. To, give. Extend what we would normally do for someone, we would even give someone that has experience in the neighborhood the same. Criticism, so that makes me even a little bit less. Willing to. Go, so, Steven, did you have any other thoughts that may have cut you off, but?
I would support 12 on the midnight, beer and wine 12 midnight. Like on weekends.
Well, I guess at the moment, what he said was that they were sticking with their existing hours.
Okay.
So if they're sticking with their existing hours, it looks like there would be a motion then. To deny the current application for. Closing a beer and wine, closing at 12 Sunday through Wednesday, 1 on Thursday, and 2 on
Right.
Friday.
Exactly.
Saturday.
I second that.
But you're not gonna, would you put in the resolution the hours that would have been supported?
Yeah, I mean, we can say there was a discussion, the committee had a discussion regarding the hours and.
Or you could just do.
May I?
Deny, you can do the deny unless and.
Deny
and
unless,
then
yeah.
They will not sign the stipulation.
Yeah, maybe they'll change their mind.
Well, I don't. you
Excuse
have-
me? Having spoken a little bit, we would be happy to accept midnight as our latest hours.
Okay,
Friday and Saturday.
and
Okay.
Yeah.
it would be midnight all days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now, the one other thing that so if we're gonna move forward with that, the one other thing I wanted to just bring up, and I'm sure you probably heard this when you were here at the last meeting. Your hours, I think you have listed as 10 a.m. opening all days.
Correct?
The way our resolutions are worded is opening no later than 10 a.m.
Understood.
Are you, and I think with your business model, you're planning on an earlier business, do you want to leave that, so that means you have to open at 10 a.m.? If you moved it back to noon, you could still open at 8, 9, 10 if you wanted to, but if you see you don't have the business and you need to open later, if it's a noon, you won't be in violation of stipulations. If we say 10 and you're not open by 10, then you're in violation.
We're planning on opening at 8 every day of the week. The cafe by bar model, it's a true cafe in the morning.
Okay.
We'd like to have, passersby grab coffee on their way to work or
Okay.
hold up with a laptop. So we're comfortable at 10. If it's all the same, we certainly won't be serving alcohol between 10 and noon.
No, I mean, but that's, so yeah, we can leave it at 10. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't want you to get into a difficult situation later if something changed, but yeah.
I
if that's
appreciate
your-
that.
That's your plan, that's great. And then,
Just if I may as well, there is a scenario where we might, to give the staff a break, close 1 day a week or something. That would be fine, I assume, under the parameters you listed.
yes, actually, yes.
Okay, thanks. Just
Yeah, businesses that are closed on Monday, for example, or something like that, so that's. it. Okay. Okay, so I mean, I guess that changed, so committee, they've now agreed to close it, if your hours would be 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days. Beer and wine. No live music. Background music recorded only, all the other stuff, which I can go through the stipulations then.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that changes things, so is there agreement then that we would move forward with the resolution that would be those hours? Yeah. Okay, so give me one moment and I will bring up the stipulations. Oh, that is just broke my pen. Again, you need understand that. Okay. Hold on one moment. Just have to, I'm gonna make the change to the stipulation form right now. It says 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days, because it was originally your requested hour. Okay, so I'm gonna share this, my screen. One moment. Okay, so you should be seeing the document momentarily. Make this a little bigger. Okay. Can you see that? For some reason, it doesn't seem to be increasing in size.
Oh, but it's bouncing around a lot.
Oh, sorry, I put too many times, now we're. There we go, how's that? It should change, how's that? Okay.
Good.
So I, Daniel Freiner, as a qualified representative, DJF Collective LLC, located at 422 East 9th Street. My license will be it will be a wine, beer, and cider license. We'll operate a cafe bar with less than a full service kitchen and serving food or an off operation. The hours of operation will be 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days. Do not use outdoor space for commercial use. We'll install soundproofing if necessary. We'll have a closed space.
Man, I can interrupt you. This is fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can interrupt you. This is fine.
It's fine. Okay. And you were still proposing 2 parties per year, 2 private parties per year?
That sounds fun.
Okay. Then, and you were still a happy hour and it will end by 7 p.m.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so then we're gonna move to a vote.
You got a heavy calendar ahead of you. I don't want to waste your time.
Thank you for that, Frank. Stephen Ballinger? Yes. Clint Smeltzer, yes. Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes. We'll be sending out these stipulations with the instruction of getting them back. And good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all in the 9th Street collection as well. Again, take care.
Thank you. Okay, So I think what we're going to do is, 1 second.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
You're coming.
Oh, well. That is necessary. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate your faith and everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna do we're gonna do next, we're gonna do 97 Second Avenue. Actually, which, there's two, I think we have two on Second Avenue. We have 197 and we had 97.
What about thirties?
Or was
There's 33, yeah.
It's 33 too, so there's another Second Avenue.
Yeah, that's one address.
There's, this person is, yeah, this one is for 1, 2, 5, 6, 9.
So we have. Yeah, we have actually, we have 175 Second Avenue. We have 97 Second Avenue. We have 197 Second Avenue.
And 30 something. 33, as item 8. That's the one.
Oh, that was the one that was crossed off, that was not, okay, sorry. So yes, we have item 8, which is 3133 Second Avenue. Actually, we're gonna do that next. I think we're just gonna move to 97 next, because that's Frank and we can get rid of him after that, so.
Okay. Who's this app?
The applicant is 97 Second Avenue and the applicant is. Number 14, 17, so 14. I'm sorry. It's not 97. Frank is 197 Second Avenue.
What number was that? Oh, that's 17.
17.
And let's see, ask him the applicant's name. Sorry, we know that.
It's,
Joe Chan?
Yeah, so Frank, who is your applicant, Frank, for 197?
Darwin, no, yeah, for now.
Yes, Darwin, actually, I remember, Darwin Purnell was the 197.
Okay, I'll come up.
To promote him, we're gonna do this one. This one I think should be fairly easy.
Now let me ask Dick that.
Darwin, you just have to accept the promotion panelist.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Frank and Darwin. I'm gonna give a quick summary. This is Take Care Hospitality LLC is seeking an on-premise license for the premises located at 197 Second Avenue between 12th and 13th Street. An application for an establishment of 74 people, 17 tables at 42 seats, 1 stand-up bar with 10 seats. Kitchen open, serving Filipino American food during office operation. No TVs, backburner for music only. There are 41 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously Aces Bar. Which, when I looked at the 301s, there wasn't any significant issue with that location. Yeah, there was only 6 commercial 301 complaints with police action over the last 3 years, which is not necessarily a large number. We received no emails in support or against. They submitted 63 petition signatures from residents within 2 blocks of the location. They are proposing to operate as a tavern with their hours opening no later than 4 p.m., closing by 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, opening no later than 2 p.m. by 4 a.m. Saturdays and Sundays. I actually forget, I did look it up, I forget what Ace's hours were opening, but they did have a 4 a.m. license closing, so this is not, as we spoke earlier, extending the impact on the neighborhood. They're not using outdoor space for commercial uses. They will have happy hours to end by 7. And I think the 2 things that they did not check off on their questionnaire, you can maybe answer this question. You didn't check off that you won't host pub crawls or party buses, and you didn't check off you'll have unlimited drink specials with food.
Nah, that's my bad. You know, it's automatic, Clint. You know that.
I know, okay, just wanted to confirm.
Big no for us.
Okay, just making sure, so we'll make sure that's checked. Okay.
We're just gonna have boozy brunches on the party buses.
Perfect. Perfect. Line up in the bike lane on Second Avenue.
Right. Thank you for calling that out.
Okay, so that's my summary, I'm gonna hand it over to you. Do you have any questions, comments, anything to change what I said?
This is someone who's been in the industry for years, working for other people, finally has the opportunity to open up his own place. And he's very experienced, very seasoned, and he's very excited too, so.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. We are very excited.
Okay, so is there anyone here in person to speak to this item? I don't think so, no one signed up. Is there anyone here on Zoom to speak to this item? Let me see, please raise your hand. Okay. I do not see anyone here to speak to this item. Okay, so. Committee members, anyone, I mean, this is a pretty straightforward and simple one, that's why I thought we'd get rid of it quickly. I personally don't have anything. Okay, so then I'm gonna make a motion, we approve the application as submitted. Give me one moment and I will bring up the stipulations. Okay, so it's gonna be sharing the screen momentarily. We'll just run through this very quickly. Okay, just making it slightly larger, hopefully it doesn't. There. Okay, and I guess the one other thing I think we were missing. So what was the name on what name do you want as the actual person representing the?
Owen.
Oh, it's me here. Darwin Cornell.
Yep, gotcha. I'm filling that in now.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's I, Darwin Cornell, as a qualified representative, Take Care of Hospitality, LLC. It will be a full liquor license. We'll operate a tavern with kitchen open and serving food during hours of operation. Hours of operation will be Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Do not use outdoor space for commercial use. We'll close all outdoor dining allowed. Actually, take that out. Will apply to government security 1 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Close any outdoor. Will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events. Any photography is charged. Schedule performances. And then I missed something. Were you proposing any private parties, which are what we consider a full buyout?
We had discussed full buyouts. You're not planning to do them, right?
No.
Okay, so we won't put that in. And then I will play all me on backward crews only. Will not see changing class without a full premise. Will not participate in pub crawl party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including with brunches. Will have a happy hour then by 7. Will not have a wait line outside. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or sound. And I'm gonna fill in Darwin. And what's your phone number, Darwin?
It's 619-623-5576.
Okay, perfect. Okay, everything look good on here? Okay.
Any
then
surprises?
We're gonna go ahead and move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger?
Wait, I'm sorry, wait.
I'm sorry.
Darwin, does everything look good to you?
I can scroll back up if you need to as well.
Yeah, just for good measure, please.
Yeah.
Yep. Great.
Okay, perfect. We're gonna
Thank
move
you.
to a
Sorry,
vote.
Clint.
No problem. Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Diego?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. So Frank, again, we'll be sending out the stipulations with the instructions made to get back to us.
Happy holidays, everybody. See you next year.
Oh my God.
Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you all.
Thank you. Okay, so now I think we're gonna move to, I know we have people here for 3133 Second Avenue. Is the applicant here for 3133 Second Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Here.
and do you have anyone online or you guys it's here in person?
Not sure. Yeah.
But anyone with the applicant on?
No, no.
Okay, perfect. So give me one moment and I'm gonna give a quick summary. Oh. So because of the mistake of your item was crossed out, even though you were actually gonna be heard because we were changing the name. So we didn't actually do a pre-drafted with the basic resolution. So I'm gonna go ahead and hand it over to you to give us a summary of your application because we didn't have this ahead of time because I thought you were withdrawn.
Because I'm not getting the full experience.
So you won't get the full experience.
All right, thank you, Clint. Joseph Levy here on behalf of Old Man Bar LLC. I will get into the nuts and bolts of the application in a moment, but I'd like my client principal on the application to say a few words about himself and the concept before we do that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm gonna have to read this. I'm better of a public speaker.
That's okay.
Forgive me. My name is Matthew Weber. And I'm hoping to open a bar lounge at 3331 Second Avenue. That's right between First and Second Street. My partners and I have worked in hospitality for 25 years. We already own and operate many spaces throughout New York City, including a spot right here in CB3. I grew up in New York, and I know firsthand how important it is to keep a good balance between the city's energy and the peaceful day-to-day life people deserve at home. That balance is part of the dance in New York. We want the city lively, but we also want people to feel comfortable where they live. Whenever we look for a new space, we stick to some very clear rules. We choose places on busier streets, ideally avenues. We make sure the spaces can be fully insulated to keep sound inside the venue and out of people's apartments. We look for construction that lends itself to additional sound control, and the space has to lend itself for us to be able to design it safely and responsibly, both inside and outside. 3331 Second Avenue checks all of these boxes. Across the street, we have a commercial building on the corner. Directly across from us is a 4-story commercial mini storage. Second Avenue itself is a major, wide, busy corridor just a block off of Houston. We are putting in serious 6-figure soundproofing plan. Additionally, we're building a 20-foot interior entrance hallway so that any possible customer noise does not spill out onto the street. I want to say clearly that we have no interest in being anything but good, steady, respectful part of the block. I've seen at every one of our places how much safer and calmer streets feel when our staff is out front, keeping an eye on things, helping people, and being friendly and present. We know how to be good neighbors. We know how to listen. Our track record with every community we've been a part of has been positive, and we want the same here. Over these past months, everyone we've met on the street and in the building has heard the same thing from us. We are experienced operators who bring respect, openness, and pride to the neighborhoods we join. Thank you.
Okay, so the nuts and bolts of the application.
Go ahead. Joseph.
So again, 3133 Second Avenue, between First and Second. It's the ground floor and it's the lower level of the space. You have 26 tables total and 103 seats totals over both floors combined. 2 bars, 1 on each floor with 25 seats total combined. No TVs, no outdoor space, recorded background music on the ground floor. There'll be more entertainment level music downstairs, including a DJ. There's security. It's a fixed facade, closing everything by 10. There's no wait lines outside, and as you heard, they're installing tons of soundproofing. As you heard, 25 years operational experience, 10 venues, including 1 in Community Board 3 that does have late hours, where they've had a clean track record thus far. But over 100 signatures in support, including 4 letters, 2 of which are residents of the building itself. It's worth noting here that while this space was not immediately previously licensed, that had been licensed previously a while back, and I understand it was a complete nightmare for neighbors. We've done our homework, we've done our research, and I know it's very tricky to insulate some of these old buildings. However, with this building in particular, a lot of it was reconstructed, after the old licensed premise, which could not be insulated, and they did almost no soundproofing to. A lot of the building has been reconstructed and rebuilt. They poured a lot of new cement, they installed additional soundproofing, and that is before we are getting our hands on it, where, as you heard from Matt, we're planning to do at least 6 figures worth of additional soundproofing in the space. The idea here is a quieter ground floor venue with something that's more lively downstairs, that's subterranean. So it's an additional floor, it's additional soundproofing. And the idea here is we'd like to be open 7 days a week till 2 a.m. Happy to take any questions that you have.
Sure, I just had a quick question. Yeah, you mentioned there's one in CB3.
Yes.
Which one? The Ripple Room? No.
Yes.
Oh,
The Ripple Room.
where's that?
Which the Ripple Room is
Delancey and Bauer.
Delancey and Bauer.
Oh,
It used to be the Chinese restaurant, and it's got 2 levels.
yes. Oh, yeah.
And that's a 3 a.m.
Nice.
No
That-
issues thus
That's
far.
a 3 a.m. license, or it's a we call a staggered closing, we talked about when I was here last, which has been very effective.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I remember. That's basically. Okay. Thank you for that summary. I know we're gonna go ahead and move to, I know we have some people here in person. You'd like to go ahead and just please use the microphone because people on Zoom won't be able to hear you.
Thank you. My name is Ken Malcolmson. I've been in the building itself for over 30 years. There's a couple of misstatements in the presentation, which I'll address as I go along. We did our due diligence. Mr. Weber applied. We agreed to meet with him and his partners and listen what they had to say. Yeah, I understand he owns 9 or 10 bars, most of them in Brooklyn, except for the Ripple on Bowery and Houston. I visited 5 or 6 of those bars, and the sound levels were pretty deafening. But the big difference between the bars that I visited, particularly the Ripple here, is that they are not in residential buildings like 33 Second Avenue. 33 Second Avenue was a commercial building with loft tenants, of which I'm one. And we had a bar there from 2002 to 2011. We had literally hundreds of complaints about the noise levels, as well as odors and vermin and so forth, that could never get resolved despite 911 calls, summonses, etc., because they're not very severe penalties. That bar insulated twice, and the reason that it didn't work is, despite the fact that the building was renovated in 2012, the basement, the structure of the building, the joists are wood, the floors are wood, and the walls are sheetrock. I live just above the ground floor, as does Ms. Byrne, who's going to speak also. So the walls and floors vibrate with that noise, and we have great doubts that they can overcome that in the situation. This is not just a problem for us. Cal Hennigan, who's the president of Community Access, which owns the building next door, which provides services to elderly, in some cases mentally ill people. We've had a long positive relationship with them, but they found it to be a nightmare when the Urge Lounge was there. And I submitted a letter from her opposing the application. The other thing I'll say is that we met with Mr. Weber, And he told us what he was gonna do, but no one in the tenant group that participated believed him. And the proof of that is that I submitted to the community board the names of, we're in a small building, we only have 20 apartments. I submitted the names of 26 tenants who were opposing this. So we have a majority of people in the building who are opposed to it. Okay, and along with the building next to us opposing. I just want to then turn it over to Ms. Brun. And Brun.
Thank you. Yep.
Yes, hi, my name is Anne Brun and I live on the second floor. So I would also be right above the bar. And of course, I remember the nightmare that the previous bar was, just incredibly invasive and disruptive. Noise from the music, noise from the vibration of the bass, noise from crowds gathering outside, which we're told there will not be, but people will eventually, they will be coming in, they will eventually be leaving. And they'll go outside and they'll smoke cigarettes, marijuana, and that comes up, walks into the apartment. It already does that when people do that outside, smoke outside. I have noise from Rosie's coming in through my windows. Even with windows closed, I hear the noise. So I am very, very much opposed to having a situation like this where the noise will be so invasive. And also, I'm concerned about safety issues with crowds outside. Even when we met with Mr. Weber and his partners before, one of them made reference to preponderance of pickpockets inside their restaurant so that they have security inside. These people are going to come in and out also. And if there are people around our entryways, there could cause safety issues. If they, confront us, any of the tenants, especially the younger women tenants, a lot of them are there, and also maybe potentially falling inside. I mean, there are definite concerns that I have about crowds up front and subsequent safety issues. Also potential getting inside and stealing packages. The odor from tobacco, I already mentioned, we have also had an increase of cockroaches, mice, things like that when the other bar was downstairs. So there's the potentiality of all these things which I just cannot, find any kind of reason to approve. Okay, and the saturation in the neighborhood too, that's the
I
last
just
point.
had two
Yeah.
points quick. One is that the number of people that they're saying the bar will hold is double the number of the prior bar. So we had trouble with the prior bar. So doubling that number is just not acceptable. The other thing is that he owns, you said 9 or 10 bars, I don't know, all of them are in Brooklyn except the football. And the fact is that as owners, they're not going to be there. They said at the meeting that they're gonna rely on their managers. That's not the way to control the bar situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone on Zoom here to speak to this item? Anyone live? Okay, see some hands.
May I mention one other, I did sort of quickly touch on the idea of the saturation of bars in the neighborhood. Every storefront on that block has a liquor license, except currently this one, and that would be every single establishment on that block would be selling, alcohol.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Christopher Hickey.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Hi, how are you?
Good, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So, three of us, we're for the bar downstairs. Matt's been really helpful since he's been here. I mean, at the end of the day, there's gonna be something down there, whether like we like it or not. It's been an empty space for 5 years, and it's honestly kind of weird outside and empty and like feels off. So I'd rather, and like unsafe. So I'd rather something be down there. And he's given us his number, talked to us plenty of times, like been very open to like constant communication. So if anything, like all the worries or the possible downsides of the bar have kind of been cleared on our end. I mean, we can worry a lot, but I'd rather just I trust someone who's given me his number and contact and all that kind of stuff. And he's done so with the whole building. Been very proactive.
Oh, okay, and anything else, or?
Yeah, I can add to that. So I think just given Matt's experience in the industry, obviously, I would feel much more comfortable at being somebody that has been doing this for 20 plus years rather than somebody who's new to the space and isn't really proactively trying to get all of our feedback in how we would want things to be handled. And he's obviously shown how proactive he wants to be with that.
Yeah, and like the two of them said, just especially as young women living in the building and how it's been unoccupied for so long, we feel as though, you know, someone moving in with like all this experience and is willing to work with the tenants, it'll make it much safer actually, for all of us. So, thank you.
Security.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else on Zoom? Raise your Zoom hand. If not, we're going to move on. Okay. Oh, actually, Susan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I didn't realize that there was a letter there from Community Access, which is, the, facility we actually supported on Second Street. It's for supportive housing with people with the, mental and emotional disability issues. And they said they were negatively impacted by the previous fire. I've not been aware of that at all. And I just wanted to bring that letter to your attention.
Yeah. Thank you, Susan. I hadn't seen that letter either.
I can pass it down if you guys, I just asked Ken to show it to me.
Okay, so we'll give the applicants a chance to respond to that and what you just heard. Hit the button at the bottom. Yeah, there you go.
Good.
Yeah. All right.
Obviously, we appreciate everybody's comments. The only way this works is if everybody's really on board with it, everybody's working together. We've done our research on the prior tenant that was here, and it was very clear that they were a nightmare. And there were a lot of things that get done, and with a bad operator, people feel the reverberations in the building next door to the building, but just because a bad operator operated poorly and impacted people in a negative way doesn't mean a good operator can't turn that around. We've seen that many times. And I think Matt sitting here with a track record of 25 years experience over 10 places, that's not nothing. And he's proactively done the research in advance to understand what the issues are. And he's actually spent the money and the time and the effort to put a plan together to combat those issues. We've heard about soundproofing and how it was not done properly previously. Now the building's been reconstructed quite a bit, and we're putting in a tremendous amount of soundproofing that we're happy to stipulate to, and that's per a sound engineer's advice, who upon first being consulted on the space said, no, it's an old building, we won't be able to do it effectively. And then when he dug into it and saw the renovations and the rebuild that have happened, he had a second thought and said, you know what, I think we can actually get this done. As you heard from Matt, that's one of the central tenets that they look for when they consider a new space. As far as safety and crowding outside, they're committed to no wait lines. They're committed to having security, multiple guards every night to ensure, as part of their scope of work, that they keep the frontage clear to the extent they're able to. Obviously, the sidewalk is public property. We can't keep everyone moving and not let anyone stop there, but we can certainly give directives to the people leaving the space. And as you heard from him, he's building out a whole area within the space to kind of capture that sound so the additional sound doesn't spill out. We can absolutely give our security folks and our front door people the directives to make sure they keep the space clean, they don't let people smoke in front of the building, and they disperse. You know, what I've done successfully with other people is they've moved the Uber or the Lyft pickup to a corner or away from a residential entrance to try to just keep that area clean. We're happy to employ any and all of these things, because at the end of the day, the only way this works for Matt and his group is if they do have harmony with the people who live there as well. So with respect to safety and security and things like that, he is committed to it. He has a plan. Respect to soundproofing, you've heard about that. It's in your packet as well.
I was looking at the sound plan right now, which I'm not a sound engineer, but I was just gonna ask, who? I don't see that. Who is the sound engineer?
Acoustical,
Oh, you use acoustic block Al?
yes, as out, but also, we have had very good success with our contractor, who has done everything from dislodged beams to dropped our ceilings, which we're gonna do in this plan as well. So between the two of them, we're gonna spend a tremendous amount of money with the infrastructure in this building. We have no interest in being a problem in the neighborhood. Neighbors, we have them in other establishments, we have neighbors upstairs in other establishments, and we have worked with them with open communication, they have our phone numbers, we make it work, and we can do the same thing.
So Al Fire Team says that it can be soundproofed.
Al Fire.
So that the sound would not be heard in the neighborhood. Al knows that we don't stand by just the noise code. Our stipulations are that sound is not audible. Sound or vibrations are not audible in the adjacent apartments. And then Al knows that. That's why I asked who it was. So it was,
Al, we are going to work with Al to follow every single thing he tells us we have to do.
So just on that line, I mean, Al's as good as they get, but he ordinarily, as Clint says, what all sound engineers do is they soundproof to the noise code. And as Clint says, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for no noise at all. So I think as part of your contract, you have to stipulate that no noise audible in the apartments as opposed to the noise code.
And as you mentioned, Al knows that.
But he doesn't agree with us. I just think it has to be stipulated, you know,
oh,
we work
well,
with him.
that would obviously be a stipulation if we decide to move forward with that. Okay. So, and you were proposing, I'm just looking back through here. The first floor, you were proposing background music, background level sound. And then the basement would be entertainment level with DJs.
Yes, these models don't work without the ability to throw like a birthday party or a wedding or private event in the basement. We're not a club. I can't stand that world. I don't know how that world even works. But we do recognize that these models, to make these businesses work, if someone wants to have a birthday party or something and they want to have DJ there, we have to be able to supply that on some level. So it would only be in the basement, and it would only be in that thing. It would not be live DJs every weekend party. That's not the businesses we run.
So DJs would be for special events only?
Special events only, yes.
How many of those are you planning per year? So you're saying 10 private parties.
I would love a special event every weekend if possible, but the reality is probably a handful of you.
You're saying on your application, you have 10 private parties per year. Is that?
Would be fantastic.
And so I know you said, they want DJs. Could it be DJs at background level?
I think the wisest way to work it is that if we have stipulations about noise and sound and making sure that everyone is happy, I think then we can operate the sound that makes sense in the basement. To make a statement I don't have the answer to before renovation, I don't know how to say that to you guys honestly. So I think the best way to do it is we'll build this out, spend the infrastructure money, we'll figure out the sound levels downstairs, and we'll make sure that it doesn't permeate upstairs, let alone outside, let alone second floor.
Could I just ask,
Okay, we are gonna have to limit crosstalk because we've got like 10 other items we have to get through.
how many tenants have signed a letter in support?
We submitted 2 letters. If anyone else signed a petition.
You have 2 letters of support?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted for the record to know that we have 26 tenants signing the letters that we submitted. And also that there are, our block is saturated. And I think that should be taken into account.
And it's not a foregone conclusion that that space must be leased to a bar.
Right.
Which is what the Zoom people were seeming to indicate.
Because we just had a dental group move in across the street, there's a salon that just moved in across the street. We have a bank on the corner, so, Mr. Weber's statement that the only, to us as a group, he said the only businesses that are gonna rent on Second Avenue in these spaces are bars. So if you don't accept us, you're gonna get a bar that's even worse than what we are.
Well, I don't know that he threatened it like that.
I didn't,
For what it's worth.
that's what he said. That's
That's
what
what the person on Zoom said.
he said to the group.
It was on Zoom.
Yeah, no, we had heard that from him before, but
Clarify that.
Maybe,
statement.
yeah.
Do we not
maybe true
post
that
it?
another bar is gonna be worse, but I'm saying there shouldn't be a bar.
Right.
Okay, okay, so we're gonna, yeah,
Yeah.
again, we need to, we're gonna move on.
Okay.
So and I'll give you guys a chance to comment as well, but I mean, my thoughts are. It sounds like it's gonna be a different establishment substantially than the previous. This is a 2-floor establishment with a basement. You're not gonna get a dentist.
You need 2 sets of sound systems.
True, well, they're saying the ground floor would be recorded background music,
Happy to stipulate to that.
and they would stipulate it.
Doesn't matter, it's the decibel level.
No,
And the fact
background,
that
background level is a conversational level. It's what you would have
That's
louder music in a hair salon than you would at
I
background.
went to all the 5 or 6 of his bars.
I don't know what the
That's
stipulations
the
were
case.
for those places.
Right.
Those could be his stipulations could be very different. I don't know what they were for that, and the Ripple Room, I remember there was, because it's on a corner.
Yeah, it's freestanding.
They're a
building.
freestanding building, no,
Not
so
a
we were
problem.
more generous with him in that building than we would be in a normal residential building. We didn't put the stipulation on that it had to be background level. Because there was no other residents that were going to be impacted.
Background is a confirmed decibel level.
Background is conversational level, so that you can sit and have a conversation while the
No, we
music.
know, and there, is that a standard?
There's not a standard, but it's known that you have to be able to sit there and have a conversation, it's not loud enough that you would be hearing it outside or in your apartments. And not that I'm endorsing anyone, but we have had Al Firestein, who they're using for the sound engineer. We've used him many times. There's been problem places that people weren't able to sleep. I've gone, Susan has gone, we've gone into places and places that we thought may not be able to be soundproof. And Al was able to make it so that the resident was not hearing anything in their apartments. I know one specific place that I'm thinking of, they spent a lot more money doing it, but they did spend the money and were able to do it.
He also did Elephant with the basement with the entertainment level. Did not work.
That's not done yet though.
What?
When they were
The
here, that was,
basement's not done.
the basement was not done. He had a whole other sound plan that he was building in when he was here.
The basement of that space is.
Is what?
The basement of that space, Elefante, is not done any work.
I
for it.
know they had those there, unfortunately.
Well, yes.
Oh, he did
Yes,
have the.
they had, but we're not getting on to Elephant, but, so I'm not sure where we're going with this, but I'm just saying. It is possible, and I know this is an older building, I don't know the specifics of it when it was renovated, I know it was.
2012.
I know it was renovated in 2012, I don't know what they did
They
inside.
added floors to the building,
Yes, but as far as I'm talking about.
but
sound
they did not
proofing it.
change. The floors are 1908 wood floors. And the walls of the building are still the same, they just added floors. It was renovated, clearly. But that sound is gonna reverberate through those wood floors. At the meeting, Mr. Weber said, well, if you have a problem, call me, I'll give you my cell phone number. And we'll come into your place and we'll fix it, we can put down rugs and so forth and so on. That's not something, you do after the fact.
Well, no, so.
That's not gonna work.
And I don't know what your conversations were. I do know, and we have worked with Al Firestein, I don't think Al would have ever said anything like that.
I didn't talk to him, I talked to the owner.
I know. I know, and I'm saying, the owner may have said that, but if he's committed to working with Al Firestein, Al would never,
Right.
I'm gonna speak for him, that Al would never have said, we'll put down some rugs and put up some pictures on the wall or something.
No, that was, he was saying after they did their work, if it was still
Well,
problem, he'd be happy to come
but the
into our
difference is,
spaces.
the difference is, what I'm telling you is, if we stipulate that sound and vibrations are to be inaudible in your apartment, that means after he's done the work, he's not coming in and buying you a new rug. That means he either has to put in new soundproofing, or he has to turn his music down to the point where it's inaudible in your apartment. So, and we have, and I know it sounds unrealistic, but we've worked with other establishments and tenants that had these issues, and if they put the money into it, they were able to do what they wanted to.
What's the benefit to the tenants in our building and to the people who live on our block to have another block? If to have them spend 600,000 or whatever you're saying you spend, what's the benefit when we're trying to have a diverse community and support groups like Community Access and other groups like the dental group moved in across the street? We're trying to, have the kind of diversity we used to have, and not all bars. 5 bars, 5 liquor establishments on a block is too much.
Okay, so we're gonna have to not hear from you anymore, I'm sorry. We've heard a lot, and I've been very lenient with you, so.
Well, a lot of our people were working and they couldn't come to
Yeah.
this, so.
Okay. So, as you heard us earlier, new community board guidance that we voted on, that we don't want to do something to increase the impact. And this was also a pet store
Right.
in between, so this is technically an unlicensed location, and it's been vacant for 5 years, so even if it was a bar being vacant for 5 years, in state's eyes, would then become unlicensed.
Sure.
If we were to,
It's been 5 years since that pet store.
Just about,
yeah,
Great.
so based on our guidance, we should not be approving this. And I'm trying to do some mental gymnastics to figure out a way that I can justify it to myself. And again, I'm not trying to promote Al, but we've worked with him and it's been successful. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's addressing the sound issue. That doesn't address adding another bar with more people on the street. Even if you're managing the people on the street, it's still bringing more people to that block as, a nightlife establishment. And to his question exactly, what benefit is it to the community of adding another nightlife establishment on the block?
I guess it depends on the definition of the community. It's a diverse community, that there are people who do like nightlife, well-run and well-managed. And Second Avenue, a block from Houston, if there's an area in which where you could have a new license, this is not a side street. This is an area that's concreted floors, concreted basement, concreted first floor. The amount of money we're gonna spend, I have no doubt we're gonna be able to make people in the building happy. Yes, there'll be some additional noise outside. It is New York City. And you were right. There's nothing I can tell you about outside noise other than the huge passageway we're gonna build inside to try to mitigate that. And working with you guys as much as we can, like talking to you guys. And also I want to just clarify.
It means you have.
No, you have crosstalk.
The people that were there, the managers were there, are also my partners. And we are there all the time. Andrew told you, we people are there all the time. We take this very seriously and we don't want problems.
And you also heard from the people on Zoom that there's a little bit of a safety issue with the big vacant store product. And again, on an avenue, not a side street. Good operator with a documented track record, not only throughout New York City, but also within this board as well. I mean, not many people have 25 years experience, 10 places, and a clean track record entirely. And not many people would look at this space and say, yeah, I'm gonna spend probably half my budget on soundproofing alone, just because I look for all these different things whenever I look for a new space. I think it's fairly considerate on a, wide street, busy street, space that lends itself to soundproofing, and obviously they're gonna do the right thing, and we're happy to stipulate to it.
Susan, go.
I'm gonna have to push back on the safety issue. First of all.
I can't make up what they say.
But so I'm gonna just say it's not a safety issue. I hear that all the time. The issues we have on safety, are generally within drug dealers with each other and that kind of stuff. But that block has, what is it, the boiler room move there, that block?
that's the other block.
Yeah, oh, that's the other block.
It's Rosie.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
store.
it's it's already a lively block. There are plenty of people there. So I'm just gonna say it's, it's not gonna be safe. We hear this all the time. We'll open a bar, it'll be safer and there won't be homeless people there. I'm just saying on that,
It's not for me to say. All I can say though is having some licensed security guards there is not gonna make it less safe.
That's where we have to go, we have to get.
Yeah,
guys, please.
So-
I don't,
So I'll echo what Susan says. We do hear that often and, Second Avenue is not desolate. Even lower Second Avenue is not what we would consider desolate and quiet. It's quieter than some other places, but it's not necessarily a quiet place. It's not a dead zone.
we have, next
So-
block, a huge new
So
residential building.
So, but I just want to counter what I said earlier. Our guidance did say that we would encourage these type of establishments on the commercial avenues.
Right.
Like First, Second, and Third. So, and you did specifically, and that's what the board voted on. So that I'm just trying to decide in my mind. Because the other thing is we have to consider, and for the residents. We aren't the final say in this. The state is the one that makes the final call. The current makeup of the state liquor authority. Is maybe a little bit more permissive with businesses than it has been in the past at some point. And specifically, I've been up there and I've heard some of the questions, and we met recently with the state. And one of the commissioners is much more, he's concerned if it's an operator that has a proven track record and does not have problems, he's much more likely to say yes. Another commissioner is more pro-business and wants to give all businesses a chance. That leaves one commissioner to vote against it. So if we were to deny this, they have the option to go to the state and then get whatever they want without the stipulations we would put on it. Right. So, and I do know that they have an attorney who does regularly go up to the state if things are denied. So.
You're convincing me now.
No, but you got, I'm giving you.
If the
Two more points.
PB3 turns it down, or, says no, that weighs heavily on.
No, it doesn't. Unfortunately.
I mean, I appeared before the SLA, the state liquor authority, on another
When?
bar.
When?
Prior to Rosie's.
So that's been years.
It's a different.
The board, the governor is much more pro-business and has directed the SLA to be more pro-business. Unfortunately, and I'm not, so I'm trying to give you your options. If not, I'm not giving you options, but I'm just spelling out as much for the committee as it is for you. If we deny this, there is based on their application and based on their experience and the location on a commercial avenue, there is a pretty good chance the state would approve them. And if the state were to approve them, and if we deny and the state approves them, that takes away the ability to say sound is not to be audible in neighboring apartments. It would have to abide by the noise code. Because we've denied, so there's no stipulations. The state would then give them their stipulations, whatever they're asking for.
So, question, is it okay? If you approve with these stipulations, then those hold no matter
Yes.
what.
As long as.
If we approve with stipulations and they agree to the stipulations,
Uh-huh.
that's, for lack of a better term, almost a rubber stamp of the state.
If they.
If they agree to.
The state puts the stipulations on the license.
The state, so what you asked earlier, if we approve the state. I can think of one time it was very, very, very egregious that we approved something and the state denied it. But generally, if we approve it, it's basically a rubber stamp of the state. They don't. And if we approve it and the applicant agrees to the stipulations.
And if you don't approve it, then it goes to the state, you think they'll approve it without the stipulation?
I can't say for sure, but it's based on this application. If the applicant would have had problems at any of his other establishments, even if they're operated differently, he does have a clean track record. He would be putting in the sound, he's doing the things that the state wants to hear, unfortunately, for you. So I'm trying to help you, whether you agree with it or not. And
So we're asking the questions, I don't know.
and come out to a resolution that could work for everyone, because whether you want something there or not, I mean, in your perfect world, it would be a funeral home or something.
That's what it used to be.
No, that's.
And it used to be.
That's
You remember the.
yes, sorry, so that was, but like, it would be, you know,
Pet store.
a pet store or something, you know, but I don't know that that's gonna be the perfect world. And if the applicant is willing to agree and work with us on this, it might be a better outcome than if they were to go on their own or another applicant were to come in.
Well, is it possible then that we could have input into the stipulation, not to decide it tonight?
It has to be tonight.
It has to be tonight. We have to,
We'll do it in.
we would, and contrary to what I should be allowing, because we gotta move on quickly because we still got 10 items and it's 9:29. So you would hear the stipulations and we might allow you to say something, but we'll see. So I guess I'm gonna do just committee. What are your thoughts? Because I've done a lot of talking.
Out of all places in the East Village, you know, yes, they're all oversaturated. But Lower Second Avenue is probably one of the lesser oversaturated areas of the East Village. That's my opinion. And you know, this is the applicant with 10 bars, unclean track records.
And
that's, you know, what my opinion is on the matter.
I hear you with what you're saying with the lawyer who will go Albany. So let's work with what we got. That's my view, and let's write those stipulations that, you know. Because what you're saying, you know, you convinced me with the SLA and composition.
I wish that wasn't the case. I wish we could.
I wish that we could give a gallery a chance. I wish, you know, so many things. But 5 years, I do, you know, I know that she doesn't, but I do believe also on the open businesses and quality of life. You guys correct me, but you know, I see it. I'm a resident. I walk the streets very often, so.
Okay. So it sounds like we're generally in agreement that we're gonna move forward in some way, shape, or form. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then that being said.
So you're only gonna have DJs with private events?
Yes,
And that's 10 times per year?
I would like to think 10 would be good. Yeah, I'd be very happy with 10.
And that's okay stipulating that?
Only
In the
basement.
Yes,
correct. No DJs upstairs.
And are these, so because they're private events, you said birthday, wedding, something like that. It's not gonna be a promoted DJ where you're promoting DJ. You know, we can DJ Circus to come in and have a big night and.
It's a big draw.
That's my alter ego. But no, so it's not gonna be a promoted DJ club night. It's gonna be for special events if someone's having a wedding or they wanna DJ for the birthday party or something like that. So you'd have
a corporate event.
a corporate event with 10 people. All right, no, sorry, 10 per year.
Yes,
And these would be private events, so it wouldn't be open to the general public coming in. So you wouldn't be advertising this as a DJ night that.
There would be no advertising for DJs.
So there'd be no advertising for DJs. But then when you're saying these are private events, it's not it's a full buyout. where a corporation is coming in and having their Christmas party there
It
with the
wouldn't
DJ.
necessarily be a full buyout, because the way we're gonna design the spaces is there might be an area downstairs where 20 people could be, and then another area where 20 people would be, and if they have that area and they want their own music, we would have to allow them to do that. So it wouldn't be, buyout is a scary word to me, because it would implies that I don't know if I could stick to that necessarily, but does that make sense?
I think so. I think, but so to clarify, but you're saying you would be only having DJs for private parties.
That's right.
So,
Right, so it would, so in effect, there could be people there hearing in the basement, hearing the.
because it's not a separate without looking back.
No, because it downstairs, it wouldn't, there'll be booth areas. But there won't necessarily mean that that the whole room would be bought out. Does that make sense? That's clear.
Can we just stipulate like 12 DJs per year?
No, that's what 10, I'm not getting more.
Okay, all right.
But
I was gonna say New Year's Eve.
But, so I'm looking at the plan, so I get what you're saying, so you wouldn't be doing a whole buyout.
He's changing the definition of what we use. for-
Based on what we usually say as a private event is not, so.
That's what Clint's trying to.
What we normally say is a private event, so when we say 10 private events per year, is basically a full buyout.
Of the whole venue.
But it's not for
He's
this.
saying he's not gonna do that, so are we
But he's
talking
saying
about
he's not gonna do.
10 DJ instances per calendar
So I
year?
think so rather than referring to them for a private event, we would say maximum of 10 DJs per year.
It's still a private event.
But it's not a buyout.
It's only for private
We
events.
don't have to tie the DJs to the private event.
I think,
Do we?
What?
Do we have to tie the DJs to the private events?
no, because our definition normally of a private event isn't what they're doing.
But it's still a private event because the public can't come into the area.
No, they, it's,
To the area
floor
that
is-
that they bought, which is not a full floor. So they're
It's open.
dividing the basement into sections and they're doing a buyout of a section, right? That- They're doing a buyout of a section for a private event.
that's not normally what we count.
It's never done it before, but that's what they're asking.
But it is,
Our experience, because again, we don't do dance clubs, but our experience with a DJ is that if someone will say, I'm having 12 people. And I'd like to have my sister, with a CD in.
DJ Circus.
And that's, so that happens enough, and that I would hate to
that's,
be breaking.
but
the
that's
rules.
not, I mean, if someone's putting in their iPod
No,
or
but
their iPhone or whatever, Spotify, and they're playing lists, that's not
That doesn't count.
that's not normally what we consider DJ, that's just playing through your existing sound system.
no, but I mean, it would be the area that would have, I just don't want to.
I know, I appreciate that you're trying, you don't wanna have you don't wanna cause problems, you wanna follow the rules. So I think, and I know what Susan said is fine. I'm just making sure that we're clear enough by saying no more than 10 DJs per year in the basement only. No promotion,
No third party.
no third party promotion, no, but also, I mean, I don't wanna go even third party with this, because you're saying it's more for private events. So even, you can't put a sign on your own website saying, we have DJ night.
Right.
This would be for the private event, that if people happen to be, the private event is the back section by the bar, there's the booth up front. People might go down there and you're not gonna close the whole thing off, but you're not advertising it upstairs, because we have a DJ downstairs.
Correct.
Correct. So it would be not just third party, the DJs would not be promoted, period, they would be for 10 private events, not our normal one, but no promotion. Okay, I mean, I think that,
And I just want to make something clear,
it seems like we're making it more complicated, I just don't want.
I feel like you're overthinking it. The only difference is that they're in a section of the basement instead of the whole basement.
I'm more concerned about this first. the
Well, we're
ground
gonna get to
floor.
that next.
Ground-
We're getting to that next. So. Okay, I mean, I do feel like I'm overthinking. Okay, we're clear on that, 10. We're gonna say private events
In the basement.
in the basement, no promotion whatsoever.
just need to make sure this is clear. We're talking about 10 private events that would have a DJ. Have
Yes.
someone.
Yes.
If I can book a private event downstairs with no DJ.
Yeah. That's just your normal background, system.
Right.
which will be set up by Al with a limiter so that it can't be adjusted by anyone. It's locked down.
We talk about the
The
sound.
sound system.
Sure.
So it's 10 DJ events per year.
10 DJ, yes. Why do we call them that? 10 rather than private parties, because that's conflating it. We'll say 10 DJ events per year in the basement only.
I do have a question for the applicant. Al, I saw some of the schematics on the application. And you're gonna drop the ceiling, float the walls. Are you floating the walls in the basements as well?
No, the concrete, we're going to do sound testing first, from what I understand, but from what I understand from our, both our consultants, or the concrete poured on the first floor is going to mitigate a tremendous amount of sound.
You're pouring the concrete on?
No, it's already poured.
It's already poured.
The renovation in 2012,
Yeah.
they poured a new concrete foundation in the basement and on the first floor.
Okay, got it.
But the sound's gonna go up in the walls.
That's right. And it's gonna have to be mitigated by us.
So what are you doing about that? I thought you were gonna like build a room in the basement.
We're gonna have to do whatever it takes. We're gonna have to build an acoustic, well, I mean, whatever the professionals
So I ask
recommend.
you, just because we've worked with Al, so you mentioned 2 consultants. Are you definitely working with Al?
Yes.
And
All of them.
about all the times that we've worked with him that have been successful, the residents were involved, like he would go into their apartments and check. So you will be
That's
working
what-
with the residents.
That's what I meant. By the way, I apologize. It sounded like I wanted to put ruggies down in your apartment. I did not mean that. That's what I meant, is that Al said to us that he will go up into apartments and work with the tenants to make sure.
That's before he does any of the work.
That's right.
He will go up with them before, so,
Exactly.
so you'll arrange it with you and with others, so.
Yeah, there's one other thing that when the building was converted by the then owner that booted out the last bar. And the conversion was made, there was stipulation in the agreement that the tenants would have a right to have a architect and noise consultant review any plans.
It's gonna come in your apartment.
No.
Open at
And
8
you
a.m.
review the plans of the ground.
Hours say 8 a.m.
That's a typo.
8 AM to 2 AM is what you have on
Terrible typo. That should be 4 to 2.
4 PM.
4 to 2, 4 to 2.
Okay,
Sorry,
sorry.
8 a.m. in here.
Should be 4 to 2.
Would you be willing to do it earlier during the week?
Cannot make ends meet. I cannot.
And look this way.
I mean, we just.
So 4 PM, opening 4 PM, right? Closing 2.
What time? We give them
Opening
the
at
hours.
4.
They give us the sound.
Opening at 4.
So when.
What happens if they go upstate? They get 2 a.m.
Probably, yeah. Okay, so 4 PM, 2 AM.
No outdoor space.
And I don't think you can't have.
No outdoor space, fixed facade, anything open will close by 10.
Nothing's
So
ever.
everybody installs some.
Are you gonna have it open facade? It's all fully.
All fixed.
fixed.
Door will be closed by 10.
I'm sorry, which door?
All outdoors. Like some places prop their front door open.
Oh.
That still has to be closed by 10 PM. So standard stipulations, that's. And so doorman security, all nights,
All nights.
all hours,
No, we tend to do, about, I think around 7.
all day 7 to close.
Yeah.
Hey, you will install sound. This is where we put in to ensure the sound and vibrations are inaudible in neighboring apartments.
Can you include community access in that?
Specifically,
Yeah,
I mean, all neighboring I mean, I guess that's not.
well, yeah, but, well, I always considered neighboring the same building. This is an adjoining building and it's supportive housing. I mean, they're all still hear it from the street, but at least they won't hear it in the, from within the building.
Community access, here's, they have the courtyard behind us. So the sound from the
You're not
bar
using the courtyard,
is going out.
but they're not using any of the courtyard.
No, you don't own the courtyard. I mean, you don't have any right to the courtyard. That's community access. But I'm saying the noise travels at the back of the bar into the courtyard and into the, that's why I
So it's
said
probably
suggesting that,
amplified.
because the apartments in the back, you hear that.
Well, that'll be taken, if still, no, the sound or vibrations are audible in any neighboring apartments, and I will specify including adjacent buildings. Then that covers that, whether it's coming from the outside or whether it's coming from inside.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion.
Yeah, adjacent, I would say community access. So I just care more about them than like people on the other side. I don't know if there is anyone on the other side.
Okay. And then, so you're not having live music. I'm gonna get to the in a second, the buildings in. I could put this up on the screen for you to see while I'm doing this if we. Why don't I do that, just so we're gonna do that momentarily anyway, so everyone can see it. Okay. Bigger. Okay. So we're down, so.
You mentioned moving Uber access, is it possible?
Yeah, we'll get to that too later. So you not have, so you will have DJs, and we're gonna put a note down here at the end, but you won't have live music, third-party promoted events. Any event in which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. Or dancing, are you having dancing?
There may be dancing downstairs on those private events.
So we'll list that separately. And then we're gonna say. Are you planning on any private parties where it be an entire buyout? Because that's our normal.
I would love, what a great possibility, I just don't know. In a perfect world, yes, there would be a buyout if possible, especially in the holidays. I know other establishments, we get a Christmas party.
And that would be an entire buyout, because that's normally what when we speak about private parties, we count it.
It depends on the size of the space. Sometimes they want one floor, sometimes they want,
Do you want 3 per year, or full block of what we consider a private party, or?
Is this a must-have stipulation? Because I'm just afraid to engage in something.
Well, the problem is why we put it in is because if you start having private events every week, then it turns into a big thing. Private events, people come and leave at the same time, and that changes the whole nature of. It's not people coming and going at different times. The private event generally has a start and end time. So people tend to come, show up.
Let's do 10 of those.
And this is separate from what you're talking about the DJs, which I will clarify when we get to that. Okay.
Specify the dancing and stuff, the
That's-
basement on, in basement only.
Yes, so I'm gonna say, and so DJs. Will be. No more DJ events, is I think what we said we were gonna call it, DJ events. Fix it later, no more than 10 per year. And the basement only. Not promoted. Is there something else we were adding in the description? DJ events would be no more than 10 per year in basement only, not promoted.
Dancing
And
and
dancing,
basement only.
yeah. So when you don't have a DJ in the basement, will the regular music that's playing be background level or entertainment?
Anything about.
Okay, so.
What's that mean? entertainment level.
and
Louder than conversation level.
louder than conversation level. But that's in the basement only,
Basement home.
yes. I won't say that, not background music, but non-DJ music will be entertainment level.
Recorded.
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
All music, including DJ music, will be entertainment level.
No,
In the
upstairs,
basement,
in the basement, all in the basement, that's.
All music in the basement will be entertainment level.
Okay, and then I'm running space, but I'll add another one later. First floor space will be background recorded music only.
Correct.
Ground floor, first floor,
Ground floor.
ground floor.
Ground floor.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to address?
The outside.
Yeah, that'll come below, we have the lines and everything below, not more than. It's not, I'm gonna put it only because that's only the ground floor, which I mentioned. What else? 3, no pop cars or party buses. No unlimited drink specials.
No, happy hour.
No
Happy
boosted
hour?
There
brunches.
may be a happy hour.
Till when?
Ending
You don't tend to go past 8
You
o'clock.
you have to give us a.
Oh, sure. 8 o'clock.
8. And it's ending by 8, so do you wanna close it at 7, do you wanna close at 6, but we just put in the time.
Can't go later.
Yeah, can't go later.
Yep.
No wait lines outside. Staff person responsible for ensuring the order of noise or crowds. We'll post a stipulation, resonate contact. Check that I. Oops, I didn't put up a line below this. I have it. Put up, I can put up below.
Oh, yeah, you put it in.
Okay, the other thing we were gonna put, and I think what she asked about was. You mentioned as far as. Directing Ubers and pickups away from the front.
I have not said that. I don't know how that is done, to be honest. If you guys have experience from other operators that work, I'd love to.
I've never seen it.
I can.
I've never
It's pretty
seen it
easy.
be a
You can
problem.
contact Uber as a business and ask them when someone says, pick me up at Old Man Bar, that the dot that appears on their map is actually on a corner or on the avenue or somewhere away from the front if it's a contentious or a tight street or something like that. It's easy enough to do. Now, having said that, someone can drop a pin.
Well,
if they want.
that's the other thing, you can't
So,
control
It's not a.
you can't control what the patrons are doing.
Correct.
If they're leaving.
Just as many cabs as Ubers
Yeah.
in this area. This is.
I don't know that it helps in this particular instance. I was using it more as an example of the kind of thing we can try to help
Yeah.
do.
It's
If
more.
it would make a difference, I don't know if it would.
But I don't wanna stipulate that to you because I don't want them to have that expectation that there will be no Ubers picking you up outside when that's. Unfortunately.
So why don't we do this? We've obviously committed to having someone police the outside. If anything becomes a problem like black cars or taxis, you'll let us know and we'll do whatever we can to help familiar.
I'd be more concerned about the smoking and hanging out.
Well,
like
Well,
below
that's
people's
easier
windows.
to.
So, yeah, so put that in, so they're not at the building.
So, I mean, we already have, which I'm gonna add more, I will not have wait lines, but I will have staff person responsible for ensuring, but I will say. Staff, I will have
Like smoking.
staff to direct. Patrons. Direct smoking patrons. Patrons away. From the. Front of the building. Is that, do we need to add something else? Smoking patrons directing away, but
And, clear area when people leave.
Keep the frontage clear.
Yeah, keep the frontage clear. So, because people sometimes leave and then hang out.
okay, and I'm not comfortable putting in anything about the Ubers because I don't think that's fair to you when that's not under your control. Someone can order the Uber themselves and have it show up, and I just don't want Totally. I don't want to give them the unrealistic expectation that it won't happen.
I was just trying to make an example of the ways we can.
And I think that's being a good neighbor and business owner if you try that, but I just don't think.
That's the only complaint I never get.
Are you promising to keep the front clear because of your inside line?
That will help, absolutely.
They're just gonna keep the front clear.
But there'll also be security moving people along.
You're agreeing to have, they're agreeing to have no line, so you're not gonna have a weight line.
No
at all.
hanging out, no smoking, no nothing.
No wait.
Yes, they're,
That's in the.
that's in the
Yes.
stipulations, they're agreeing to no weight line and having a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering noise or crowds outside. And we went another step further and said have staff to direct the smoking patrons away from the front of the building to keep the frontage clear. Is there anything else? And you have 2 words. Is there anything else that I missed that we did not address?
Are they committed to Firestein and?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
You're committed to that?
Yes.
In the agreement?
Actually,
Don't put that.
I'm not
down.
gonna put that.
You absolutely
But
not.
we're
put that
hearing
down.
it tonight.
But you're hearing tonight, and I'm assuming do you have a contract with him already?
No, we are absolutely working.
And be sure and tell them about the courtyard and, you know.
No, he'll do a whole, I mean, when we talk with him, he goes all the way around, he goes, he'd love to go to the apartments, he does, he's no joke.
I would just feel better if you explained it.
Just
about
let him know that
He did a bird's eye view as well, and he asked about that.
Let him know that the residents have had issues with the sounds coming out from the courtyard in the back, just so that he can specifically.
Al knows we've had this.
What, Al, okay, you've worked with Al too? Okay, so let's see.
I know Al.
Okay. Okay, so I think,
He must get picked up really.
they were, and I don't know if you were paying attention, but is that agreeable with everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Before I send it to you later, okay. Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger,
Yes.
Guillermo Zaglaga,
Not sure, okay, yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yeah, too. Okay, so the motion passes, we'll be sending out the stipulations and let's make sure you keep a good relationship with the neighbors. Because we don't want to have to hear complaints from any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And what item are you? What's that here?
Who else is here from the public? Oh, wait, from the public. Are you all applicants?
Yes.
Okay. How many people do we have on?
And say thank you very much. for-
Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so let me just say this so I don't lose all that. Talking soon.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Like
then,
a closet neighbor.
What?
So it's not like a quiet neighborhood bar.
no, but we did say in our guidance that this is, if we wanted, we were going to have it, that's where we need, so.
I agree, there was no option.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just see where we're at. Apologies everyone for the read. Okay, so you know what, I know because you are here for 37 Market, we're gonna go ahead and take 37 Market next.
Joseph has items here too. if you wanted to read this.
So, but we wanna take him.
We'll get him, he's here for 37 Market, so we'll do that next and we'll see what Joe's doing. So yeah, you're the applicant for 37 Market. Do you have anyone on Zoom at all, or are you all here? They're all here. Okay.
Oh, what?
Wait, it's 3 hands. Wait.
Well,
There's 3 hands.
but I'm assuming
You're just
if,
resident, right?
yeah, if
You
you're
guys
resident
start.
for 37 Market, we'll call on you momentarily, so keep your hands raised and we'll promote you when it's time. Okay, so I'm gonna,
What number?
it is.
Sorry? Believe so. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 9. Okay, so give me, okay. So this is 37 Market Street. It was item number 9. It was Bar Chucho LLC doing business as Bar Chucho. Chucho, right? Right. Seeking full premises liquor license for the premises located at 37 Market between Madison and Henry Street. It's an application for, I'm assuming it's a pending 74. You're a Steve-O?
Yes, yes.
Application for up to 74 people. 16 tables and 49 seats, including a stand-up bar, full kitchen and food prep area serving food until 1 hour before closing. One television, small speaker playing music at background level. There's one full on premises license within 500 feet. Who did this?
That's true.
Is that it?
Yes.
What?
Well,
There was only one full on premises license within 500 feet.
I didn't do the business show.
Yeah, I actually have. I don't doubt.
No, I was surprised.
It's just very. So, but I do know we frequently.
Here's the one.
Hold on.
In one Market Street. Yeah, this is 37.
This is 37.
So you have one at Food Market, so you got any. Just kind of surprised as well.
I know we've been approved several things down there, but.
That makes sense from this.
Yeah, golden down there. Yeah.
Not 500.
On the 500.
But isn't, but you know what's not on here? The soccer plate.
Man, clean urine. Good.
I think they're, round.
The ground, yeah.
They're only beer and wine, so I don't know if that,
Is that this?
I play there, so I know it's.
You're missing something that's supposed to be on, is that what you're?
No, we're.
I was just, basically, there's only one full liquor license within 500 feet, I just.
I'm sorry.
We were.
So it's not-
Okay, not doubting you, I think it's such a bizarre thing and.
We were surprised.
There's only like 2 locations.
Never.
Okay,
Okay,
3. I don't know.
yeah, so. Another thing. Are you, did you check the Chinese Conservative Church?
Yes, we have a survey.
But, I mean, I have, the SLA map is showing you within 200 feet of it.
We have a survey from the licensed surveyor, 210 feet of Ashland.
Really? I mean, cause I'm just like looking at it on the map,
Yeah, that's wrong.
it's not, look, it's like, that's very.
Hold on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, you know what, I take your word on it.
No, they spent the money.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it was one of the first things we did.
Okay, anyways, so stepping back from that shock of having only one license within 500 feet. Let me finish just a summary, then I'll hand it over to you. This location was previously Dolly N1C, a restaurant with full premises license through 2024. This applicant owns and operates 2 restaurants in Manhattan, Brooklyn, including Karima, within CB3 at 3 Allen Street, which does have another full premises license. Sorry, something. And then you're proposing hours of operation, opening early at 12 p.m., closing by 2 a.m. all days, post fixed facade, bathroom coordination only. Not apply for any alteration, I must be free, no one drink special, happy hour till 7. And I think that is it. I'm gonna do hand it over to you and let you summarize, give me anything that I may have missed or misspoken.
Great, good evening, everybody. Anthony Cardinal for the applicants. Been a long evening, so I'll try to make this quick. I'd like to introduce the applicants first. To my left is Jesse Kranzler.
And then I have Vince Ott and then Sophia Ostos and Fidel Caballero. We were before you 2.5 years ago for Corima. They've been open and operating for over 2 years, extremely well received. They have a Michelin star. They were just ranked 36 out of 50 restaurants by San Pellegrino. So they're serious, legitimate operators, they're responsible operators as well. They just launched Bato NYC in Park Slope, just opened a couple of weeks ago. Extremely successful, doing very well. So we have proven operators here. The premises was previously licensed as indicated and is not a 500-foot application. We would be glad to address any questions. I would also like to speak to outreach, appropriate and significant outreach, postings. We have 60 signatures.
Did you?
Yes.
But that's what you're looking at. They're not on, they weren't on the website, and whoever did this draft resolution did not have.
Yeah, they were submitted. In terms of the outreach, we'd like to discuss that as well. We take outreach very seriously.
Yeah, they're not on the website.
And
Yeah.
we notified some block associations, in certain instances. That was the Friends of Two Bridges, residents of Two Bridges, November 14th, November 18th, and December 3rd. We were fortunate enough to, the applicants met with Jenny Yu, residents of Two Bridges today. It was a very positive meeting. They discussed several instances. I would be glad to address any questions the committee has at this time.
Okay, I think we're gonna move, I know we have Dennis. Dennis here, if you'd like, sorry. Dennis, if you wanna go ahead and. speak.
Okay, the dial, they insulated, but they have a huge tall door. When the door opens, the inside goes out. Right now, beer and wine, establishments, the sidewalks, you know, there's no difference between OP and the beer and wine. We have the sidewalks blocked all the way around from Palms to 36. When the dollar was operating, that sidewalk blocked most. The stipulations meant nothing if they had any. All three of these establishments have gone over their hours. And police have taken action at Falls, almost daylight at their. So they do what they want. The residents are not going to be here, both segregations still, and loaded down with families. They don't know what's going on. Many of them don't speak English.
Yeah.
So it's perfect. It's perfect neighborhood for bullying. So we are being badly abused. We're picking on women and children. We have so-called negotiator. If she's appointed by somebody, I don't know. Nobody is representing me. And
Well, you
no
said
association.
you have a, sorry to interrupt, but you said you have a negotiator, so.
No, we do not.
Oh, you do
I
not,
said a so-called negotiator.
but who is
That
that?
the Jenny. She lives in Knickerbocker.
Oh, Joe, okay, I thought.
She lives in Knickerbocker
Yeah, yeah.
Village. She's not exposed to what we are. We are the people living by these bars. And the 40 Woman Road was approved last month. That was an atrocity. Look at it, you know, people, anybody. But we're the ones suffering for it. Now, if the state, if the state wants to be the bullies, let them in to push people around. Because the landlords are kicking out stable businesses that have been there for decades, as well as residents, and bringing in bars to replace them. So I guess that's quick, you know, they can charge the bars more money. But regardless, I mean, keeping people up, I get woke up at midnight. And I mean, we're normal people living in the neighborhood. We have to sleep normal hours. Midnight is not an acceptable closing time. That's we're in bed at 9 o'clock, 8, 9 o'clock. Like I said, the residents are loaded down. They're not going to be here. And also, they're going to be afraid. I've been threatened. I've been mocked. I've been told we have to compromise. I've been told 10:30 is too late to turn down music. I mean, anyway, we have evidence and police records. What's going on?
Have you been, letting students, have you been sending? Whoever, I think Jenny, whoever's speaking on Zoom, I think if you were promoted already, but you need to hold on, we're not due yet. Have you been sending these to the office, Susan at the office, the complaints? Are you keeping her?
好像是他让你静音的，好像他觉得你这边声音太吵了。我呢？好像
Okay.
Thank you.
I see.
I sent, I got one of the elected officials got in touch with me.
Okay, so that's.
And,
because
so she forwarded my pleas and evidence to you, the CB3, as well as the board.
Yes, he's been in the office a lot.
Okay, just I was just making sure that we're, you know.
Yeah,
Because, and I understand the situation down there, you know. I'm still surprised.
An existing situation.
What?
Because we'll.
And
The existing situation, I know, but.
41 Monroe.
Yeah, so yeah, we can't act on what happened.
I understand that, but I sent the 37 Market Street info on the former operators to get you oriented to see the effects it has on us, whether doing anything wrong or not.
Yeah.
The people on the street, we hear it all.
And I completely sympathize with that. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about, I'm gonna move on. We have some other people to speak, and then I'm gonna address a few things that you said, just in general, that,
Thanks.
but thank you. Okay, so anyone else here in the room, you're all with the applicant, right? Okay, I know there was a few people on Zoom that have their hands raised.
They put their hands down. Oh, I see. The panelists now.
So. Yeah, I think I see. Jenny,
What happened to Carmen?
Carlin.
Okay,
Yeah.
you heard me talk. That's it.
Okay. So I promoted, okay, so we promoted Jenny. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Hi, thank you. So yes, this is Jenny, residents of Two Bridges. We had a chance to meet with Jesse and Vince today, so I'd like to thank them for their time. But I want to also clarify that we've been at the last couple of CB3 meetings because we've had sort of an influx of applicants so far, and they may not be appearing on the SLA system where you're finding the other licenses, but Bolzot 55 Market Street just opened up their full liquor license, and then last month we had Tinto at 41 Monroe who applied as well, but thankfully the community board declined them. But we don't know if they're going to be, they didn't sign the stipulations, but there could be potentially another two more. I mean, there's already one more, Bolzot, right? So there could potentially be three liquor licenses already, in addition to Mr. Fong's. So I wouldn't just go by like what you see on the map today. But just like we said with Tinto on 41 Monroe, 2 a.m. is really too late for our neighborhood. Like, I don't doubt Jess and Vince's sincerity, but they did emphasize that the type of business that they're opening up here is different than Korima, and that it's more of a bar focus with a small food menu, but it is a different atmosphere, different type of business and clientele that they're targeting. And we really don't need more reasons for bar goers from Mr. Fong's to kind of linger when the wine bar across the street is already being very, very disruptive. To this gentleman's point, they're open well beyond their hours of 12 p.m. Yeah. So there's no enforcement there. These operators are.
Your 2 minutes are up, so if you can just finish up your thoughts.
Okay, so my thought is that we would really appreciate if the operators would adhere to like 12 midnight hours and 1 a.m. hours on the weekend. That would be, neighbors would really appreciate it. We just want to keep the hours reasonable for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Okay, and then I see. Harlan, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I've spoken to some of the neighbors who don't speak English down that way, and they're concerned about the growing number of bars that are opening. So, I mean, we like to see people do business, but I think I do think that 2 a.m. is too late. If they would stick to a 12 a.m. closing, that'd be more in line with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Harlan. Okay, I see, Christina, I'm gonna promote you. Give me one moment. And I see health wellness. I'm promoting you as well, but we'll go ahead, go with Christina. You can unmute yourself and go ahead and speak, please.
Hi, this is Christina. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, so I am a resident of Knickerbocker Village, which is just like, down the street from 37 Market. And I'm also concerned about the late closing time. If this operator could, close at midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and then if they want to open until 1 a.m. Friday to Saturday, I guess that's a compromise. But 2 a.m., it's just too late. This is a very quiet residential neighborhood. Like, we don't want to see this turn into like a baby hell square. I think, as all the other residents who've spoken can attest, like it's just not in line with what this neighborhood is. And I'm just very concerned that this is like, the growing trend happening here. So if the operators could, just work with the neighborhood instead of like imposing what they want on us, that would be great. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next. I had health and wellness.
Hi, thanks. This is Jessica. I'm really just kind of restating what the other residents in the neighborhood have said, and we're excited about having new businesses, but not really having those businesses change the nature of our neighborhood, which is a quiet residential place. And so I also am concerned about it sort of changing into a night destination. And I also support the idea of kind of a Sunday through Thursday midnight closing and a Friday and Saturday 1 a.m. I think would be a good compromise. We, want this place to be successful, but also to keep our neighborhood the way that it's been historically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. And let's see, is anyone else on Zoom wanted to speak? Please raise your Zoom hand. If not, we're gonna move on. Daryl, I'm gonna promote you, Daryl. Okay. Daryl, you just have to go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and speak, please. Daryl, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, you are promoted to, you can speak.
Keep asking from Antonio.
Okay,
There we go. Thank you.
all right, great. I live next door, 31 Market Street. I've been there since 1985. I'd like to point out we have two incredibly disruptive bars already on the block, Mr. Fong's, and worst of all, Cellar 36, that has hundreds of people on the weekends on the sidewalk. I remember when Dahlia was there, it was a very disruptive bar. I wish the new bar owners luck, but I also agree 2 p.m. is drinking time. That's not dinner time. The neighborhood will be much better off with the midnight cutoff. It's a working class neighborhood. We all have to get up and go to work the next day. And there's so many bars. There's such a saturation of bars in this neighborhood and all the blocks around us. It's really beyond a tipping point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. And last call, anyone raise your Zoom hand? If not, we're moving on. Okay. So thank you everyone who spoke. Gonna give the applicants a chance to respond to what they heard.
Absolutely. So we're very appreciative of the neighbors coming out and stressing their concerns here. What I would indicate in terms of the words oversaturation, it's not a 500 foot as we expressed to you. There's one existing license. It's 145 feet away, and there's one pending, but it's not a 500 foot.
Is that Mr. Fons?
Yes.
But there are, and I think to her point, this is why it surprised me. In the last couple months, we've had 3.
So the Liquor Authority Clinton shows pending.
But they don't have, I know, this has been in the last 2 months. We've had 3 in this area. So that's why it was a trigger, not, I don't use the word trigger, but that's why it popped in my head because, and we've approved that.
Sure.
So that's.
They probably haven't filed with the Liquor Authority.
It's in process and they're caught up, but they're not as caught up, I think, that they should have been. So, and again, not to, right now, based on the SLA, yes, it's not 500 foot here. And I'm not saying it would be a 500 foot here, but
I'm just speaking to the term oversaturation.
Yeah.
We've heard apps today that had 25 licenses within 2 months.
56.
So, so the prior applicant and licensee also was approved by this committee for a 2 AM. When they applied, I have the resolution right here, that was 4 years ago. We have proven operators here in your community board that have been a tremendous addition to the community. They're responsible operators. We've met with the community, we've met with Jenny today. They did make some concessions. At the negotiation of the discussion today was a 2 AM Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then a midnight from Sunday to Wednesday, which we believe is a significant compromise. And it is also an indication that they are willing to work with the community. Vince also lives a block away. He has a newborn. He's been in the community for 6 years. These operators wouldn't do anything to tarnish Karima. They're not gonna take another establishment and do poorly there, and then have that reflect on their existing establishment. So do you guys wanna add anything?
Yeah. I've just been wanting to hold this all night. I think a big thing that we also want to stretch or stress is that, you know, we're coming from a reputation as restaurant operators. This is going to be primarily a place with a small focused food menu, specializing in tacos and gringos that Chef Fidel will be making. But it will also be a bar. The reason that we think it's important to stay open late is one thing we've noticed in the neighborhood. It's a lot of restaurant industry people. And there are very, very few options to eat late at night after service, unless you want to go to a bodega. And you know, it's something that we found in our community that we think would be an asset. So part of the reason of wanting to keep the place open until 2 AM is when these guys get off of work at 12:30, 1 AM. It'd be nice for them to have a place to eat. And we think it's important to have something that is accessibly priced, serves the neighborhood well, and part of the way to keep food accessibly priced is also serving alcohol. We're also going to have non-alcoholic drinks. Our goal is to listen to the community as much as possible. I hear and I've continued to hear concerns from the community about sort of what happens on that street. You know, spill over from.
And if you want, I have a whole bunch of videos that Dennis has sent me. It is awful.
Oh, and so when
for not being many bars there, and this is why, because as I said, we've approved 3 recently.
Yeah.
It's what we need to start, and we need to talk about this when we discussed it, but we don't want this to turn into Little Hell Square or Dime Square.
And we fully hear and understand that. We think the time that the restaurant is open and what happens on that block are slightly different issues. We think that there needs to be conversations between all of the operators on that block and the community to try to put together traffic mitigation, sound mitigation, where to put people who are smoking, where to pick up all of those sort of things. And we, in our conversation today,
there's video of just them leaving their doors and windows open and people screaming outside.
Yeah,
that's.
If I can speak to it, as Anthony said earlier, I've been living a block away at 41 Monterey for the past 6 years. Prior to Cellar 36 being open, Mr. Fong's was already previously in existence. Yes, I'm well aware of the situation that happens on that block there. It's obviously clear, you know, violations of what was discussed in previous community board hearings or SLA guidelines. However, their mismanagement is, I understand the concern from the community, but I guess the best we can do and what we can kind of like put forward is, our word is, we said this is the proven operators, and I'm always going to be literally from my apartment to the bar and restaurant will be 1 block within walking distance. I walk by consistently. I walk my dog in the evening. I'm up early with my 9-month-old. So I'm very tapped into what's happening there. I know the operators of the other spots. I've known them for some time. The industry is quite small in New York City. So I get it. However, the mismanagement of others, it is something that obviously needs to be addressed and taken care of. And really all that can come from that is our word as operators and our proven track record. I've was the opening general manager of Crema, and helped with Fidel to kind of get the restaurant to where it is, and that's kind of like the jewel in our eye, and we want to kind of keep the reputation sterling there. As Jesse said, this is meant to be kind of like echo the spirit of like a taqueria, where you can kind of get off work and go grab a few tacos and like a drink and go about your way. It's not intended to serve bottles of wine on the sidewalk and have people mosey up and down the drink with wine glasses and cocktail glasses. As someone again who's in the neighborhood and intends on staying there and raising my child there and putting them in daycare literally next door to where the place is, it's not what we intend to do. I'm committed to this community. That block in particular, I don't plan on going anywhere or fleeing, or obviously I haven't been here as long as the gentleman who spoke before me or anyone who spoke on Zoom, but I am a member of the community that plans on sticking around and being here long term.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know, Carolyn Hicks is depressive. I'm talking.
Oh, sorry. Carlin, you can go ahead and, because you only said like 20 seconds last time, go ahead and. Yeah,
No, I heard the gentleman make a statement that he took a canvas of the neighborhood, and they are in the hospitality industry. And after work, they like to stop by and have a taco and a drink or something late night. Did he? I didn't see anything on his application where he provided any kind of data on his study of this neighborhood and the residents. Can you clarify that? Thank you.
Yes, Colin. That's an assessment. There's no data or evaluation. That's just being in the industry, his thoughts on a possible market, and hence the request for the later hours, which are perfectly in line. Again, it was already approved for 2 a.m. The last hour.
So it was approved for 2 a.m., but their
Yeah.
hours were only 12, even though they were approved for 2, they were 12 during the week and 2 on the weekends. That was what they operated as.
Yeah,
So-
we're proposing the same. We'll just do the 2 a.m. on the weekends as well. We did compromise. We had the meeting today, and they did hear the requests and the concerns of the block association, and as such, they reduced their hours.
Okay, so we're gonna move on, I guess, to committee discussion now. My thought is, the only reason I'm willing to consider it is because it was previously licensed with a full OP. And you did reduce the hours during the week.
Yeah.
And it's a closed fixed facade,
Yes.
and are you having doormen?
No.
We don't plan on it, but if it needs to happen, it needs to happen.
Because, as I said, Dennis has sent many videos, and compared to Hell Square, it might not be awful, but for a quiet street, the stuff that he sent in videos is awful.
Yeah.
And I normally would not suggest necessarily a restaurant that needs security, but this, because it is so quiet, I think people feel that they can do whatever they want in some ways, because they can walk down streets quiet, they can scream.
Sure.
And they can stand outside the doors and scream. Yes.
As far as these doormen and stuff like that, they're not gonna run free. Everybody knows, they're not gonna run away with customers. And also, I have the evidence too, that can show that they're acting as guards, actually watching the police.
Well, I think in our minds, again, we're happy to listen to community as far as doorman security. I think we want to stress that it's not the bar first and foremost, and most restaurants don't typically have a doorman. We do have a sound mitigation, traffic mitigation plan there, and there'll always be a manager on site who can instruct people to leave. But again, if the community requires that, we're happy to.
And normally we agree with that. Normally we say restaurants shouldn't have doormen and security. But I'm just trying to do something to mitigate the issue, because it hasn't been a problem, but in the last 6 months to a year, it's becoming a problem down there.
Sure.
And I don't want to be blamed for the next Hell Square.
And that's totally fair. I guess question for you is, if we have a door person, are they going to take care of the crowds in front of Cellar?
No, you can't, but you can take care of the crowds in front of your space.
Yeah, of course.
And when they're standing there yelling down the street for their friends to come join them, that's part of the issue.
Heard, yeah.
I don't know, what do you think?
I don't know, given they have one other location within CB3, it was previous licensed as a bar. And they're exempt from the 500-foot hearing. I think it's.
Well, that just means they don't have to prove benefit.
They don't have to prove public
benefit.
Yeah.
Which we're not questioning that at this point.
Yeah, I think we should negotiate with them about the 12 and 2. I think that's how we should approach it. And then just stipulate that.
You're saying negotiate more than 12 and 2?
No, keep it at 2 and 12, but like, hold them to those stipulations rather than, let them go to the SLA or after, if we deny them for less, or if we approve them for less, and then, they might get more because, they don't have to prove public benefit.
Thoughts?
Following your guidance.
I mean, yeah, the only reason I would probably have said no, with the exception of the fact that you were previously licensed. Right. The location was previously licensed.
Yeah.
And
that's why I would say.
And we wouldn't have taken the space if it hadn't been previously licensed.
Because we have, probably against our better judgment, we've approved several non-licensed locations within several blocks of this space. And I do think it's going to become a problem.
Yeah.
Because this is the new hotspot where people want to go. I was on the bus, never mind, I'm not gonna share this. But no, it is, and I don't want to be blamed for that, so. Okay, it sounds like we're kind of in agreement that because it was previously licensed. And because they did agree to lower their hours, even from what the previous license was approved to what the previous license was operating as. And they do have another business at CB3 that has not been a problem, and I'm sorry, I see everyone with their hands raised, but you've had your chance to talk, and we have many more items, and it's 10:30, so I'm sorry, but you've had your chance to talk, and I'm sorry we can't call you. We're in this committee discussion, we're gonna move to a vote soon, so. That being said, I guess I would propose the motion that we approve with the adjusted stipulations of closing at 12 Sunday through Thursday.
We had said Sunday through Wednesday.
Sunday through Wednesday. And 2 on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So then they bring the stipulations up. And just while I'm doing that, and again, I'm gonna say to everyone, not, this isn't for you, but for anyone else who's listening and for any other applicants that are interested, that we are going to start looking at this area much more. Critically than we have been, so. Okay, let me make this a little bit more readable. Okay. And power shifts. Okay. So it is I, Jesse Kranzler, and the representative of Bar Chucho LLC, located 37 Market Street. My license would be a full liquor. With the new application, I will operate a full service Mexican taqueria and bar. With kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. Actually, that was one thing that I want to mention. So our standard is all hours of operation. Because otherwise you turn into a bar. And you're talking about having food for people to come after
That's what I
work.
know.
That doesn't make sense with what you just said. So our standard is food during all hours of operation.
All good.
Because if that was your whole point with the serve the people after the industry, you're contradicting.
It's all good.
Okay. Kitchen and serving food for. That. And then. Your hours of operation are going to be, and it's opening at 12 p.m. all days. And then 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday. 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. And it is a close to, I think we agree it's close to the facade. You do not have DJs, live music, third party from events, and the cover fee is charged, scheduled performances. On my own background for music only. Not apply alteration costs coming to CD3. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials. Will have happy hour that went by 7. Will not have wait lines outside. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no voters crowd. Will conspicuously post a stipulation. Resident contact the owner manager at the number below. Jesse Kranzler, 858-401-2622.
That's correct.
Okay. And what I was going to just ask, and skipped over these two things. We did not, so I think we agreed we're not going to require security. I guess, I think we're under it. Is there soundproofing installed?
There is not, there is soundproofing that is in when the previous tenant came in. There have been no sound complaints in the space. And our speakers are gonna be at like, the ceilings are about 20 feet, we're putting them about 10 feet up. So we don't anticipate any issues. So we don't plan to install additional soundproofing.
Are you willing to say you'll install soundproofing if there are sound complaints, noise complaints?
If they're reasonable sound complaints, yeah, sure.
Well, as you heard,
yeah.
our normal standard, which I wasn't gonna hold you to, but our normal standard is I will install soundproofing to ensure sound is not audible in any of our apartments. That's almost on every application. I wasn't going to say we'll install soundproofing, but I will say I was going to include the caveat if necessary.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. And I agree, we did not hear from anyone saying there were issues, but
We've done our research that we haven't heard anything from people in the building.
okay, and we're not including this security. And I know you were starting to mention, and I don't think we're gonna put this in stipulation, but you were talking about working with the other businesses to.
I think
figure down.
I think
not
it
something.
benefits, I don't know how you could put that in there, but I think it benefits everyone for.
It's not something we can require because you can't control them, but if you make a conscious effort to reach out to them and try to improve things, I'm sure that would be very well received in there.
I think we'll make everyone's life easier.
Okay, okay. Everything else is acceptable? Okay, we're gonna move to a vote. Steve Ballinger,
Yes.
Clint Meltzer, yes. Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So office will be sending out the stipulation for instructions to sign in the church.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. Okay. Okay, looks like. Yeah, they want to have anyway. Good. Do you want to be, we have a second on yourself. Okay, we're gonna go to Pinky Swear.
Usually.
What's, what other?
The only one I have is 301 Front Street.
So I've been getting emails from other people complaining that we took things out of order and they were numbered.
I know, and I've been answering them too. It's like everybody here, it's not an acceptable complaint.
No, it's not, but when they see they're on number 4, they will think that they're going.
I don't get paid extra for being here and you guys get nothing. So it's not an acceptable. But we've always jumped into it.
So we're gonna move on to. Oh, number 20, which is high-five to the people 301 Grand Street.
Yeah.
The applicants are here in person. I do have a resolution for this one, so I'm gonna give a quick summary. This is high five to the people LLC, seeking the full premises of the license, and premises located at 301 Grand Street in Elbridge, New Hampshire. It's an application for, and I assume it's 74 people, I think it was pending, right? But was it?
It's over 2 floors. So it's 85 seats total across the few floors. And
There were 85 people, 27, oh yeah, because I actually have this in here, 27 tables and 85 seats, 2 bars, 15 foot bar on the first floor, 8 feet bar on the second floor, less than full service kitchen serving 2 general hours of operation, no TVs, live music. There are 18 on premises licenses within 500 feet from the land map. This location was previously unlicensed. The applicant is a license holder. We have not received any support or opposition at the moment for this item. 51 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing. The hours of 8 AM to 12 AM all days. It will operate as bar tavern with less than a full service kitchen. Third part, they will have DJs and live music, but no third party promoted events. Any amount of photography is charged for scheduled performances. And were you planning on having happy hour?
I think so.
No, okay, so we'll not have a happy hour. Will not have wait lines for the staff person responsible for ensuring delivery crowds, and will not have more than 20 private parties per year. Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over to you two, you three. You have any other thing you would like to summarize or add to what I just said?
sure, we can certainly do that. I'm happy to be on the quicker side as I know what time it is. You've ran through the nuts and bolts of this accurately, as you can see from the submitted materials. We included some concept information as well, so you understand what this is. Little coffee shop in the front. You asked about earlier hours of the other application. This one will be providing earlier hours starting at 8 AM. Little coffee shop cafe in the front, a bar in the rear, more of a listening space. And you've read some of the materials about the principal here and his background, and you know, this is right in his wheelhouse. He wants to create this really unique, intimate listening space. So while there will be DJs, this will be background music. It won't be entertainment level. And then the second floor is more of a community space, as you can see in there for programming. He's interested in, I believe there was someone who logged on to Zoom earlier who mentioned we need more community spaces. This is going to be one of those spaces. They're looking to activate the upstairs in a way, you know, whether it's music, whether it's culture, whether it's wellness, something that, you know, is going to benefit the community and the residents. He's made a career so far of building communities, places. He's looking to do the same thing here.
Okay. Let's move this to see if is there anyone here from the public that wanted to speak to 301 Grand Street? Please raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none. Okay. Okay, so committee, questions. I'll start. I have, so I guess my main question is, I know you mentioned community, you said someone on Zoom had mentioned community spaces. My concern is that this is currently an unlisted location. And the coffee shop, we're hearing a lot of this recently. Everyone wants, we have at least one, if not two more applications that want to do a similar thing.
But if I could, this is gonna be a little bit different. You can talk to his expertise and what he does from a sound perspective to make this what I don't think anyone else in that's gonna be doing. The coffee shop, I agree with you, you hear that all the time, but there'll be something unique about this concept that I'm happy to have him speak on if you'd like.
Sure.
Oh, sure, okay. Great, well, thanks for, listening to this application here. I, as my colleague mentioned here, like I've had a lot of experience with event operations, programming creation. I've done a lot of like programming with museums, with the S Hotel, doing a lot of like the intersection of music culture and sound system culture. And actually, that's kind of a big part of my background. Also in audio engineering, so actually building sound systems, kind of custom builds. And we've done some of that for the businesses. So we bring a lot of expertise, and I think that we have a philosophy that a good sound actually has a lot of therapeutic type of kind of like qualities, and kind of brings people together, brings community together. And I think that for me, the Lower East Side and really the lower Manhattan is a place that has so much rich history, so much culture when it comes to music. And I think we want downtown to be the kind of place that honors that history, but also creates a platform for kind of the new generation. So when we say kind of the community aspect of it, it's really about thoughtful programming. It's about partnering with local organizations, kind of bringing their kind of like perspective to the space, and also just supporting local artists, local music labels, kind of providing a space for like all of that to happen. So we're really about creating a space that's intimate, that's really about like active listening, not like loud parties.
Well, I was just gonna, so I know you said DJs at background level, but you're talking about artists and artist events and parties. That sounds not, to me, it doesn't sound like a quiet, low-key background level events.
Yeah, well, I think this is kind of like exactly when we say DJ, there's obviously a wide range of what that means. I think there's a whole new trend around kind of this like vinyl listening first bars. There's a few examples actually. There's one in Tribeca. There's a couple in Brooklyn, and so this is more kind of the type of listening and activation that we're looking at. So think about an artist thinking about the record, playing on vinyl on a very nice analog system that's like being in someone's living room with a really nice system. That's the kind of like I think.
And what about the live music component then?
The live music component would be kind of the kind of the similar like very acoustic kind of type, maybe spoken words. So this is kind of like maybe really the type of events that we're looking to program.
Still at background.
Yes, still
everything in background.
Susan?
Yes, I got excited when I heard you say community space, but I don't think
Not that.
it is community space. It sounds like you're having events of your choosing. Are they gonna be free or?
So it's gonna be a mix. I think we're looking at doing a lot of regular type of programming where we can have, for example, like a classic album listening that would be free maybe during a weekday, where we would kind of work with curators to bring the active listening sessions for like classic albums, for example.
But are they free or?
Yes, they will be free. Yeah,
They'll be free to the community.
Yeah.
And so what I was wondering, when you said community events, would you be maybe partnering with any local organizations, to develop the programming?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is kind of where, like during the daytime, because we have the entire day part, we need to kind of work with partners. And we're already thinking about ideas like sound meditations, even yoga classes, because the space is works as a gallery. So we're talking about like gallery exhibits. Again, every time that it kind of ties with music and music culture, I think it's kind of really a wheelhouse. But we want the space to be really activated in a lot of different ways and working with partners.
And I know it's previously unlicensed, and what are you doing for soundproofing?
So soundproofing is actually kind of it's not only necessity, it's core to our DNA. You know, actually it's actually core to good sound and kind of this audiophile type kind of philosophy, where the soundproofing of the space is actually going to be core to the. So we're working with a consultant, also in sound system design. So again, it's kind of my background, kind of the sound engineering. A lot of like sound mitigation comes from the design of the sound system. So I think a lot of bars that we see use kind of mass marketed type of like generic speakers that have.
What's on the third floor of the space?
The third floor is a residential unit. Yeah. So it's a new building. It's a full renovation. So we're working with the landlord, and yeah, just kind of working on kind of making sure that we build the right infrastructure, and it's also a separate entrance. Yeah.
If I could just clarify, it's a residential unit that's within our lease for the space, and so for our use, for example, guests are coming, so it's not.
Oh, it's your space.
Yeah, it's not open, it's not a.
So
public
you're doing, so the whole building is yours?
Yes. Including this.
So you just sublease it to the like tenant upstairs, or?
So there's no tenant. You
There's
said
no
right now,
tenant.
They use it for their guests.
Got it. So no residents.
You know, and again, not that, but that section of Grand Street is very commercial.
Yeah, correct. That was a contributing factor in why they liked the location.
There are also no residential tenants that share in walls. There are no residential tenants that share.
Building?
No.
Really?
No, and in fact, right now on the block, there's close to 40% vacancy. A lot of the commercial spaces are not being used at all. And we were successfully going into a number of the residential buildings on Eldridge, on Allen. Well, there's very little residential on Allen, but we were able to talk to neighbors on Eldridge who were excited. We door knocked throughout buildings, and we had a lot of people that were excited about just seeing things on this block of Grand Street, which is like in some areas it's kind of just desolate. Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay with this. I don't know if anyone else has any other questions or comments about it.
I think that comes a bit real and like the
It
end of
is.
fire and.
I guess my biggest concern is the fact that it is currently unlicensed. And as we've mentioned before, once we add a licensure place and we've given live music and DJ stipulations,
Could turn into a club.
it's a 3-floor space. It could be a 3-floor club.
Well, so there's background music stipulation also, which could prevent that.
Yeah.
And we're not licensing
It's-
the entire
well-
building, and we're specifically not licensing top floor, and we're happy to stipulate that the basement is used not for patron use, so.
But you know as well as I do that the SLA won't be that specific when they're looking at,
Totally, but it is also a commercial cargo with no residents inside or
but
surrounding.
do we want to add a 3-floor club to any corridor at this point in time?
I would never propose such a thing.
I'm not saying you would, but I'm just, playing devil's advocate and thinking about the future, and
Look, I think it's a very niche concept.
it is.
And
But
I
not
think-
every, if 5 years from now, if they've outgrown the space and move on, then we have a space that, even though you're stipulating not all 3 floors to be used, but it just.
Yeah, it's
you
super
could
specific
open Pandora's
stipulations,
box.
but it would no longer be previously licensed. No previously licensed, rather.
Yes, and it would have live music and DJs, so we can't say, a club's gonna increase the impact. We don't,
I think you could in good faith, because this background music only, it's gonna be programmed in a way that's much different. So I think you'd have.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
but
let's- There. Okay, let me pull these out. Okay, let's share these on the screen. Okay. So. It is, I am, apologies, is it Block Fam?
Yeah, it's okay.
As qualified representative of High Five the People LLC, located 301 Grand Street, would be a full liquor license. My license category is notification, will operate a bar tavern with less than a full service kitchen. Did we? No, sorry, I was thinking of a different application prior to that.
There's not a full kitchen.
Yes, I was, sorry, but I was just talking about the hour when, I was thinking of the previous application. I'm crazy at 10:30. With less than a full service kitchen, a serving food during hours of operation, the hours of operation will be 8 AM to 12 AM. Are you really going to be open at 8 AM all day? So you heard what I said probably earlier.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so then we'll leave it at 8 AM to 12 AM all day.
No, it's Sunday through Wednesday till 12, Thursday through Thursday through Saturday to 2.
Okay, so 8 AM to 12, Sunday through Thursday.
Sunday through Wednesday, Sunday through Wednesday till midnight, Thursday through Saturday till 2.
Okay. Okay. And we're now use outdoor space for commercial use. And then, does it have any operable sliders windows? Or is it a closed fixed facade?
It's fixed.
At this moment, the facade is fixed. We don't intend that it will be open, but either way, the design that we're building is one where any space that's serving alcohol is a secondary room. So when you walk into the space, you're in a coffee shop and you're going sort of past that wall into a secondary
Fixed
space.
facade.
Okay, so I will close this facade. So we'll have DJs and live music, but you will not have third-party promoted events. Any event in which a cover fee is charged, scheduled performances. No dancing. And no more than 20 private parties per year. DJs at background level, live, and I guess just to. Is the live music going to be any specific type of live music? Are you, it could be a 20-person choral group?
Yeah.
Is it single person with a mic, like just?
I think a good way to look at it is like maybe like the NPR Tiny Desk. It's that kind of like vibe, and
So if we say live music will be acoustic, non-amplified, or is that what you're referring to, or you?
I think it could be amplified, but it'll stay at that background level.
So live music will be at background level. That's probably specific enough. Is there anything else we need to address in terms of the sound, music, that kind of stuff, I think? Is there anything we mentioned?
Soundproofing we're doing. Bless you. Thank you.
And there really aren't, doesn't sound like there are many neighboring apartments, but we'll put that in just for. And because it is a brand new building, I'm sure you have more control over that. Okay. We'll play on the, well, it's technically not recorded, but we listed above, background level. Will not forget pop culture party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy rushes of food. Not, so you did not want happy hours, or you did?
It's not at this moment in our projection for the space. If it's I
I
don't
mean,
think that it's
We don't
particularly.
necessarily care about happy hours, so if you think you might want them,
Sure, then
go ahead and
let's.
put them in, just so you have the hour, sure, that's not, we don't usually have a problem with happy hours. Happy hours will end by
Eight.
eight. Um. No wait lines, we'll have a staff person responsible for sure, we order noise of crowds. The one thing that I think we mentioned, would you agree to stipulate that the third floor and basement will not be used for? I think how did you word it? Did you say
No patron use?
for patron use, is that what you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a residential apartment or a residential unit, so you can't have parties up there if that's what you're trying to. What?
There's a contemplated use for a future year to be able to have something like space for recording audio, like maybe in 2 years we decide to reprogram the second floor from a residential space and instead for a musician to come in and record audio, not for something that's particularly open to the public, but to,
Studio.
yeah, studio space.
That would be part of the license premise. So
They
if you want-
need to come back to us for an altercation if they wanted to add a studio in there.
No, it would be part of the license
Not
premise.
just gonna be licensed, not.
Yeah,
it's
not
licensed.
Yeah,
So,
no patron use in the lower level, it's a kitchen, storage and offices. And then the third floor is a residential apartment, which might be a recording studio at some point in the future, but would never be part of the license premise.
well, so. Rather than saying, because I don't wanna say, if they're planning on using it for a studio, I feel like limiting them to, by saying no patron use on the third floor would be. Contrary to what you're planning, right?
It would not be,
Well, it would be for public viewing.
Would be,
I think so. I think alcohol service limited to ground and second floor
that's that,
would do the job.
so I'm gonna say that.
Yeah.
Alcohol service will be limited to ground and first. Ground and first floor, you know. That way, it's, if they wanna have a studio or whatever on the third floor,
Yeah.
that's fine. Okay. Okay, everything okay with that?
just one additional question, which referenced something that you brought up with the previous applicant. In the instance that we find out that, for example, on Saturdays, we don't have the foot traffic to support coffee until 9 o'clock in the morning and or on Sunday or something like this, are we forced to open at 8 AM?
Yes. Well, right now, the hours of operation are 8 AM to 12 AM, so that means you have to open no later than 8 AM.
Well, not necessarily. That's as early as they
Exactly,
can
that's
open.
what we do.
That's as early as they can open.
No, that's as late as they can open, you have to be open by 8 AM.
No later than.
Is it
I
possible?
think that
to
might be
shift-
your guys' rule, it's not the way the state views it. But if you would want them mandated to be open by their opening hour, then maybe we wanna call it 9 AM instead of 8 AM.
That's,
Or 11 or 12.
Can we set it
You
to
probably
10?
won't,
okay,
you probably won't have the foot traffic, because every time someone tries to do that, they end up.
Yeah.
that's why I usually mention it, just because. You don't want you to then be stuck by saying, agree to an opening no later than 8 AM and you don't have any business, so we're gonna change it to 10 AM all days. Okay, anything else? Okay. Even about moving to vote on these stipulations, Stephen Ballinger,
Yes.
Ms. Meltzer, yes, Guillermo? Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Office will be sending out stipulations.
And then there was one.
Oh, it's so long,
What are you here for?
Thank you.
Okay, that's next anyway. I was gonna do chronological, so. You're up. Are you the applicant, I assume?
I'm representing the applicant. I think illegal should be here under Donald Bernstein.
what's the name?
Donald Bernstein?
You're not, I'm from downtown there, you're
Yeah.
not the applicant?
He's it, Donald Vaughn.
What?
Donald Vaughn.
Oh, yes,
Ryan,
See, but it's can't come to pass.
is Ryan Kopchick?
He's,
I know, but is he,
He's the legal applicant on this.
Thank you. Have a
He
good
just
evening.
had a newborn, so he's.
Okay, so Ryan Kupchik is part of your group, not just someone here to speak to it. Okay, so they should both be promoted. Okay. Hold on just a second, so we have 1, 2.
This 5 left.
That's fine.
After this, I'm so sorry.
So not your problem. So I'm gonna give a brief summary. There we go. Okay. Waldout Entertainment LLC doing business as Pinky Square, seeking an alteration to a full premises license. Premises located at 167-171 Christie Street, Single Landscape, Rivington. An application for establishment of 150 people, 32 tables, and 91 seats, plus 12 bar stools. Full kitchen, serve food during the off operation. With television and streaming music. There are 16 full on premises licensed within 500 feet. The applicant is the current license holder of this at this location. Do you have the dates for that? There were no dates specified, I think, on that, but.
For which part, sorry?
This,
When you.
you're or the applicant online is the current license holder, correct?
Yes, correct.
Since how long, since when?
I think Donald will be able to speak in terms of when.
Clint, hi Clint, I didn't quite hear the question.
When was, so I was just giving the summary, and the applicant is the current license holder since when? When did they take over the space open?
So it opened earlier this year. They were delayed because it's a new building construction and there were issues with that, but the stipulation for the original license was in 2022.
So this item is coming back for exactly the same thing as what they approved in 2022?
No, it's an alteration application. So they're making, this license was approved by the community board, this license was approved by the SLA and issued by the SLA. They've been operating for a number of months, and the current application is to make some internal changes to the bars. The size is the same, the shape is changing slightly. Principally, the change is to add the back courtyard area that's outdoor space that has 5 tables and 24 seats. And we would close that by 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on weekends. No music outdoors. And that is principally what this is to add that space. They've done some outreach. I think that we've got letters, about 7 or 8 letters from residents in the building that we sent to the office that are in support of this.
Okay. So I think one of the things in the original stipulation was to adding a fire pit.
Yes, so the outdoor space will have a fire pit. It has been approved by DOB, I'm told. I didn't do that filing.
Yes.
But we have the approval of DOB for that fire pit, and the current C of O for the space also allows use of that back courtyard for eating and drinking.
We also have pictures of the space just to give some sense of what we're talking about. This is a small, intimate, tiny space. It's not a party space. It's for food, it's for sitting around, having s'mores.
Okay. And the ground, it's ground floor?
It is ground floor,
Mhm.
yeah. Here's, just so you guys have a sense of what we're kind of visually doing. It's all done up already. We also put rolling canopies and, I'm sorry, should I be speaking in?
Yes, just,
I apologize.
yes, because they.
Is this on or?
Hit the button, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. We put up roaming canopies also to, hide direct the line of sight. Again, we clipped all music, nothing out there whatsoever. We're also applying for to make sure we have extra security down there for busy nights to limit the amount of people out there. Part of doing so is also because, as everyone knows, that area Christie Street does get a little crazy. We've been robbed twice now since opening, me being personally attacked in one of them. I should also say this, my name is Will Horowitz. This isn't the first time for me. I own Duck's Eatery and Harry Nigas, as well run the Trinity Soup Kitchen on Tompkins Park, and created the East Village Cookbook. So I have a long-standing track record of, being a community advocate and leader, and I live right here and was born here. So, we care about our neighbors. We certainly don't want to cause any trouble, and we've thrown multiple free, mixer nights for our residents and neighbors, addressing any concerns.
And the hour would be 10 p.m. You were proposing 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't open until 5, right? 5 p.m.
Correct.
So no early morning hours to disturb anybody.
And how many, what was the proposed numbers for out there?
5 tables, 24 seats.
And I will say, just for the time being, I mean, we currently, have it set up, not at, just as a mock setting. I don't even know if it barely even fits that, so.
I mean, that's 24 people outside can make a lot of noise. And that's in between buildings.
I will say for those buildings, 2 of them are commercial. We have a signature updated on here as of this morning of the owner and the resident of one of those buildings. And then the second floor above us, mainly surrounding that area, is non-residential and only starts on the 3rd. And those
All
are
of these buildings are all residential.
All
the buildings along Christie are all.
I was speaking on the second floor.
Yeah,
For us. Yeah.
but as you heard earlier, sound travels.
1000%. One of the things you did note about that is that when it comes to a sunken in space like this, as compared to the rooftop, which obviously we've been plagued with, is a little bit different story, and we do have ability to control at least a small amount more in terms of buffers, which we've been hanging and doing. As well, we'd be willing to negotiate in terms of amount of people and things like that. This is meant to be an intimate, small space.
24 is not intimate and small. In terms of a club, yes. In terms of your capacity, 150 people, yes. The 24 people just chattering away can be really loud.
No, and that's why I prefaced that with the word negotiate, is that is a sticking point for you.
I feel very uncomfortable with approving a fire pit in a backyard that's closed with canopies over the top.
Well, the canopies are retractable, they're removed in that area, and don't forget, we also have this approved by the people who are the experts within this, so DOB, our public assembly, our occupancy, all list that fire pit safely there. We've had multiple inspections getting this through, and ownership has done an enormous amount of due diligence in order to pass this responsibly.
I don't know if there's any other fire pits.
I don't think there are. I don't know of any fire pits.
I don't think.
Thank you.
What are you gonna use it for?
Simply for people to, I mean, this space in general is, anyone that knows my reputation, it's for full service restaurants. It's spaces to eat next to. It's for people to talk around with no music. And the entire space is set up as a moving art gallery. We have our own in-house artists. And this is for a place for, I know you hear this a million times, but for creatives to hang out, not lay at night, other than stipulations, and be able to enjoy a snack.
One of the banes of our existence is outdoor space.
I'm 1000%.
Specifically backyards.
And, we're comfortable with stipulations, but we would like the ability to give this a shot. We are responsible neighbors, 1000%. We do what we
Everything. My first thought is, I just, there are so many red flags in this that it makes me really nervous. The least thing that I'm nervous and honestly about is the fire and burning down the building. I just, I'm just concerned about noise and, you know, these are all tall buildings around there. That is a big cabin.
Yeah, that could be used like it's like an acoustic guitar where it's going to reverberate.
It's gonna echo all those walls. And I know that's all hotel, so that's not that we don't care about the hotel, but that's separate, but all of these are residential.
It is true, but we are, like I said, that second floor right above us there.
Oh, the second floor is the least of the worry. They're probably gonna be the least that.
That's fair.
If the one's higher up, then it's gonna.
And we are happy to, you know, in terms of any types of diffusers to hang or anything like that, and again, negotiate the amount.
Are you working with a sound engineer?
Yeah, we work with New York sound engineer.
How late is the backyard?
Well, they haven't got there yet. They asked for 10 during the week and 11 on the weekend.
I mean, Clint, what would give you some comfort? I mean, we did get letters from people in the building who would be most affected. The occupancy is relatively small. There's no music outside. The hours are not unreasonable, but what would give you a little bit of level of comfort?
Would you close the outdoor at 9 every night?
We do 10 every night and cut the 11.
I mean, the problem is during the week. We've heard this from people with kids in my kids' windows and they're trying to go to sleep and we go put my kids to bed at 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Without question, and I will say that, you know, again, we've been extremely forefront on
problem is
connecting to all these families and for
the problem is the families think it sounds wonderful to have an outdoor space until their kids can't get to sleep at 9 o'clock and then we hear from them. Sometimes people vote in their not in their best interest.
No.
And then we hear from them.
I guess my point in saying that wasn't exactly that, because that's 1,000% valid. Was more to say our point of view on how we deal with these things and really.
But once we approve it, it's there. When people start complaining, you're not going to close earlier than what you're allowed to.
Understood. So maybe a trial in the sense of 10 o'clock on the Friday, Saturday, Thursday, and then move to 9 o'clock on weekdays. There you go. Could be, you know, handle some of that sticking point in terms of
that's reasonable.
Weekdays.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it is commercial, so if you're gonna have it someplace. you know,
No, it's the backyard and all these buildings around it are all residential.
I know, but it's still, I mean.
I'm not concerned about what happens in the front. This is in the back.
But what I'm trying to say is, as far as the SLA, it's commercial, but I agree with you. 11 o'clock is way.
11 o'clock.
We don't let
anyone
anyone have any
So,
outdoor space at 11 and.
Would you agree
anyone
on
is-
during the week, 10 on the weekend?
Can I get a thumbs up or a thumbs down over there?
You would be.
I
the
think that would be
only
okay.
Business in CB3 that's open until 11.
And we'd be excited to prove that we're pretty responsible.
Okay, so we've got agreement on 9 during the week, 10 on the weekends. I would say this on record that I have a feeling, and I'm very nervous about the fire pit, but it's not necessarily our purview, it's whatever, what? FDY and DOE and all that, so I'm not.
Yes.
And I've been working with them for a
They've
long
already
time.
approved.
How good of a fire?
And it took a lot of work.
Yeah.
It took a lot of work. And we have a
you're
valve
bringing no
that's
music.
super safe and, you know, all the emergency equipment for it.
No music and there's no bar out there, right?
No, absolutely.
No.
So you
So,
are gonna do some kind of sound mitigation?
Yeah, we already have some up and we have a tremendous amount within the space, but we definitely want to put, you know, anything that our engineer can do to help, we want to do 1,000%. I mean,
so we're gonna keep the rest of your stipulations the same. Your general hours of operation are opening no later than 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 11 a.m. You close by 2 a.m. all days. Which that's already approved. We're not negotiating that. But the outdoor space. So We'll use the outdoor space in the backyard. At 9 p.m. Sunday. Thursday?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday was 10, and a regular day, 9 p.m.
And will not have speakers
Or music.
or music. Or TV monitors.
How about no sound?
No sound included, just.
Yeah.
Okay, including speakers, music, TV monitors.
And sound mitigation.
Sound mitigation to prevent sound from being audible in neighboring apartments. That's heard our standard language. It doesn't sound like you're playing in a loud rocket play, but.
No, I mean, listen, especially as a resident here with many similar concerns over many years, I understand what you're saying.
The rest of the stuff, we're not changing anything else on the rest of the situation for that.
Then,
So really, the only thing and this is correct, right? The only thing you're changing, we will keep the same exact stipulations you were approved for in 2022, with the exception of changing the statement that we just read for the outdoor space in the backyard.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm not going to actually have them up, but I did adjust them. Let's see. So basically what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna take the stipulations from that you signed in 2022. And I will add this statement in for the outdoor space and then send these through to you for a signature.
Okay.
Agree with everyone? I'm not gonna put it up because I didn't have it modified, so that's fine. So we're gonna move to a vote on that.
Did you get the speakers?
What?
Did we have a speaker for this one?
Oh, was there a speaker? Sorry, anyone if I skipped you, but if there's anyone here.
Wasn't Michelle Campbell waiting for this one?
No, the email said she can't stay up, she wasn't staying up this late because we took them out of work, so.
Okay.
She just said she was adamantly opposed, and this is her exact words. She sent an email that she was not able to attend, but her exact words were, "This is totally outrageous and extremely dangerous. We actually find it difficult to believe this has even been proposed. The Bowery Block Association recommends a firm denial, no matter what promises are. We are fearful this will lead to neighborhood conflagration. Thank you for consideration."
No other speakers?
And there's no other speakers. Raise your Zoom hand if you're here. Seeing that. Okay, so. Michelle was on earlier, I think you heard her speak for something else, but.
Loads of people waiting
Yeah.
longer.
So, okay, so. Steve Ballinger?
Yes.
Meltzer, yes, Guillermo? Yes. Okay, so it was approved. Again, I did adjust this, but I will send through the stipulations that are just exactly the same as what you approved for originally with this. That one clause which stated the thing for the outdoor space.
very appreciative you guys figuring me out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have number 6, N&D Restaurant, 175 Second Avenue. No. The applicant here for the 6 after this. Okay. Got it. So sorry. Applicant here for 175 Second Avenue, please raise your hands. Okay, everybody's promoted. Okay. So. Are the applicants, I think we promoted you. Is it Shinpei and then I see a Zoom?
Yes. Hi, this is Shinpei. How are you?
Yes, are you the applicant for?
I'm the attorney for the applicant.
You're the attorney. And is Zoom, the one labeled Zoom, are you the applicant?
Yes, Nobuyuki Shikana is the applicant. Yes. Hello.
Okay. And I see Teddy Gonzalez.
I do not know who that is.
Okay, he's not part of the applicant. He may want to speak to this, which we'll get to him later, but I'm going to give a quick summary of this application. This is ND Restaurant Corporation is seeking a beer wine cider in the premises located at 175 Second Avenue between 11th and 12th Street. It's an application for establishment of 74 people, 25 tables and 65 seats with a sushi counter of 10 feet. Full kitchen serving food during all its operation. There are 25 on-premise licenses within 500 feet. This location is currently licensed with beer and wine. And the applicant currently operates at this location. There have been no 311 complaints. 36 residents live within 2 blocks, signed a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of opening no later than 11 a.m., closing by 11:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Opening at 9 a.m., closing by 11:30 Saturday and Sunday. They will play ambient background recorded music only. Do you know, I'm not sure if you had correspondence with the office, why this wasn't administratively approved?
No, I do not know.
Because your hours of operation, you're closing by 11:30 all days.
That is correct.
I did this application.
And it's a sushi restaurant with a sushi counter.
I think you guys.
Well, I think it's because the alteration was already performed and this is an application to correct the issues. That may be why.
Oh, so you've already been operating.
With the alteration, yes.
Sounds like he's legalizing.
You're legalizing the alteration you did. And what was
That's
the
correct.
alteration you did to the original application?
Could you repeat that again?
What was the alteration you did with the original application that you're legalizing now?
So the applicant expanded the premises by adding approximately 700 square feet to the ground floor and another additional 700 square feet to the cellar. And the expansion was made after the applicant incorporated the vacant space located directly adjacent to the originally licensed area within the building. And the updated ground floor space will it includes 1 sushi counter with 10 seats, and this bar will be registered as a customer bar, and 9 tables with 15 seats, and 1 bathroom and dishwashing area. And the total number of the tables on the entire ground floor has changed from 16 to 25. And the
So
total
you're
number of
talking
seats.
about- Just one quick question. You're talking about the front. You would basically enclose the sidewalk cafe. Is that what you're now licensing?
Not the sidewalk cafe. It's inside.
They totally changed what they came to it, what we supported.
So we came to this community board on June 2nd to apply for the sidewalk cafe. And after that application, we were preparing for the application to the SLA, and we noticed that there are discrepancy in diagrams. And we haven't applied for the sidewalk cafe to the SLA. We came back to this community board to correct the discrepancies.
So, together, we have supported that originally.
But what, so I know Sidewalk Bay, but what I'm talking about, the space that you're adding is in the front of the restaurant, correct?
It is north of the restaurant.
It's inside.
It's a side.
They took over
You took over the adjacent space next door.
That's correct, on Second Avenue. And the north adjacent to the original space, there's another additional space.
Here, north,
Gotcha.
towards the movie theater.
And that area is 700 square feet on the ground floor and 700 square feet in the basement.
Okay, now I see what you're talking about. So the space next door is vacant, you took it over and you're now expanding the restaurant into that space, still keeping beer and wine, still closing at 11:30 every night.
That's correct. And also,
They already took it over without coming to us.
Yeah.
Are they operating currently in that space?
And you're operating currently in the space.
that's
as-
correct.
Oh,
That's correct.
Yeah, they just, is the SLA aware of this?
No, we're gonna notify. We came to you guys first.
It's like people just do what they want and then they come to us and say, okay, legalize it.
But in this case, I think to your original question, would we approved it originally? We probably would have.
We probably.
Because it's still beer and wine, closing by 11:30 is a sushi count.
And are they putting in customer bars now?
Yes. Well, it's a sushi counter.
It's a sushi counter. So
Sushi bar.
yeah, so it's a sushi bar, not a.
It's not a bar.
Yeah.
It's a restaurant.
Yeah.
And also, we are submitting a method of operation change application to change the morning and the lunch menu concept and modify the operating time. We're gonna open early to offer cafe and then ramen in the morning and afternoon.
Okay, which, that's fine, we have no problem if you open earlier than your hours, that's actually encouraged, but. Okay, so. I think we're clear now on what you're doing. Is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? I see Teddy Gonzalez, I'm gonna promote you, if you're here to speak to this item, Teddy. You're promoted, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself, Teddy.
There's so many people still waiting.
Yeah, thanks more.
Yeah,
We should just move then.
No, I meant look at all the people.
No, I mean, with this one, if
Yeah.
Daddy's not speaking,
Okay, so,
just so we try to.
yeah, he's accepted. Oh, he declined, okay, so we're moving on. Okay, so I think, is everyone clear? Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
No.
I think Susan's point is a good way to look at it. We approved this originally, and I think we would have. So I don't think I don't have an issue approving this. I understand they did it illegally and now they're legalizing it, but
I think we should have a statement that they shouldn't be doing that. I mean, you know.
No shit.
Right, I mean, it's, you know, people say I'm a good operator, you're not a good operator if you do things like
Yes.
that.
so this is basically, we're letting you know that you really shouldn't have done this, and I hope you are well aware of it now for the future, because it doesn't show that you are a very good operator if you're doing things that you aren't allowed to do, specifically this egregious.
I completely understand it. We had a conversation with the applicant and he has been operating for 20 years at this location. And he was not aware of the requirement to notify the community board and SLA for any alterations.
Okay.
He is now.
We are going to bring up the stipulation form. So, and so is this address also, is it still considered 175 Second Avenue? It's all.
Yes.
Okay, so basically, these stipulations I think will be exactly the same.
You want to open area, oh no, it's there,
So is there actually anything we need to change, Susan, on the stipulations?
Guess not.
No, because everything, you're keeping the same, everything else, and our stipulations don't specify space as far as square footage or anything else, so.
Maybe our resolution is that we approve the alteration as long as they continue that same stipulation.
Yes, so
Just specify the alteration.
I can put the stipulation up on the screen, but I think at this time of the night, I don't think it's necessary. We'll send the exact same stipulations as you had before, and in our resolution to state, we will say, we are approving the alteration as in the application and attached plans with the stipulations that they adhere to the exact same stipulations as they were approved previously.
That's perfectly fine with us. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we'll move to a vote, Stephen?
Yes.
Clint, yes, Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you guys, the office will be sending out the stipulations, I guess you will technically have to resign them, but they will be exactly the same as they were previously.
Thank you so much. Good night, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Those one thing, ladies. Okay, we're moving on to number 10. Which is Arc Hospitality, which is 40 Avenue B. Applicants, please raise your Zoom hands for 40 Avenue B. Teddy, I'm gonna try promoting you again. I know you declined last time, you continued raising your hand, so.
Maybe raise it for this one.
Everyone.
Hello, you're the, okay, Arc Hospitality, you're the applicant. Do you know Teddy, is he your representative? Do you know Teddy Gonzalez?
That's gonna be Alex. Yeah, my husband right here.
No. Do you know Teddy Gonzalez?
Teddy Gonzalez. No.
Okay, he's someone that keeps raising his hand on Zoom. He did it for the last item, he's doing it for this item. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't part of your team as an applicant or a representative or anything.
No.
Okay, so Teddy, I don't know why you keep raising your hand. We'll maybe call on you for the public, but I tried promoting you last time you declined.
You decline again.
So, okay, moving on.
Maybe what I'll do is lower this hand.
So I'm going to read a summary as you've heard many, many times already tonight, and then we'll give you a chance to go through everything.
For the warm up. Okay. He's gonna read a summary first.
10. Okay. So this is Arc Hospitality doing business as Almo Santo is seeking a full on-premises liquor license in the premise located at 40 Avenue B between 2nd and 3rd Street, New York. An application for establishment of 86 people, 34 tables and 76 seats, plus 8 bar stools, full kitchen and prep area serving food during all operation. Hours of operation will be 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Dinner and 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. brunch. The hours of operation, general hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. No televisions, live streaming music. There are 10 full on-premises liquor license within 500 feet. This is currently unlicensed location. In the past, it was licensed. The last 2 businesses were both problematic. They both had beer and wine and both continued to serve liquor without a full liquor license and had DJs that they were not permitted to, so this has been a problem in the past. This application currently holds a license in Oyster Bay, Long Island, since October of 2023. There were technically no commercial complaints in this location in the past years because it has been closed. 9 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. And again, they are proposing their hours of Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m.
They're proposing.
Yes. Opening at 5 p.m. Friday through Sunday, opening at 11, closing no later than 1 a.m. Monday through Thursday, Friday and Sunday, 2 a.m.
There's gotta be way more than 10 licenses.
100%.
It definitely is.
Anyways, we can look at that in a second, but they will have a closed, now, the windows open on the front. Are you keeping those off of the windows?
Are we keeping those as windows in the front?
I know you're not muted, but we can't hear a single word you're saying. I can see your lips moving, but.
Fix this microphone on.
We can hear her.
Yeah, I can hear you, Alex, I think, but I.
It's so strange.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so the front of the space, we're looking to update those windows into foldable bottom to ceiling size glass windows. So they can be opened during the warmer months.
Okay, so all doors and windows have to close at 10 PM or any time that any kind of amplified music is playing or sound.
That's fine.
You have live, so. I guess we can go into this now. You mentioned you had unchecked that you would have live music. What are you proposing for live music?
At the moment, the way we want to curate the space, we are not trying to attract a certain live music actually. We want to have an elevated, sorry, our doggy is here. We want to have an elevated Latin cuisine and we actually want to stray away from live music. So at the moment, we're not thinking of that. We would have background music.
Live music?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So, and then. Okay, so I think generally the rest of the stuff you've mostly agreed to anyway, so. Let's see if there's anyone here from the public that wanted to speak to this item. If you're here from the public, please raise your Zoom hand.
Going to see if the public has anything to say to us right now.
Seeing none, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and start to speak because I used to live literally on the next diagonal block from here. I now live about a block away. This area was at one point one of the worst parts of Avenue B and the East Village. 10 to 15 years ago, it's been starting to get cleaned up. This space actually was closed down by the state. Their license was rescinded by the state 10 to 15 years ago. It then operated as a decent place that served Latin upscale Mexican food called Fauna. It was a revolving door for a while. Several places went in here, couldn't make it. As I said earlier, the last two spaces were problem places. They had DJs, live music and dancing. They both only had beer and wine, but both of them end up serving full liquor without a license. And so my whole point of saying all this is a problem area that we have started to get under control and we don't want to go back in that other direction. My biggest concerns, I'll just skip to them. My biggest concerns is I know you operated a place for 2 years in Oyster Bay. Oyster Bay is very different than Avenue B. And I don't know if you spent time on Avenue B or anything else, but we just 2 weeks ago, one of the worst offenders in that area closed on the diagonal corner from you. And that was the bane of many residents' existence. Mama's Bar on the other corner can be problematic. The bar across the street that is now Aqua Wild Restaurant was also closed down by the state when it was La Soup years ago. So China One, which is a few doors up from you, which is now called House Watch. I don't know that the state ever closed it down, but it was close to being closed down by the state. So some of the
Harry Lemon was closed.
The Harry Lemon, which is down south of you, was the state never pulled their license.
No, they find.
They find them, and so my whole point is, this area is a very problematic area.
And East Point across the street from Harry Lemon.
And my concern is that you've never operated an establishment in Manhattan, let alone in East Village. What?
Okay.
So your experience, and you have food experience, you've been, in the food industry, but you've never held a license, you've never ran someplace in East Village. All your places, Mercer Kitchen, great place, very, very different than Avenue B. So for whatever reason, I don't know why the mic isn't picking, we couldn't hear you again.
Okay,
Now,
Now we can.
can you hear me now?
now we can hear you.
And now
So I'm
I
sorry.
have the expert. I'm
I'm
sorry?
but now we can hear you again. I can see your lips moving, but.
Should we use that on the phone?
Alex, I can hear you perfectly, and I'm not sure why even when you turn the computer toward him, we can't hear him speaking.
Should we lift it up?
Let's do.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is that that's where the partnership comes in. Um,
So now you've completely frozen and we can't hear or see.
expert and in the service industry, hospitality industry for many, many years. They understand the area very well. They lived in the area, close to the area for many, many years. And the crowd. And concept.
I'm sorry, you cut out again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now for the moment.
Okay, so I was saying the idea of the restaurant, the design, the ambience, everything that's being curated is meant for a different type of clientele. Uh, Not problematic at all. Our price point also will help us filter the type of people that we bring into the restaurant. For the same fact that many other places have closed down, we see as an opportunity to
you're out again.
bring something different. We're not looking for a nightclub vibe. Uh,
So I'm sorry, you cut out, but one thing I wanted to ask you, you said you're not looking for a club. Why are your dinner hours are stopping at 11 PM, but you're staying open till 1 and 2?
This is the part where I come in and I try to explain that part. Having been part so many years, my husband and I in the hospitality business, we have a lot of connections and friends, and like in Death and Co, Amoria Margot, we're constantly in this area of town. The reason we have these late hours is because we want our hospitality friends to come join us, just like a schmuck, you could say, where they have the possibility to still enjoy some good food late at night, possibly wine as well.
They stay right till.
We can't keep having businesses for other businesses.
So I'm sorry, for whatever reason, now we can't hear you. Alex, you are the only one that we can hear.
Oh, well,
So they want to turn into a bar at night with
Yes.
their industry.
Yeah, no for that. Again, we can see your lips moving, but we can't hear you talking.
okay.
So there's 20 bars open, somebody else made another one.
Why? It's
Wait,
the computer.
Yeah.
Is it still connected to something else?
This is the bar was pouring.
Yes.
Oh, well,
Yes.
No,
No,
you
you
did the margarita steak with the police?
Yeah.
multiple center. Yeah.
So we can hear you now.
Is there tequila?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the biggest reason, one of the biggest things that I want to reassure everybody is that we're trying to create just a dining restaurant. There's not gonna be any standing room allowed in the space. Everybody has to sit down. We're actually gonna require people to actually order food. And we're actually trying to do as well long prefixes and like chef's tables, things like that.
Culinary-driven, I
Yeah,
would
it's
say.
gonna be very culinary driven. It's not about we're not trying to create a bar or not even a wine bar. We're actually focused a lot on the food that we're trying to bring to East Village.
And represent also the Latin community that's a little underrepresented. We've met with a lot of locals, us being Latinos ourselves. We just want to bring just something really beautifully, artfully
Yeah.
and chef driven, really.
And the biggest
they-
reason for the hours is we don't want to kick people out while they're still enjoying their food. And also like what if they bought a bottle of wine, they want to keep the conversation going. It's having a lot of friends from the service industry that are actually current residents from East Village. We know that that's something that they wanted, especially on other days and some of the off days that they don't normally work on. So we're trying to cater to them, trying to cater to our team, and absolutely, we know that we have a great recipe for East Village.
So, but here's my question, with what you just said, you wanna cater to food, everything else, you're gonna require them to order food. Why are you stopping serving food at 11 PM and your hours are 1 and 2?
Let me talk. Okay, so the idea, the concept of the restaurant is a laid back tapas and wine idea. So we don't want to rush everybody. Also, we want to be competitive with whoever is around us. And most of the places in the area do close at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So we need to be able to remain competitive with that as well.
No, they do not.
The restaurant across the street closes at 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 a.m. Yes.
At least on their Google, it says
Yeah,
that.
it says that on Google, yes.
They close at 1 AM, they serve food all hours of operation, they don't stop serving food at 11 PM.
Okay.
They all stop serving food at 11 p.m., you're saying?
They do not.
Yeah.
No, our provision is we're gonna open the books until 11 PM for food. Anybody that comes in after 11 PM for food, like we're not really allowing that anymore. It's gonna be like reservations based until 11 PM.
So you're turning into a bar after 11 PM because you're not
No.
serving food.
We won't be allowing guests after 11 PM. It's all reservation based.
So they're.
All in by 11, everyone leaves around.
Yeah, basically.
All in, like we do at my restaurant.
Yeah.
Like everyone comes in, all last reservations by 11, everyone leaves by 2, we close the doors.
Correct.
That's the
So
plan.
you're serving food all.
So you're serving food all out,
Yeah.
but you're. Okay, so you're.
2-hour dinners.
So you're staying open to 1 during the week and 2 on the weekends. I think that's correct. I may be mixing up things, but is that what you were proposing?
That's a special, right? Until 2 o'clock on the weekends. Yes.
And it's just because we don't want to rush anybody else in out, especially let's say we have a 5 top.
Okay, yeah.
And
Okay, so, okay, it is 10 till 12. We're all exhausted. So if we can just keep some yes or no answers here, we want to figure out what you're actually trying to do.
It makes no sense that they want to stay open late for people in the industry.
But they're not
But
letting
they're not
them
allowed to
after
work in after 11. Makes no sense.
So I'm really just thinking about what you actually want to do, which is making me very nervous about your application.
Okay.
So can you give us a succinct description of what you actually are proposing?
Want to go ahead or do you want to?
We are proposing to have a full service restaurant catering, wine, food, tapas, the whole night. We want to, because we're a smaller space, we want to not have a crowd outside. So we want to be mainly reservations based in a sense, allowing for walk-ins. We do want pretty much like Double Chicken Please does, where they have like a late night menu after that, so that most of the big menu items, like large formats, are all done by 11. If they want anything else, we're thinking of possibly adding that just to make it available
the
for.
possibility that's been discussed.
Yeah.
So
That's like
you
the
just-
easy stuff that you don't need to really cook after hours kind of vibe.
But let me ask one clarifying question. You said you weren't gonna have people come in after 11. Now you're saying when they come in after 11, they'll get a late night menu.
Possibility that's been discussed.
It's a possibility. We were pretty much coming to talk to you guys since it's our first time doing this, pretty much, and we were told not to hold
Okay.
all of our questions pretty much for this meeting, so.
Well, I can appreciate that, however. I'm really uncomfortable with your whole application right now. I'm not sure what, and I get what you said, you were kind of holding your questions to come discuss that with us. And I'm sorry that it's now almost midnight.
You should have a plan.
I really wish you would have had a more concrete plan of what you actually wanted, because originally you said it was gonna be for industry folks. Then you said it was gonna be no one after 11, then it was gonna be a late night menu after 11. And I'm not saying any of those, I'm not saying we would be fine or opposed to any of those things, because we haven't even got that far. I'm just very nervous that it doesn't seem like you are very solid in what you want. And that makes me very nervous because. And I'm not saying you're gonna fail, but that does not bode well for your future. Because everyone thinks coming into these villages has an unlimited number of customers, and we are seeing a lot of people come in and fail, and then we have another licensed business. And currently, this is, the last two businesses have been beer and wine, and you're asking for full liquor, which is a big ask for someone who doesn't have experience in Manhattan with holding a liquor license. I'm not gonna take away your experience working in the culinary world, but on one of the worst, at one point, one of our worst blocks in East Village, and it's been cleaned up. And we're gonna be very careful not to let it go back in that direction.
Let me see.
So.
What do you want to add?
Let me just take care of this. So I understand what you're saying. I fully understand the misunderstanding. Maybe the confusion here was when he said about the service industry, and that is a part of the concept behind it, but that's not the full idea. The main point is to bring a higher end fusion Latin food, tapas, and wine restaurant that sells signature cocktails and that is open for the hours that we're looking for, so we can cater to the community, and not just the community, but people in the area as well. The reason why behind of asking for the liquor license, the full liquor license, is so we can actually serve signature cocktails. The place has had beer and wine before, and I understand that the previous places failed, but that's really neither here nor there. That's their responsibility. They're doing, that's not us. And at the end of the day, I'm the person that will be financing the build out. We're looking at an investment of close to $700,000 to bring this place around. And I think that I will be foolish to even consider this space if I don't see the potential. I understand that the block is not the best block, but I also understand that a few blocks around the area, other businesses are doing pretty well. And I think that us coming into the neighborhood and fixing this place that has a bad reputation and doing it the right way will be a plus for the community.
Okay, I appreciate that sentiment, but I think coming in with late night hours is not gonna be a benefit to the community. I understand that, there are service industry people, but, and I walk by that every night, I walk by there tonight. Avenue B on a weeknight, you are not gonna fill your seats, I guarantee you. It's dead. So you wanting to stay open to 1, it's great ambitious, and I love that you think you will bring the customers over there. I'm just concerned, and that you're putting this money into the space. And I'm not really sure that you have it thought out very well, because.
And I appreciate that, but at the end of the day, that's my decision with all due respect. I appreciate your point of view.
I'm not trying to say with your money or your business, but what I'm afraid of is if we give you full liquor and you close, then as you heard earlier tonight, we mentioned, we have a full liquor license there, which we don't right now. And that block is 1, 2, 3, 4. That block, almost the entire block, there are like 5 other licensed establishments within that block. And adding another one, you're competing with all those. You're competing with Aquawell across the street, which sometimes they're doing well, they're not always packed. So we also have to be concerned with our existing businesses. Adding another business is taking away from our existing businesses. And that's something we have to factor in too.
There was a business there before us already, so you're not taking anything away from anybody. Besides that, we're not going to be competing on the same on the like kind business. This is a different idea, different concept.
But it's the surrounding businesses as well. So it's just
okay. If there was a business operating there before that was allowed to exist, and now there's nothing there and we go back and fill that void. How is that affecting the existing businesses right now and competing
It's
against them?
taking
It makes
away
no sense.
existing customers that are already going to the other businesses. We've reached capacity in some places. So, but we're not here to discuss the business ventures of the East Village. So what we're talking about is the license. I'm gonna speak for myself and I'm gonna let the other committee members chime in. I am not comfortable with giving you a full liquor license with late hours at this location. I would be willing to consider, which I don't think this fits with your concept, a beer and wine closing at midnight. But that doesn't sound like that's gonna work with your concept in any way.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
So
As much as I will be thrilled of your approval, and I would be very happy to bring my investment into the area and to redo the entire building, if there is no possibility of us getting a full liquor license, our concept does not work. And you can put any provisions that you prefer, any provisions that you want about not turning into a club, not turning into a dancing situation, and I'll be completely okay with that. But getting all these extra restrictions are not conducive to our concept, and it wouldn't help our business model work. It just makes no sense.
I did say this earlier, and I say again, I'm not necessarily criticizing you or your business model, but you may have picked the wrong location. If you were coming into a location that had a full liquor license and had these late hours, I'm not saying we guarantee we approve it, but you would stand a much, much better chance. You're coming into a place that had early hours, they had earlier hours previously, and they only have beer and wine. And you're asking us, our community board guidance is not to increase the impact on the surrounding neighborhood. And what we would be doing would be increasing the impact by giving you full liquor and later hours on a neighborhood that already has had problems. So it's just not something that
No, I understand that, but you're making me pay for somebody else's mistakes.
No,
It feels that way. I'm not responsible for what happened in the past with other tenants, with other operators. I can only speak for myself, and I have my reputation. To me, is the most important thing.
But see, here's the thing, we don't have your reputation. You haven't operated any businesses for us here in East Village for us to compare you to.
And that's fine, and that's all good and done. But the concept itself that I'm bringing is different. But it's okay if, like I said, I would be thrilled to come and do business with you. But if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. We'll find somewhere else, and it will be done. That's it.
Okay, well then I think I'm gonna make a motion then that we would deny this. If you were to come back in a different location, something else, we are happy to hear you again, but for right now, with what you presented tonight, and what we have, I'm making a motion to deny this application as presented.
That's fine, and I appreciate your time. Just one thing, I don't think the way you go about doing business is conducive to good business in any area. But have a good night, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for the feedback. Okay.
That was that.
Oh, yeah, we have to actually vote. So Steve Ballinger.
Yes.
Clint Pelzer, yes. Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you. Okay, moving on.
Now we're going to.
That's why you do this big one, but not.
Oh my God.
Okay. Okay. So, moving on, we're going to item number, sorry, my mic was off. Item number 11, which is Lake Ship LLC at 42 Avenue B, right next door. The applicants here, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you. Are the applicants here for 42 Avenue B, please raise your hand. Wasn't? Yeah, okay, Alex, I see. It's big bar. Storage was the one we just talked about.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, promoting Alex.
The Green Mine is also there.
That's been shut down 3 times.
Okay.
It's an illegal cannabis shop that's been shut down just within the last week or 2 again.
I figured.
Actually, they raided, I don't know, I guess that's kind of shut down.
No, I don't think so. They seem to open up the next.
No, we're gonna finish it, we're gonna. So Alex, are you the applicant for?
Hello.
Can you guys hear us?
We can.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so give me a second, I'm gonna give a summary, I'm sure you heard what we just went through with your next door neighbor, so.
We did.
So, that hopefully gives you some insight to what we're looking at, but give me 1 second here. 11, yeah. Okay, so this is Lake Shift LLC doing business as Much Obliged, seeking a full on-premises liquor license in the premises located at 42 Avenue B between 3rd and 4th Street. It's an application for a bar tavern establishment with 35 people, 6 tables, 27 bar seats, 1 stand-up bar with 10 seats, full kitchen, serving food during all operation. Kitchen closing Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday at 10 p.m., Friday, Saturday at 11 p.m. Hours of operation are Wednesday through Thursday, 5:30 to 1. Friday 5:30 to 2, Saturday 1 p.m. to 2 a.m., Sunday 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. No TV, streaming music only. There are, how many you counted liquor licenses?
Oh, for the last application, there was 30, I got it.
Okay.
There was 32.
32, okay, there's 32 full liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was just up to very recently licensed as Pig and Butter. They had a full liquor license closing at 12 all nights. The prior establishment was Post Cafe, which has moved down the street. They were denied by the community board for a full liquor license, went to the SLA with a public benefit of having a very unique German menu that they never actually had. Otherwise, they weren't necessarily a problem, but they then did move down the street.
What time did they close?
And they closed at 12. Prior to that, it was an unlicensed location, which is why we denied Post when they first came for an This application is currently a license holder in Brooklyn's Community Board 1 with Control A Concepts at 105 Norman Avenue since 12/23. There have been no commercial throw complaints at this location with Pig and Butter. We received no support or opposition for this item. 21 residents who live in the 2 block signed a petition in favor. I think Pig and Butter does have a window that opens in the front. Are you keeping that facade?
So the window is operable, but it's actually inoperable. So we are probably not going to fix the window, but we do understand the contingencies that like everything has to be closed by 10.
Okay, so are you willing to just say you'll close any outdoor windows by 10 p.m.?
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll leave it at that.
But right now the window is not operable, so will be closed for the foreseeable future.
And then are you planning on having any sidewalk seating? Pig and Butter has had tables. I don't know that they ever applied.
They didn't. No.
But we're not planning on having any tables out front. Okay.
No, it's not worth disrupting anybody with their noise. We don't want to have people standing outside, congregating. We're really looking to just like keep this a smooth, quiet operation, similar to the operation that we run in Brooklyn.
Yeah, so the rest of the things, it's ambient background recorded music only, no curb crawl, no party buses or pub crawls. You will have a happy hour that went by 7 p.m. Okay, so I kind of went through the bones of your application. Do you want to just give us a quick, hopefully very quick summary of what you're proposing?
Yeah, so we're both chef operators. We have a restaurant on Greenpoint that's been very successful for the last 2 years, but doesn't have a full liquor license. And I was a previous resident of the East Village and am very familiar with like the community and the culture that's there. And we thought that that would be a great location for a second satellite location for us. We're envisioning more of a very curated European style tapa, so not like your traditional Latin tapas, but the concept of small plates that can be built into larger plates with the addition of a few larger items. You can go have full dinner, have a snack, very intimate, romantic, with a focus on craft cocktails. So very structured, not just like coming in, ordering drink after drink after drink. Like maybe patrons are coming in, ordering 2 cocktails with a few plates and, you know, spending time chatting. It's a very small, intimate space. So we want to keep that vibe.
Okay. My main question I have, and you heard the discussion we had earlier about you're proposing your closing hours, your food service hours, and then your closing hours, which are an hour or 2, I think later each time. It was, Friday and Saturday, your food service your kitchen was closing at 11 and you were proposing hours of 2 a.m. So that's 3 hours later.
Do you want me to speak to that?
Yeah, we are offering food the whole time we are open during the night. Just we are not offering our whole menu, but we will have always food to
So you
serve.
still have, I think you mentioned you still have tapas and stuff. You said there was a few larger plates, but you wouldn't be having, the larger plates would be tapas all night.
It would be like more of the easily assembled plates throughout the whole night, more on the snackier side, and then the larger items earlier in the night.
But is it accurate to say food will be served during all of operation?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So, I guess as you've heard, we've had problems. Now, we did not have problems with this specific location of Pig and Butter. However, they close at 12 a.m. every night.
Yes.
Would you be willing to? Okay, without even going back and forth, I'm gonna say, would you be willing to do 12 during the week? And I'm probably being too generous, but giving you one on the weekends. Would that be something you'd be willing to do?
Yeah, I think if we could close later than midnight on Friday and Saturday would be, I think, good for us, right? I mean, Wednesday and Sunday, I think 12, yeah, 12 or before, I think we'll be totally fine. Probably
And also,
Thursday
as you
too.
heard, during weeknights, you're not gonna get, I know some people think it's different, but I go by there every night. You're not gonna have it's not gonna be really probably worth you staying open later during the week. On the weekends, probably better, but so.
Yeah.
So you'd be willing to do 12, because I think it was Wednesday through Sunday, right?
Yes.
So you do 12 Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 1 a.m. and Sunday 12?
Yeah.
Which days?
Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, 12.
Friday, Saturday, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we would be open to that. I think the reason why we are looking at later hours are just like if we do have like a buyout on occasion, we don't want to be out of our license. So we're just like erring on the safe side with our hours.
Well, but even a buyout, I mean, during the week, 12 a.m. is, because especially if you have a buyout, you're gonna be leaving at once, so.
Yeah. No, we don't want to be open later
Okay,
than 12.
so
on
let's do,
weekdays.
so it sounds like you're agreeing though to 12 during the week, 12 Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, 1 on the weekend. Okay.
Yeah.
And also given, I mean, I know you've had a space in Brooklyn and I did look at, didn't see any complaints on that space. I know it was only beer and wine though, so I think we're in some ways giving you more of a chance by giving full liquor, but you're willing to compromise on those hours, food served during all its operation. I think this is something I would support. Does anyone else have any questions for them? I was for this too. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up the stipulations on the screen.
Is this your record system?
What?
Your latest record? Oh, no, we've had big.
But recently. it's
Recently,
much better.
okay, anyways, so.
12:39,
So I'm gonna, I mean, we'll just put one person, I guess, would be the signer, would it be Marcos or Alex, who?
I mean, what do you prefer? Because I'm the license holder in Brooklyn, but
It doesn't matter, Brooklyn, but who, I guess, just who would be who's gonna be signing for it? here?
Marcos would be the representative for Lake
Okay.
Jeff.
So I'm just gonna put Marcos.
Okay.
I'm Marcos Fernandez, is qualified representative of Lake Shift LLC, located at 42 Avenue B. Agrees to the following stipulations. My license is a full liquor. A new application. I will operate did you refer to it as a tapas restaurant?
Yes.
Calling it tapas in the sense of the style of the plates.
Yeah.
So like small, mostly small that are buildable and a few large.
It's tapas style and craft cocktails. That is our concept.
But it's a full service restaurant.
Yeah, it's a full service
And it's
restaurant.
a full service, and I'm just gonna put tapas restaurant, and is that?
That's fine.
Yeah.
We just don't want there to be some like preconceived notion that tapas has to be Latin food because we
No, I mean,
tapas is just a style.
If you prefer small plates.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Just,
fine, either.
okay, full service small plates restaurant with kitchen open serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation is Wednesday, Thursday. Was it 4 p.m. was your,
Monday.
or 5, sorry.
We put 5:30, but are we allowed to open earlier than that?
You
We
can
just,
say 5, yes, 5:30 just means, as you heard, we have to be open by 5:30, so 5:30
Yeah,
to 12
5:30.
Wednesday and Thursday.
yes.
And then Friday was 5:30 again to 1.
We can open early than this.
Yeah.
Yes,
And then Saturday, was it early hours Saturday for brunch?
we were saying possibly
Yeah, no,
earlier, but maybe
the-
we should say 5:30 just to be safe.
I mean, to start, this will be the hours, but in the future, we are potentially thinking in open earlier during the weekends, but we don't.
We're
We
saying
don't have
5:30,
it
you
yet.
can open earlier if you want, no problem. And then Sunday, same thing, we'll just say 5:30, if you see you're having business, and I will say Pig and Butter was a very popular brunch spot.
Yeah.
So you probably would have earlier weekend business just for your future acknowledgement.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're familiar with her business. We also do brunch and we know like what the profit comes at versus like the work
Yeah.
load, so
Okay,
we're erring on the side of like starting slow with this location.
perfect, no problem. You will not use outdoor space for commercial use. And you don't need a door security, I'm assuming you're having the soundproof is already fine. Close any front or side doors and windows at 10 p.m. You will not have DJs, live music, third party promote events, any event in which power fee is charged. No scheduled performances, there's no room for dancing.
Nope.
Now, I did hear you mention, total buyouts of private parties. How many of those are you thinking per year? Is that something?
I mean, we would love to do as many as possible, but I think probably like 5 at the most.
5 per year?
Yeah,
Okay, I mean,
I mean,
that's more than reasonable. I mean, honestly, I hate to be giving out more, but that's,
yeah, I mean, if you
Not-
want us to err on the side of safe, then like we can say more. We're just like basing this off of our business
Yeah,
currently.
sure. I'm gonna leave it up to you. Do you want 5 or do you want a few more? I don't think any of us have a problem with a few more. That's
I
not.
think we should say more, like, how much is a good number, like, that is comfortable that we can say, like, 10,
8, 10.
8?
10, 12, I mean, 10 or 12 is, I think, is reasonable.
Okay,
I'm
so
not gonna
12,
lie.
I think is good.
Okay, yeah, whatever is the most comfortable for you,
So
really.
I'm feeling generous right now, so I'm gonna put 12.
We wish we could do 12, you know,
Yeah,
we don't know, we hope so.
okay. So moving on to the next item, it's recorded background music only. No pub crawls or party buses. And you are having happy hour done by 7 p.m., right?
I mean, we likely will not do happy hour, but let's just
Yeah.
put it to be safe.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
And then I'm leaving Marcos Fernandez and the phone number, and this is just basically, we put this for complaints. It's 646-428-4809.
Is that your number?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So if that is all agreeable, we're moving to a vote. Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Boozy brunches or
Yeah.
big specials.
Yeah, the boozy brunches, unlimited drink specials, all that's no.
No boozy brunches.
Yeah.
No bushy branches, no.
Not the vibe.
Brunch goes with coffee.
Yeah.
Clint, yes. Gamma?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes. The office will be sending you out the stipulations, which is what we just went through on the screen. They'll be sending us out the instructions on signing and getting them back to us.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for waiting till midnight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good. Thank you guys for sticking up.
Okay.
Good one. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, well.
So for 88, he's from Terry is sick, so he said let the applicant take care of.
Okay, which is fine. Is the applicant for 88 East Broadway, please raise your Zoom hand, we'll get you promoted. Okay, Hayden, so we promoted you, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, I know we talked to you earlier, you're the applicant for 88.
Someone else is also talking.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna take care of that. Got it, okay. And we'll see if he was wanting to speak later, but for now, we just quickly move him out. So, you're the applicant, correct?
I'm Ping Young. I'm the daughter of the applicant. The applicant, his English is not very good, but I actually work for him. So I assist him with all of his business needs. So I speak for him in many of these settings. His English is not very good.
Okay, and we did hear from your attorney, Terry, that he is not feeling well, so.
Yes, he's not feeling well. He sent me an email at 7 saying he doesn't feel good.
Okay, so I'm gonna give a brief summary. And then you can add or correct anything.
Okay.
It is. Well, it was 88 East Broadway Restaurant Corporation at 88 East Broadway is seeking a full on-premises license for a restaurant premises located at 88 East Broadway between Forsyth and Market. It's an application for an establishment of 470 people, 45 tables, and 450 seats. Are you planning an actual bar? Is there an actual?
There's no bar. This is going to be very much a typical Chinese banquet restaurant, serving dim sum in the morning, and then in the evening, mainly relying on Chinese wedding businesses or local community parties or local businesses having their New Year's parties or local community organizations having organizational events or birthday parties, that sort of thing.
Yes, because I know since the original Jing Fong has closed, there's really
exactly
large enough spaces.
Exactly, and actually this is the second floor of the East Broadway Mall. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. It's a two-story building. It's on its own block, no residential buildings, around it. It takes up the whole block, so there's nobody residential close by. It's on the second floor, and it used to be a Chinese banquet restaurant. It was closed down for years. I mean, honestly, when my father first came to this country, that was one of the places he used to hang out at all the time. And for years, it was closed down after COVID. The Chinatown just never revived. And the city recently bid this lease out. And he, and then we got the lease for the restaurant. And his idea is to bring it back to a great restaurant, much more modern decor, not as cheesy as it was before. But very much same idea.
Perfect. So, and I did see you had 3 petition signatures, so you didn't get a lot of petition signatures, but I get it, that's fine. The only other, I have one question, just let me flick back over to the document. And just wanted to confirm, you're proposing hours for opening at 10 AM or opening no later than 10 AM all days and closing by 11:30 PM all days?
Yes, opening no later than 10 AM and closing by 11.
And you are gonna have live music and DJs during weddings and private events.
Only during weddings and private events, yes.
And that would be, and because it's weddings and private events, it will be at entertainment level, correct?
It will be what?
The music volume will be entertainment level, meaning like not back, we generally refer to it as background level, which is conversation.
Yes, it will be.
Entertainment is generally what would happen with a DJ at a wedding where people are dancing for the wedding or celebrating at the wedding.
Well, yes, except Chinese people don't really dance at weddings. Yeah, it's not ambient music, if that's what you mean. It's not background music. It'll still be louder than that, yeah.
Okay, so we can leave it at that description, that's, I think, still fine. Okay. We did receive an email from actually one of our board members, Carlin Chan, in support of this application saying it was desperately needed for a venue of this size. And I think we all can agree with that. We received no opposition, and let me just check to make sure, is there anyone here that wants to speak to this item for or against from the public? Seeing that, okay. I just thought maybe Carlin would still on in case you wanted to speak to it, but he sent an email earlier. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead then and put the stipulations up on the screen, which is what we've done earlier, and we will go through those. Okay, so, and so who would be, would it be, it's your father, I assume is, so what is your father's name?
K-I
Yeah.
space space T-A-I space Y-E-U-N-G.
Okay, and the corporation is 88 East
88
Restaurant Corp.
East Restaurant Corp.
Okay, located 80 East Broadway. It will be a full liquor license, new application. It will operate specifically a full-service Chinese restaurant with kitchen and open serving food during hours of operation. Hours of operation will be 10 a.m. to 11:30. Should we say Chinese banquet or just Chinese? Is Chinese banquet?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Yeah.
Is Chinese banquet hall sufficient? Does that capture?
I mean, we serve dim sum in the morning, so that doesn't fall under banquet. You know,
So
in the
Chinese-
mornings we do
Chinese
dim sum.
dim sum banquet hall, is that
Dim sum and Chinese banquet.
dim sum and Chinese banquet hall, that? Okay, later. And hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. all days. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. And it said you will employ driver security when it's a private event.
On the second floor there? The second floor of a mall?
I mean,
I don't think we need to. I'm not sure how to. I don't think we need to employ security.
Jay
Okay.
Frog never had security.
Yeah, it's not the. I don't envision
take that-
us
I'm gonna
needing
take that off.
security.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been to dim sum where there's been security. So take that off. Soundproofing's existing, but I'm not super worried about that because it is a commercial building, and as you said, there's no residents above or beside.
Right. Mhm.
It's a closed fixed facade.
Mm-hmm.
You will have DJs, live music. No third-party promoted events, no event photography is charged, or scheduled performances.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's not really, but will you have dancing at all?
I guess if at a wedding, if people do want to dance,
Yeah,
they
that's
should
fine.
be able to dance.
Yes, I'll leave that.
Yeah.
We'll leave it so dancing is permitted. So I'm gonna say what you said earlier, DJs and live music for events.
Yes.
It's an event hall.
Well, but we don't want to just, DJs turning into a club as an club. Okay, just so it's in there. And so it's not on background recorded music only, we're leaving that unchecked. You will not see a camping class. That's apply. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. No unlimited drink special for food. You're not having a happy hour or anything.
No,
are you?
we don't have a happy. We don't have a bar.
That's yeah, I didn't think so. And so I think on the application you didn't check off, will you have wait lines outside?
Gosh, it would be nice to be positive to think your business would be that good. I doubt it. I mean, there's plenty of space inside the restaurant. I really highly doubt that we would become so popular that the line would wide out into the street.
The entrance is in the mall anyway, so the line would be inside anyways, right?
Yeah, it's on the second floor, so there's a first floor that's a mall area, so there's plenty of
Exactly. Okay,
just
so-
hallway area in the mall. Yeah.
Okay, and then you'll post those stipulations by the license, the resident contact the owner, and then it's just, we'll put your father's name down below,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yes.
That. Okay. No, I don't know why it's so small on the screen right now, but. What is your father's number, phone number?
I'm gonna give it our office number,
No, we don't want. the
Well,
office number.
it's actually the cell because this is for complaints.
His cell phone number, okay.
Yeah. Or
Nine,
whoever would be handling, so sometimes they'll put a manager here that would be dealing with the complaints or.
yeah, we will have a manager, but we haven't hired that because we're actually still in the design phase of the renovation. We haven't
Okay.
even begun renovations yet. 917
Yeah.
971. Oh no, 917 705 1345.
1345?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so here's the stipulation we're gonna be voting on, and then once this is approved, then in the next day, the office will be sending out the stipulations to, actually, it'll go to Terry, and he knows the drill, but it'll have the instructions on getting it signed and returned.
Okay, no
So
problem.
we're gonna move to a vote. Steven?
Yes.
Clint, yes? Diego?
Yeah.
Okay, so this passed, and again, the stipulations will be sent out tomorrow with instructions on returning.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you for waiting till some
Thank
very
you.
late hour of the night.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Okay, what are we, one more?
Two more.
3 more.
Green, what's the third one?
We have Tangy, the Stone Rabbit, and Moine Hospitality.
One, I have 13 and 16, what other one?
15.
We still have, I thought we did 15, no?
No, that's the 7-Eleven on the corner.
Oh, that's probably the one.
Okay. Is the applicant for number 13 here, Tangy, which is 97 Second Avenue. Please raise your Zoom hand. There we go, Andrew. Andrew, you're the applicant, correct? Andrew, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. You're the applicant for 97 Second Avenue?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I'm the representative for the applicant.
Where's the
You're the representative, the applicant here?
I believe so. Let me send her a text.
What is her name? I can look for her in the list.
C Ling Zhao, spelled XI space LINGZHAO.
Okay, I don't see her in the attendees list at the moment, but
If you would like, I could just make the presentation myself.
we actually do have to have an applicant here.
Okay, I just sent her a text.
Okay.
Let's go to the next.
How about, well, we'll go on to the next one and then come back to you. Hopefully she'll be on.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll bring you back on in a minute. Okay, so next we're gonna do number 15, the Stone Rabbit, 170 Avenue A. Please raise your Zoom hands. Okay, Donald, I'm assuming you're the representative for the applicant. I see Dale is not. Welcome back, Donald. What is your applicant's name, Donald?
The applicant is Vadestone Holdings LLC, so it was originally Stone Rabbit LLC, but that name is taken by someone. We thought it was available, so.
But actually, what's the real name, like the person's name that would be here?
Oh, Mariana is here, Mariana Vaidman Stone.
Mariana, perfect, I'm promoting her, and you said Emily Stone too?
Emily and Erin should be.
Oh, Erin Billard?
Yep, and I think Ethan may be too.
I don't see Ethan. I see a
He
Joe.
may be with
And
he
Joe
may be
has
with
his name?
Erin. He may be with Erin.
Okay. Okay, so I think I have the applicants all promoted here.
Great.
Chen Joe, was he part of the applicants or was he?
No.
Okay. Okay, so welcome everyone. Again, I repeat this, but thank you for your patience of staying to this late hour. I'm gonna give a very quick summary and then we're gonna turn it to you. Okay, so this is Yeah, Vadestone Holdings LLC is seeking a license for the sale of wine and beer. The premises is located at 170 Avenue A between East 10th and East 11th Street. It's an application for establishment of up to 75 people, 8 tables, 34 seats, including a customer bar, no kitchen, but food prep area serving food during LS operation. No televisions, live acoustic music, and small speakers playing music at background level. There are 7 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was
7,
which I think
seven, maybe 70.
that's 7, but I think that's
It's not.
probably correct. The location was previously a 7-Eleven, which did have a retail liquor license, but that's doesn't count. I mean, it counts, but it's not
And for us.
for a bar. The applicant has never had a license for the sale of alcohol. 66 residents live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing to operate as a cafe and bookstore. The hours of operation are opening no later than 8 a.m. all days, closing by 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will play live acoustic music with no DJs and have promoted events, scheduled performances, and events in which a cover fee is charged. No public calls or party buses, no unlimited drink specials or group brunches, will not have happy hours. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it over to you, if you could give us a little concise
Yes.
summary of what you're proposing.
Yeah, I can just add a little bit. It is a cafe and a bookstore. Mariana has had this dream pretty much her whole life to open this, and she's been working very hard to find a location. This will be her first license, and as you said, this is just beer and wine. It is not liquor. Erin and Ethan are consulting with and assisting Mariana. They both have decades in hospitality. Erin's been with Be Our Guest, Soho House, worked with Tom Colicchio. Ethan has been an owner of Amsterdam Billiards for probably 100 years, and also Ethan and Erin both own East Bar on the Upper West Side. So they're both very experienced and are able to guide Mariana through the hospitality part of this business. It is a bookstore with the cafe that it offers some light fare, not full meals. You were correct in the number of tables and seats. There was some outreach we did in 2 respects. One is we got a number of petitions signed. Mariana spent a lot of time meeting with residents. I think there are over 60 or 70 signatures. 18 are from people in her building. 30 others, or more than 30, from others on 11th Street. And we also have signatures from residents on Avenue A, Avenue B, and on 12th Street as well. All supporting the application with the hours and everything we want. We've, Mariana and the North Avenue A Block Association has spoken a number of times. One of their requests was not to have the live music. We thought it would add some nice ambiance. It was just acoustic music, and it would happen from time to time. It's not something that should be problematic. If you know, if you want us to take that out, the Block Association wants us to take that out, we can do that. We think it would be a nice ambiance, but it's not critical to our operation. That would leave only background recorded music. We also would agree, as they requested, to put a limiter on the sound system. Again, it's background recorded music, so we don't expect that this is going to be an issue at all. There are 2 letters that I'm not sure you've received. Well, one letter from Anika Flick, who lives in the building at 500 East 11th Street. I'm not sure if that went to the community board office, but she notes her strong support for the application, and also says that she has spoken with at least 10 fellow tenants in the building, and they all, their response has been, she says, overwhelmingly positive. So I hope you have a copy of that letter. And I also see in the comments that there are, now for some reason I don't see the comments, but K.M. Meyer, I think, from East 11th Street, and Michelle Hicks, both posted on the comments section. I don't know if they were here and they had to leave, but they both strongly support this application. And as you said, no happy hour, no open doors or windows, no DJs, no pub crawls, party buses, boozy brunches, no wait line. So with that, it's late. We'll take some questions, and if you want to hear from Mariana, she's more than happy to talk to you about her vision, which, by the way, her daughter Emily is on as well, and This is going to be a nice little mom and pop, I guess, call it mother and daughter.
Great. Okay, so I think we're good. I think for now, I probably am good on the concept, I think, but I know we have Dale and Laura, and I think Joe Chen is probably someone going to come and speak. We actually have Dale promoted already. I think I accidentally promoted him, but Dale, if you want to go ahead and just speak
For the time.
quickly, please, as possible, but
Start talking?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't understand how you were phrasing that. Yeah, my name is Dale Goodson. I'm president of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association. Live a block from this application on 12th and A. And as the committee is well aware, the bar scene and late night crowds on Avenue A is a constant problem, and this stretch is known as an area of oversaturation. Consequently, the last thing we really need is another late night venue closing at midnight and 1 a.m. that serves alcohol. And even though a bookstore there would be have value, we are already very fortunate to have Tompkins Square Library a block away, which provides excellent literary talks and discussions and free books. In addition, the Strand Bookstore, reputable, famous, and long-standing bookstore with the same kind of presentation, is a 10-minute walk away at 12th and Broadway and closes at 8 p.m. And our long experience tells us that though this proposal ultimately just feels like as soon as things go south, they're not making money they want, it becomes more a late night bar, which we've experienced plenty of on Avenue A. We would ask the committee to deny this application with closing hours of midnight and 1 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Dale. Laura Sewell.
Hello. So I just want to clarify that we met with Mariana and her team on Friday evening. I'm sorry we weren't able to get that together earlier. I personally find her and Emily to be completely credible in their intentions. There is a bit of a disconnect, as I pointed out at the meeting, between our experience on Avenue A and their intentions. The petitions, which they worked very hard to secure, have a category other circled, cafe with bookstore, and that's perfectly fine. Had I not had the experience that I have, and I would have been eager to sign this. We welcome a daytime business in the neighborhood. We welcome a bookstore. We welcome readings. It's part of the creative part of this neighborhood. But there is no such thing as a cafe bookstore license that can only go on to be a cafe bookstore in perpetuity. There is either a bar restaurant license, a bar tavern, or a restaurant license. As we know, we went through this with Boris and Horton's recent transfer of ownership. So we are in fact licensing a bar tavern because it's not a full service restaurant, even though it is a cafe. And for that reason, because the applicants, even though they have wonderful consultants, don't personally have experience operating and being licensed before, and they're going into an atmosphere that is one of the most saturated and problematic streets in CB3. We really would wish that they would just start out with a midnight close. Let's see how this goes. I don't believe that 3 additional hours of service a week is going to make or break them.
Okay, Laura,
And we
you can
just,
wrap up, Laura, your time.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing conversation while I'm speaking. Is there something I should be?
I was just saying, you're over your 2 minutes, Laura, if you could finish up, please.
Okay, no problem. I'm speaking a little slowly because I'm trying to give some background. But there's no, we'd like to hear a soundproofing plan, et cetera, and we would just rather this be a midnight close, and let's see how it goes. That's That's my
Okay.
take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I did have, Chen Zhou, were you here to speak to this item? You're promoted to panelist. If you're here, Chen Zhou, to speak to this item, go ahead and unmute yourself. If not, we're gonna move on. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Okay, so I guess if you want to briefly respond to what you just heard.
Well, let me just say briefly, first of all, it's a bar, it's not a bar and it's not a tavern, but the SLA has for beer and wine licenses either your restaurant license or they call it a bar tavern. Unfortunately, it doesn't make you a bar, it doesn't make you a tavern.
Yeah.
And we checked other on the petition specifically because we're not a bar and we're not a restaurant. So we're a cafe with a bookstore. It's very clear what we are. This is beer and wine only. The 500-foot law doesn't apply. Public interest test doesn't apply. So saturation, for better or worse, the law is that that's not an issue. And it's really not a late night bar scene. That's not what it's about. In fact, Mariana could describe it better than I can, but it's really an alternative to a late evening bar scene. Instead of going out to a bar, you can go to a bookstore and enjoy a quiet night with a book and have the option to have a glass of wine with it. You know, people like to do that at home. Gives them a chance to get out of the house and do it somewhere else where they can meet other people and talk to other people. So I think she should be applauded. You know, how many people open bookstores these days? Bookstores close. You know, people come in and open bars late at night, and community boards and residents rightfully complain, we don't need another one of those. We need a hair salon, we need a bookstore. Well, she's giving you one. But, you know, in order for that to survive, it's got to offer something a little extra, and the little extra is some food and beverage. It is not a bar. That's not what's driving the whole business.
Thank you, Don. So here, I want to just point something out. We have a couple other similar situations like this. One of our most notable ones is book club bar over on 2nd Street. When they opened up, they wanted full liquor. So also one thing I want to say, which I'm pretty sure you're all aware of, there's a church across the street, so you can never get full liquor license. You can never get full liquor. You can't upgrade at any point because of the church. So and I know you're aware of that, but so book club came to us they wanted full liquor. I don't say we denied, but in the end they accepted beer and wine for the first hour. They started at midnight every night, and then they came back and we approved them after 2 years. We approved their extension to 1 a.m. So, and they had experience operating a bar in another location. I know you have good consultants, it sounds like, but again, it's late. I'm just going to cut to the point. I'm not super comfortable giving you the 1 a.m. And I think Laura pointed this out, it's 3 extra hours. If that's going to make or break your business, then I'm a little more concerned. I think I would be perfectly comfortable approving you at midnight, and I'm not going to give you a timeline, but after you've proven that you do have an actual successful business model and you're going to be able to stay there, that you would then come back at a later time, and we'd be more than happy to discuss an extension at some point. That's without, belaboring the point. That's my opinion. I think Susan had something to say.
Yeah, I know bookstores sound very innocent. I'm sure it'll be fine. But I want to remind people who've been around for a while, one of the worst places we ever had was about a block away on Avenue A. It was called Super Dive. And it started off as a bookstore with readings.
I didn't know that. Yes.
Oh yeah, Super Dive was approved as a bookstore with readings. And so if we seem a little jaded, we haven't closed. We finally had it closed, but it took years. And if we seem a little jaded, we've had our experience with bookstores.
What year did that close to?
Oh, must have been close to 20 years. I mean, I was district manager. I've been district manager for 20 years.
No, how long did it close? How long ago was it closed?
Oh, it's very close.
Like over 10.
Yes. But I'm just saying, we have our Avenue A bookstore. It's just, I'm giving context to why people are a little jaded.
I don't think this attorneys.
I don't either.
No,
I'm just, again, but no one thought the other one would either.
So I think back to Susan's point, that's why, and again, this is not necessarily a reflection on you we've just learned before, and we appreciate your willingness to do this in a location and to try something like this, and I think it could be an asset to the community. I think we just need to see you prove yourself. I think the one other thing that Laura did mention, this was a 7-Eleven, so I have no idea what soundproofing is there. Are you planning on putting in any other kind of soundproofing?
There is a plan to put in certain acoustic treated tiles. There'll be a hung ceiling. The speakers will also be suspended from the ceiling, and they're going to be a low level. And we're going to put in a limiter. So
And
yes,
it's going to be background music, anyways, right?
background music, low background level.
I just want to confirm earlier, you did agree earlier that you were going to eliminate the live acoustic music, correct? Okay, and again, and I'm not necessarily encouraging this, but once you've been operating, and if you want to come back and you want to say we want to add acoustic things for a reading or something, it's again something we'll discuss. But I think we'd really just like to see you operating, and hopefully you can prove yourself to be great operators. Okay, so I think I'm gonna bring the stipulations up, but I think we're all kind of in agreement. We'll just confirm that on the screen.
You're leaving? You're leaving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice to see you. All right, good to see you.
Got some work.
So I was gonna share the screen quickly.
Text me if you need me to.
Okay, it's fine. We'll just move them from the board. Okay, so it's I, Mariana Bateman Stone, as representative of Eight Stones Holdings at 170 Avenue A. Will be a wine, beer, and cider. It will be a new application. I've operated a cafe and bookstore. With it's no kitchen, but a food prep area served with food served throughout all hours of operation. Hours of operation is Sunday through Wednesday, 8 a.m. Actually, it's all days, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. The question about the opening hours. Do you definitely, I think you probably heard this earlier, do you definitely plan on opening at 8, or would you like that set a tiny bit later?
Yeah, I mean, based on what I have heard this evening, I think that if we could put in like 11, and then, I mean, our plan is certainly to open at 8. We intend to have a pretty, robust coffee program. And, we plan to open at 8, but for purposes of this document, let's do
So
it.
why don't we just say 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days?
Perfect.
Perfect, okay. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. Obviously you're not gonna have security. You will install soundproofing if necessary. Is it gonna be sufficient if we say if necessary to prevent noise being audible in neighboring apartments?
Sorry again?
Are you okay with if we say we'll install soundproofing if necessary to ensure no noise in neighboring apartments?
Donald, do you have a view here? And then.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely, we are putting a hung ceiling with acoustical panels, so there is some to start with as well.
Okay. But I mean, honestly, I don't foresee this being a problem for you.
Agreed. Yeah. Books absorb a lot of sound too, so.
That's a very good point, but it's background music, background level.
Absolutely.
Okay, now, I know currently there's no operable windows, are you changing anything on the facade, or will it be still a closed fixed facade?
Closed.
Perfect. You wanna have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which cover fee is charged for scheduled performances, obviously not dancing. And then you had checked off not more than 4 private parties per year, and as you heard, private parties we consider a full buyout. 4, as I said earlier, 4 is really low. Do you want to add a couple more to that if you have the option?
Yes.
That would be great.
I mean, personally, I'm gonna just speak, I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate that.
So, do you want to say?
Do you want to give us 12 like the other folks that are also not anticipating very many?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's once a month. I think that's also very reasonable. And then, so you will play on bathroom improvements only, not apply for an alteration, will not see upgrade, you can't fit an upgrade anyways, will not fit in pub crawls or party buses, no unlimited drink specials. No, or will you have a happy hour?
I mean, we could have a happy hour. I would see it ending before 7, but I think that like, half price wine with your book is kind of a nice thing to offer the neighborhood.
So, we'll have happy hour that went by 7.
Perfect.
Will not have wait lines, will not have well established and ensure no loitering noise or crowds, will post stipulations by liquor license. Roads to make contact the manager under the number below. Mariana Bateman Stone at 917-842-1785. Perfect. Okay. So we're actually going to move a vote, but we did lose one of our members, so it'll just be Steven.
Yes.
Yes, and Clint, yes. So technically, just for your reference, because we have now dropped below quorum, this will be moved at the full board and be voted on at the full board to be ratified, but I don't think you have anything to worry about, but just to confirm you for the what's happening.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
And then Donald, you know the drill, we'll send out the stipulations with the instructions on getting back.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay,
Great.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I just want to say I'm really impressed with your stamina at doing this regularly. And thank you for doing it.
Well, thank you for that. It's it's a thankless job,
but
Thank you. Thank you. We're
So
moving
both
on.
buttons are clicked on 14. So that
Oh, hold on. Thank you for pointing that out.
yeah,
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you.
I probably would have got that. I would have reviewed this before I sent it out, but thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to remove the first one.
Listen, thank you so much.
Glad you could see it, Emily, because I can't read this. It's way too small for me.
Yeah.
And
Going back to 13.
But we're going up to 13 as soon as this.
2 more, right?
Oh, I know. I was trying to click on screen. That's why. Okay. There. So I have removed the stipulation and I clicked off it. Now we'll say change from screen. So we're good. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Night.
Okay, 13. We're going back to item number 13.
See if
Which
they'll-
Andrew, we're gonna promote you as your. Oh, I see the applicant, I'm gonna promote her. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Andrew, and I see we
Hi.
have your back.
Do you see Chen Zhou in here?
Yep, I promoted her, so she's now joined. I'm going to give a quick summary and then hand it over to you.
Sure.
Okay, Tangy Incorporated is doing business as Tang, is seeking a full on-premises license, and the premise is located at 97 Second Avenue between 5th and 6th Street. It's an application for establishment of 100 people, 16 tables and 42 seats, 1 stand-up bar with 4 seats, and a full kitchen serving Japanese food during all its operation. There are 41 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. There were 0 commercial complaints at this location. This location is currently unlicensed. It was previously. Sorry, I did not have this in the draft resolution.
It was previously a restaurant that was also licensed.
It was, I was gonna say, I was just looking up the name of the, do you remember the name offhand? I forget.
I can get the name for you. Give me 1 sec.
I'll finish reading this and then I
Sure. Go ahead.
25 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of operation opening no later than 11:30 a.m., closing by 11 p.m. all days. No outdoor space. They will close any facade doors for windows at 10 p.m. Ambient background recorded music only. Will not apply for an alteration with upcoming CD3. No pub crawls or party buses. No limited drink specials. Will not have happy hour. Will ensure there are no wait lines. And will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. Will post the stipulations. And will provide a telephone number for residents to call complaints. Is there anything that I missed or that needs to be corrected?
No, everything is accurate.
Perfect. And just one quick question, I think, and maybe I'm not sure which one of you Does the applicant have any experience with a license in the past?
Yes, her partner, her husband, operates a restaurant in Manhattan as well with a full liquor license. She worked for her mother in her Nyack restaurant for about 5 years as manager, so she has sufficient experience.
Okay. Perfect, I'll just add that into the resolution, okay. Is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, okay, I mean, I know this is a pretty simple one, I know it was a previous licensed space. Oh, did you find the name offhand?
No.
Don't worry, I looked it up earlier, I forgot to write it in this draft, so I trust you and I saw that earlier, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, I think, Steven, do you have any questions? This is a pretty straightforward one, it's simply a Japanese restaurant. And their closing hours at 11 PM every night, opening 11:30 AM, closing 11 PM.
Why was an administrator?
It's full of vote. But
They could have been.
that's a good question. Was it mentioned?
I didn't ask.
Yeah, was it mentioned when you submitted your application, did anyone ask you, did they send you any administrative approval requirements or questions?
No.
Okay.
And they did, actually, when we sent it out now, the original email says, you may be,
Just for future, to other clients, we have an administrative approval for both beer and wine, and we now do full liquor approval. If it's a full food service restaurant closing before midnight every night, you could have been administrative approved and would not have had to sit through this all night.
Okay, that would have been much simpler.
But for future reference, so just for future if you're coming back, but
Okay.
basically would have been administrative approval. I think we're gonna move to a vote. Steven?
Yes.
But yes, okay, so congratulations. The office will be setting up the stipulations to get signed in return, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I didn't actually bring up the stipulations on screen, but it's literally what I just read, and if you get it and there's something that we did not discuss, we can discuss it then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Okay, one more item. Number 16, mowing hospitality at 176 First Avenue. Is the applicant here for number 16 mowing? Okay, gonna get you promoted. Okay. Teddy Gonzalez and Suchel, I maybe hopefully pronouncing that correctly.
Oh yeah, hello.
Hello there.
How are you?
Good. Okay, so I'm gonna give a quick summary, and I think this one can be fairly simple as well. Hopefully.
By the way, I'm Teddy Gonzalez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Got a problem before. Susan, by the way, you've been in the community board for a very long time, and you're amazing. And I've been doing this for 25 years, and I was trained by Himal Ramirez from the Commissioner of the Liquor Authority, and God bless you. You're the best. You are the best. I just wanted to say that because there's not too many dinosaurs around. And you're still there late at night that we used to go to meetings there. We stayed we stayed there.
We're going good until you called me a dinosaur.
No, but you're amazing. We've had meetings there till 1, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning.
And here we are. Okay, so on that note, I'm gonna give a quick summary so we can move on. You're our last night. So.
Well, it's my application is very easy. You guys got it. And you basically go through the whole thing.
I'm gonna give a quick summary and we're gonna get through this really quickly.
Yes, you got it. I know you gotta go home.
Moheim Hospitality is seeking a beer wine license for the premise located at 176 First Avenue between 10th and 11th. It's an application for an establishment of, and I think, is it still pending? Was that? I don't know if you had that filled in, the number of people. Is it 74?
No, well, it's 40, but we're gonna have 40 people at the end of the day.
40 people, okay. 12 tables and 24 seats with a 30-foot bar with 10 seats, full kitchen serving food during all of operation. 31 full on premises licenses within 500 feet. Actually, it's a beer wine, but we really don't even need that part. This location was previously unlicensed as a bagel shop. It was Black Sea Bagels. The applicant has never held a license before. There have been no commercial growing complaints because it obviously was not licensed. We did not receive any support or opposition to this. The only question was, I know you did have your petitions in here.
Yes. I submitted a petition and I actually notified the people from the list from the Block
Yeah,
Association.
I have them too. Really quick. Yeah, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. 15 petition signatures from within 2 blocks. And so they're going to operate as a Korean Italian restaurant with full kitchen serving food during all hours of operations. The hours are opening no later than 10 a.m., closing by 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, opening 10 a.m., closing by 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Not use outdoor space for commercial use. Close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. Ambient background record music only, not apply for alteration, will not have party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. May have happy hours till 7 p.m. every night, no wait lines, and will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowd.
Exactly.
Okay. One quick question, and you probably know where it's gonna go. Because this was an unlicensed location, and because you don't have experience, would you consider closing at 12 a.m. all days, at least for the moment? And you could always come back later once you prove yourself that you're not gonna be a problem.
Well, but in that case, I will advise my client to take the tip. He's a chef in a restaurant down in the village. And I think before he opens up, and I've been doing this with a lot of my clients, they take the tip certification, which that's what the administrative judges from the authority suggest for them to take. So they can have some more knowledge because they don't have knowledge in dealing with alcohol. If you give me the opportunity for me to provide that certification, so he can open the 1 on the weekends, it doesn't mean that he's gonna stay open till 1, but just give him the opportunity. But if he takes a tip certification, we'll introduce him to the rules and guidelines. And what I do with my clients is I actually give them the handbook. I actually help them out and introduce them to what they need to do and not to do. So if you can do
it's
that
not
for 1 o'clock in the
necessarily
weekend, that'd be great.
certification, it's more just to show how they're gonna run their bar. They can still be completely compliant with the tip certification and still be loud or be a problem or be other things.
That we're not gonna have a problem being loud because he's not planning to have an establishment with loud music. The building's commercial at the end of the day, but he's a chef. He's been a chef for 20 years. He was a chef in Korea. He's a chef for now one in the Lower East Side. So it should be a restaurant. I don't think we're gonna have a problem with him. And your board knows that if I mention to my client gonna do that, trust me, they do, because it's my reputation as a consultant that I'm not gonna mislead your board.
And
So if you can.
We believe you on that. It's because it was an unlicensed location. I think that's why we would give it a slightly more. If he was coming into another place that already had later hours, we would probably be more apt to do it. However,
he may not stay open till 1 o'clock in the morning. Don't get me wrong.
So I guess there's a compromise. It is only beer, wine, and cider, so it's not a full liquor.
Right.
How about this? We'll give you Friday and Saturday and keep Thursday at 12. Does that work?
Friday, Saturday to 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
You got it. I think. What do you think?
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
we're good.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring up the stipulations really quickly on the screen, just so you see what they are, and then we're gonna move on.
Go home.
Go home.
Susan's ready to go home. She already packed.
Very good.
Okay, we share the screen. And just while I'm sharing my screen with this, just as you heard with the last applicant, because we're down to 2 people, we drop the quorum. We'll still make the recommendation to the full board, and the full board will just move the vote. So technically, it we actually ratified it full board.
That's right, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay, so it's I apologies if is it Say Chul?
Sechel, yes.
Chul Yang, as qualified representative of Moeen Hospitality, 176 First Avenue, will be a wine beer cider.
So I got a question. So cool, it's SCH connected, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, in
I
my
made a mistake.
passport, it's yeah, and then it's a LLC, not incorporation.
No, your name. I want to fix your name. That's all.
Yeah.
So is that correct? SECH?
Yes.
Okay. And it's Moeen Hospitality LLC located at 176 First Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
License site is Wine Beer Cider. It's a new application. I will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a Korean Italian fusion. With kitchen open, serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation are 10 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. And you did hear what we said earlier about 10 a.m. You're going to be open no later than 10 p.m. 10 a.m. I'm sorry, is that okay?
Saturday, excuse me?
So the 10 a.m., are you definitely planning on opening no later than 10 p.m., 10 a.m. every day? Or are you maybe going to be opening later? If we phrase it as you're opening no later than 10 a.m., that means you have to open at 10 a.m. If we would say 12 a.m. or so 12 p.m., you could open earlier without a problem, but you have to be open by 12.
Oh well,
I think we should stay to 10 a.m. opening.
Okay, that's fine. I'll keep there. And
then because only reason I say that because with the liquor authority these days they're getting kinky and if we open later when he's not, we have a problem with the liquor authority.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna leave it at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. to 12 Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 1 Friday and Saturday.
Yes.
We're not using outdoor space for commercial use. We'll close any front or facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. Do the windows actually open? Is that facade operable?
no, it's
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't think so. So I'm gonna change that to I will have a closed fixed facade. You will not have DJs, live music, third party promoted events, any of them.
No.
Charge scheduled performances, dancing, ambient background recorded music only. Not secret changing class without coming to CV3. We're not presenting pub cars or party buses. You will have and no unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will have a happy hour ending by 7. We'll post the stipulations. Residents may contact.
You can fix his name if you don't mind, please. I screwed up on that. Thank you.
Which was it? Yeah, the name down here. And that's correct, right? Sexual Yang?
Yes, that is correct.
And then the number is 646-530-1375.
Yes.
Okay, everything look good on that?
Yeah, everything looks good on that.
Perfect. So we're gonna make a vote. Steven?
Yes.
Clint, yes. Okay, so the application, this has been approved. Technically, does the stipulation have to wait till after the full board for this?
Yes.
What do you mean after?
Because it's not approved, because we don't have a quorum, so does it have to wait till after the full board?
Yeah, I understand. But are you gonna send it to me so I can get it notarized for you, or we're gonna wait till the full
You should
board?
do everything you said.
Okay, so the stipulations will still be sent.
Oh,
out
yeah,
before the
we
full
send them
board.
out now.
So you'll get those in normal time with the instructions on returning them, and then it'll be voted on in 15 days of the full board.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Get home safe. Thank you for everything, guys.
You too.
And Susan, get home safe.
Thank you, I will.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, now I'm just gonna do this because there's someone here, Jasmine Garcia, I'm gonna promote you to panelist if you're here for a reason. please
I'm
let-
good to go, right?
You can go, yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Jasmine, were you here for some items specifically? Is there a reason you're still waiting around? You can unmute yourself, Jasmine. If not, we're gonna go ahead and end the meeting. Okay, thank you, Jasmine. Oh, she declined to be promoted, so she's gone. Okay, so we're just gonna take a motion to adjourn. Stephen,
Yes.
Clint, yes, okay, meeting is adjourned.
Think about that.